The culmination of 365 days of Flesh and Blood, 18 callings leads us to the very last one before the World Championships. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Calling Sydney. My name is Matt Brandwood, and I'm joined today by hometown hero and Australia's first national champion, Mr. Hayden. Hayden, how you feeling?
Dude, it is awesome to be here in my adopted hometown of Sydney, Australia. Of course, I am from New Zealand, but we are here today in Sydney, Australia, where I now call home. And Matt, I just want to take a moment to, I've known you around the scene of Flesh and Blood here in Australia for so long, and to actually get to sit next to you and cast 2 full days of calling, dude, I couldn't be more excited.
Dude, thank you. I am unbelievably excited. And yes, it is going to be 2 action-packed days of Flesh and Blood here at the Calling Sydney in beautiful Hurstville as well. Such a beautiful location. And speaking of these 2 days, what do they look like, Hayden? We're jumping in first into 7 rounds of Classic Constructed for day number 1, where players are going to be looking for that X and 2 to make it through to that day number 2. Whereas tomorrow, we're going to bring you 4 more Swiss rounds and finally that beautiful top 8 spot.
Yeah, and playing for that, like you say, that last calling before we head to the World Championships in Philadelphia. I'm sure we'll talk more about that as the weekend goes on. We've got some of the biggest names in Flesh and Blood in the house here as they chase those World Tour points.
Yeah, not only is it World Tour points that they're going to be chasing, they're also going to be chasing some pretty amazing prizes, Hayden, in particular as well. The most important thing is that Pro Tour invite as well, banking those to make sure they're set up for the next year as well. That first place walking on with $2,400 and of course the beautiful champion prize card, that gold alternate art, full art Stonefall Gauntlet.
Yep. And one of the last is going to be given away before we transition to that new gold foil, which will be those quick dodge flicks coming very soon.
Yeah, so one of the last chances to actually get our hands on that as well. And of course, other placings as well, going for those random gold foil legendaries, as well as just some prize money on to boot as well. Now, when it also comes to, again, this beautiful calling champion, and Hayden, over on that side as well, importantly, 16 points.
I was going to say, we're going to talk more about the World Tour as this weekend goes on, because this is absolute crunch time. And because this is the final spot, or the final calling, World Tour stop with the calling, before we get to the World Championships in Philadelphia, all of the names have come in for this, because the World Tour is alive. The Player of the Year race is very much alive, from our overall champion, but especially with the region that we sit in here in Asia Pacific. There's about 20 players that can still take out the APAC Player of the Year title.
That's crazy. So yes, not only is this calling going to be super important for that, but it's also going to be important in regards to just a lot of things going into the finals, because Hayden, we could actually see some heroes living legend at this point. Looking here, Kano, Jotakai of Aether, is less than 30 points away.
So close.
It's crazy.
I have a bit of a storied history with Kano. Played him at the first ever Pro Tour, played him at the first ever World Championships, and Kano has a very special place in my heart. It's going to be a sad day to see Kano go, but I know for a lot of players, it is going to be a joyous day to see Kano go. Kano could very much go in this Pro Quest season. Could go this weekend potentially with a calling one as well. So yeah. Yeah,
crazy. And again, going down that list, KO, Armed and Dangerous, a deck that we've seen, various levels of dominance.
Yeah, and is around in this format as well. We are seeing KO, not just Armed and Dangerous, but also there's another KO in the putting its sort of gloves in the ring at the stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And then going down the list, we see some favorites, but towards the bottom in that 9th position as well, Verdance, Thorn of Rose, 581 points already.
Yeah, creeping up. I mean, we're going to talk more about Verdance, I'm sure, as the weekend goes on.
Yeah, and speaking of Verdance, a deck that I think many of the players of the year that we could potentially be looking at could also be bringing that deck. And again, we talked a little bit about it before, Hayden, but let's take a little bit look at the standings in regards to the Player of the Year. 120 places are going to be sort of available for this Pro Tour, and this is one of the last major events.
Yeah, we'll be back, of course, next year with the World Tour, but it is absolute crunch time, as you see. The 1 million, of course, and 1.5 million of prizes on this World Tour this year, and just 2 large events left, a couple of battle hardens in between, but it is business time.
Yeah, absolutely. And Player of the Year, something that this is the very first time we're actually experiencing this, so absolutely something that we're going to see. And I know a lot of the players here, they've come, not necessarily, they're locked for their world spots. They've got those PTRs, but they want those points to be able to sort of be in that race for the Player of the Year as well.
100%. We're giving, of course, 9 winners when it comes down to it. There's, of course, our regional winners, there's our overall winners, there's our second place winners, getting a share of that prize money. And this is decent. This is good prize, not decent. This is good prize money.
Exactly.
And it can really set you up to, travel for next year and to compete again on the World Tour. Maybe you come second this year, but you want to get first overall next year. Lots of opportunities on the World Tour in this Player of the Year race.
And as well, regardless of prize money, Hayden, people want to be able to say.
You just want to say it.
Exactly. I was the Player of the Year in the first ever Player of the Year race as well. Like, come on. That's definitely got to be a big part of it. a little bit of a breakdown as well. So the 2 regional champions will be winning 15,000 US each. 3 second-place regional champs walking away with 10,000 as well. And of course, the 3 third-place regional champions with $5,000 each. So talk about prize money. That's, a trip to probably multiple international events for anyone here.
Exactly.
Incredible stuff. Now, this is a bit of a breakdown as well in regards to how many points you can actually get. You can actually look at getting 32 points for winning that World Championship, and of course, a couple of other things for winning the World Championship as well. But Pro Tour 28, but what we're looking at today, 16 points for the calling. And Hayden, you were saying as well, those top spots, particularly in our region, real tight.
Yeah, it is getting very close as we head down to the wire. So 16 points is a big chunk. And there you see it on the board right there. Brody Spurlock just kind of ran away early in terms of the Americas, has all but locked it up from the Americas side when it comes to Player of the Year leaderboard, but there's still so much more to play for. You see there, Jacob Clements is Brody's rival right now for the overall champion, that total World Tour Player of the Year race. It is very close, and both players, Matt, are in the room this weekend trying to get their share of those 16 points.
Crazy, and that really shows you as well how much they care about this. They've flown from literally the other side of the planet to be here with us in beautiful Sydney. Speaking of our region, Hayden, look at those numbers for the APAC region. Oh my goodness, it is so close for all of them. Everyone that we see there. Nick Butcher obviously leading the pack, but it's 3 points, Hayden.
He's being hunted down. We've got Justin Koo there, of course, calling winner, chasing down Nick, and had a very good year himself, of course, putting Tam, who we all know, multiple Pro Tour top 8. Sheru Wu, who is our recent Pro Tour Singapore champion as well. Gordon Ko, Singaporean national champion. It just the list. Shoma Yamamura, Pro Tour champion. The list goes on, right? And it is so close to the point. If you look at 16 points for a win this weekend, if any of these players down to CYK Lionel, for instance, or Michael Collins take it out this weekend, they will get level or ahead of Nick Butcher heading towards the World Championships. So it is all to play for heading to that penultimate event, that final event in Philadelphia.
Incredible stuff. And of course, this is just that general, the full list. And again, there's a bit of a jump.
Race.
Yeah,
it's a two-horse race now.
It is, but it's a close two-horse race. Again, as you were saying, Hayden, both these players here, if Jacob wins, that puts him
level
even.
Yeah.
With Brody Spurlock, which means one event left, that one major event left. It's
all comes down to it.
It's all down to it.
100%.
Crazy stuff. And the Player of the Year, again, something that is brand new and is something that I'm super excited about to really just elevate individuals and their performance throughout the year. So I think it's an incredible job from Fab. Now, alongside of this as well, we did talk, this is the last calling for this event, but there is also going to be some other streams that are potentially coming up as well, going forward into the future. We talked a little bit about it as well. This stream's going to be running not only today, but we'll also be looking at stuff for tomorrow as well. But as well, we're also going to be looking at a couple of small battle hardens coming up as well.
There is a couple of battle hardens left as well, so... And here it is right here, what's left to come for the rest of the year. You can see it. Of course, we head to Rochester and Edinburgh next, the US, Scotland. I love Scotland, by the way. And then we head off to the World Championships, as we know. But to round out the year after the World Championship, there's still a lot of flesh and blood to play, as you can see here. Between Vegas, Valencia, Singapore, we're going to head there in the end of November into early December. We're back to the Pacific Northwest and Seattle. Shout out to the Pacific Northwest community in the US, one of the most dedicated and passionate flesh and blood communities out there. And then we're going to Korea.
I love that. Going to Korea. And Hayden as well. Some interesting things if you're actually looking as well, in particular, starting with Valencia. Look at that little battle harden. What's it say down there as well?
Yeah, Silver Age.
Silver Age. So we're also going to be getting excited for that going forward as well. But before any of that, before we talk about Silver Age, there's an event that's not on here. It's a pretty important event, Hayden.
Something's happening right now, I've heard.
Yeah, but outside of that as well, we're going to have the Pro Quest leading into next year. So the Pro Quest is going to be something going forward as well. And this is the last set of events for this weekend is going to be the last set of events. But also we have streams going as well. World Championship Philadelphia leading into that as well. 13th to the 16th.
Yeah. So World Tour Valencia, as you say, comes up straight afterwards as well. So Philadelphia, World Tour Valencia. But yeah, all to come for. Make sure you are checking it out on youtube.com/FabTCG.
Yeah, and speaking of those events as well, the beautiful casting team that we're going to be seeing at those events, again, look at that, just absolute star-studded for not only the World Championship, but Valencia as well. Just some incredible people that we'll be seeing. We'll be seeing Uber, Brian, Scott Mines, and Sam O'Byrne, as well as Pac Jan coming forward, and then Valencia as well.
Yeah, exactly. Very excited to. I won't be at the World Championships this year, but I will be tuning in myself to watch my friends there casting, but also just some of the best talent in the world.
Yeah, just incredible stuff as well coming forward as well. And again, this is not only the calling that's going on this weekend, but we have ProQuest Yokohama. This is the last week of events. So obviously most of the players here are going to be here playing in the calling, but there's still, if you're not here and you're not watching, the only thing that you can be doing is playing in these events to try and lock up your slot for Pro Tour Yokohama in April.
Options. You got two options, man. Are you out there playing ProQuest this weekend, or are you watching us?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying as well. And not only will you be getting that invitation to actually play inside the ProQuest, but there's some pretty incredible prizing coming through as well. Of course, a gold foil for the winner, but look at those top 4 and top 8 promos as well. Just incredible cards that everyone wants if you're playing them.
Yeah, I managed to pick up myself a swing big and an overcrowded last week and didn't quite get the invite, unfortunately lost in the finals, but to get a couple of those shiny pieces and myself a nice RKO or underhanded cheap playmat there as well.
Yeah, the Pleiades one is my favorite. They are just so beautiful as well. And yeah, taking a look at those ones just a little bit closer. That swing big is just, I love the art on this card. Just how huge that guy is in the background, and then overcrowded, a card that we're seeing pop up a lot more than my initial thought of it as well.
Yeah, fantastic. We've seen a lot of it. I actually was watching some games in preparation for this event, and Overcrowd is a card that actually I think we might see pop up this weekend, honestly, because of that little piece that says Aura Tokens in the arena. We might see,
You think there's going to be a couple Aura Tokens going around, Hayden?
I think there might be. Cool.
Yeah, and then alongside of that as well, it's just incredible, and we're going to see a variety of cards that throughout this event. There are so many of these utility blues. There's going to be just an incredible amount of stuff. And yeah, ProQuest Yokohama going through to the 9th, so still a little bit more to go. You have that week, depending on your region, of course. But yeah, just incredible. And then, of course, leading into April as well, because that's when that ProQuest. But plenty of flesh and blood and plenty more things to think about before that ProQuest as well. And of course, we've got so much flesh and blood to get through today, Hayden.
Yeah, and of course, we have just come through a bit of a run of events, haven't we?
Yeah.
We've had Battle Hardens, we've had Callings, because World Championship is about to happen. But we're ready to set the stage in terms of what are the decks to beat? What are the decks that people should be thinking about? Who are the top front runners heading towards the World Championship? Will we see some surprises? And of course, we just recently had, the most recent was Calling in Hamburg. A fantastic event. Arthur Trahey, of course.
Incredible.
Just one of the best players in the world taking that one out. And I guess why don't we take a bit of a look at what we saw there in Hamburg?
Yeah, so taking a look through, this was our top 8 towards the end, and we see some pretty interesting deck choices as well. Some pretty incredible stuff. And one of the things that I sort of noticed when I looked at this was, you know, there's a lot of talk at the moment about the best decks, but this top 8 coming into it, really diverse, Hayden. Yeah,
and I think what we're seeing is there's a few decks that are on the fringes, and this, of course, as you say, a very diverse top 8. But a number of those, I think, heroes that are vying to be potential contenders heading to the World Championships, maybe targeting that sort of big 3. And you see it there, Oscilio, Dash.io, Victor, even sneaking in there. Ultimately, one of the big 3, Verdance, in the hands of Arthur Trahey takes it out. But Arthur had to go through where in the finals playing Dash.io, of course. We saw an Oscilio in the semifinals. So these heroes are out there, and I'm expecting them to see them not only this weekend, but also to see them at the World Championships. Yeah, exactly. And speaking of as well, we're going to have some incredible games coming up for you throughout this weekend. And don't get me wrong, I expect that we're likely going to be seeing things like Verdance, like Cindra, maybe some Gravy. But I was walking the tables before, Hayden. There are some very unique decks out there, not only in regards to the heroes that they're playing, but the way their decks are built. Yeah, I've been talking to a few players prior to this event as well. And let's go and take a look at what we're expecting to see. 214 players here in Sydney. And then you see it. The big 3 are here. And it's so close between Verdance, Cindra, and Gravy. Again, 3 most represented decks here. But you see those decks we just spoke about. The Oscilios, the Dash.ios. KO is around. It's had a bit of a drop off through the ProQuest season. Started very strong for ProQuest Yokohama. And I actually think when Super Slam released, KO was positioned as everyone was talking.
Yeah.
KO has got the most upgrades. This is potentially KO Under Dangerous, potentially the best deck in the format. It has absolutely slid almost off the face of the earth, but has come around in these last couple of weeks and is vying for, you know, I would say being, I wouldn't want to say best of the rest, because I do think it is quite close between these top decks and the next lot. But I would say the top disruptor, the top sort of dark horse to come through and maybe make a splash at the World Championships.
Yeah, and interesting as well, something that if you'd asked me, I probably wouldn't have seen in regards to the large amount of representation. Prism coming in here, Hayden. Do you think that's probably attacking something like Verdance, or maybe just pet decks of the players around?
Yeah, I think you see it, right? Verdance is the most played deck in the format, and Prism has traditionally had a good matchup there. Its Cindra matchup is also not awful, right? I think it's a very close matchup, and there's a bit of contention. This is a classic. You ask a Prism player, what's your Gravy matchup like? Oh, it's good, it's good. You ask a Gravy player, it's a buy. So it's a classic 90-90, I think, all the time when you ask different Gravy and Prism players. But yeah, no, I think Prism is in a good spot here coming into this event, and I'm just excited. I mean, Seven Puffin as well. That's a hero we've seen win some ProQuest this season. It has been a very, very diverse metagame during ProQuest, and also, yes, we have these three big, the three big three, but they're very close. Yeah. And there's a lot of decks behind them, a lot of heroes vying for it. So I'm excited to see what plays out this weekend.
Yeah, and just so, like, if we go a little bit further down the list as well, some of these decks towards the bottom, I don't know about you, Hayden, but Tough Nut, Teklo, Vossen, and Pallades are decks that I think are really interesting. Do I think they're the best decks in the format? Not necessarily, but I mean, is there anything down towards this bottom section that you think might have a really good matchup into some of these big contenders?
Yeah, there's some unknowns for me, and I think some of those, something like Lyath, which has been a very interesting hero to me as we've gone through Super Slam. I think, like we said, what is the hero to come out?
Yeah.
KO got these upgrades, but Underhanded Cheat has been one that has come through. So I got my eyes on Underhanded Cheat. Lyath as well. I'm very interested to see what Lyath can do. But also, the other ones I just want to quickly shout out, the Arachnes.
Yeah.
We are seeing a lot of Cindra around. We're seeing a lot of things like Oscilio, Dash.io, KO. What can the Arachnes do this weekend?
Yeah, and we'll see as well, not only is Arachne represented twice, both Marionette and Huntsman being played here at the Calling Sydney. So plenty of stuff going to come through. But we're going to see as well, very interestingly, we see some Kanos as well, a deck that we kind of keep a bit of an eye on because it does have that risk of LLing. And Hayden, there's 3 Arachnes. We're not really seeing any of the slip through the cracks. Yeah,
I think since the ban and restricted announcement that took away, of course, that very important little blue card, you might have heard of it.
Yeah.
I think that has really pushed Slippy down. And I have seen it pop up here and there, but I think right now this is Marionette's time. This is Huntsman's time, which is super exciting because did you ever think you would say it's Arachne Huntsman's time?
Yeah, no, not really.
But it's happening, So I'm just excited now to see what happens, and I guess to watch some games of Flesh and Blood this weekend.
No, I am unbelievably excited to be jumping into some games of Flesh and Blood. And, you know, throughout the weekend, we're going to see a bunch of stuff. We're going to see a lot of Verdance, a lot of Cindra, a lot of Gravy. But I'm hoping between you and I that we're going to be seeing some different heroes. And I think as we're about to jump into that first game, we've got a hero that I love that's come out of this new set. KO Underhand Cheat, Hayden.
Yeah. I love the flavor, first of all, of this hero, and I think what's been exciting the last couple of weeks is to see the rise of Underhanded Cheat. I mean, there's a lot of proponents of this deck out there. If you've watched any of the 3 floating games, you would have seen it. If you've listened to Ethan Van Sant, you would have heard him talking about Underhanded Cheat, for instance. It's a hero that I think is starting to gain traction, and for good reason. I think this hero is very, very good. And I've heard for our first game, we have a pretty well-known player piloting this Underhanded Cheat in the form of Dodd.
Yeah, Ben Dodd, we'll see, is playing Underhanded Cheat over on the right side of your screen. Going first as well, I don't know how important that is, but on the left as well, Greg Illingworth playing Verdance, the deck that is not only the most represented today, but the deck that most people believe to be the strongest deck in the format. So we're going to see, can the Underhanded Cheat his way through to a victory against the Goliath of the format, Verdance?
Yeah, and I'm very excited to see this matchup in particular. It's not one that we've seen a lot of, I think, obviously because Underhanded Cheat is starting to come up, but I think it's a very, very powerful hero. Cards I'm looking out for in this game, cards like Mocking Blow, for instance. We know that's so important for a hero like KO Underhanded Cheat, and Ben Dodd is a deck builder. He is a deck builder through and through, calling champion, Pro Tour top 16s. He is known for his deck build. So I'm expecting a few spicy things from Ben here.
Me as well. And speaking of spicy things here, Ben Dodd going to start the game off with a Sigil of Solace, just deciding, you know what, going first, gain a little bit of life and just sort of set himself up. And one of the things with Verdance, obviously, obviously it's the deck you kind of expect life gain, but Dodd just going to pass it back using that Sigil of Solace and just sort of set himself up.
Yeah, it's always nice to start 3 life ahead. If you're going to go first, I think probably you want to go second in this matchup. So I wonder if Greg won the dice roll here.
Yeah. Fruits of the Forest being discarded by Greg at the start of his turn as well. So saying, you know what, I like the life gain as well. Let's get a little bit of my own now. And interestingly enough here, Hayden, we're actually going to see Metacarpus nodes mainboarded here for Greg Illingworth as the start of the turn. It's just going to be an Emerald of Scolding. Now, it is a blue, and in this instance, only coming in for 2 arcane damage, but it's an important card to think about later, Hayden.
Yeah, I think as well, you just spoke about the Metacarpus nodes. It tells me that potentially Greg is looking that this game might go longer.
Yeah.
So Greg is looking at potentially having to combo at some point or a bit of a mini combo. So I'm looking out to see if Greg is playing things like Rampant Growth Life, of course. Are we going to see a bit of a bigger sort of mini combo to try and end the game? So Greg's probably going to want to try and slow this game down a little bit potentially, chip a bit of life, keep his life total high, and we'll see if what Ben has to say about that.
Yeah, in the opening hand, there was actually 2 of those Metacarpus, 2 of the Emerald of Scolding coming through there, and the second one being pitched away just to start it off with that Waning Moon. Only 2 damage coming through here, but we'll see actually pitching through a red as well as a blue. So no damage actually coming across for the side of Greg Illingworth, but if he is on that kind of slower plan, pitching that Emerald of Scolding towards the bottom and now drawing back up, and we'll see what Dodd can do with this terrifying deck of KO.
Yeah, Ben actually pitched looking for a scrap there. You want to find those once you've got something like a Mocking Blow already in the graveyard, but wasn't able to do that. So he had to actually pitch away that red, which is a bit awkward.
Now, Hayden, this card here that we're seeing on the screen, Outside Interference. One of, in my opinion, the craziest cards we've seen. It is an attack for 6 that doesn't block, but importantly, discard. You may reveal a reviled action card from your inventory and put it in your hand. From your inventory, Hayden.
Yeah, and you see Ben there just deciding which card to potentially take. Finding, I wonder what we're going to see. And it's so interesting because we've not really seen this sort of toolbox element of being able to grab cards from outside. And does decide there we go. Tear down the idols is the pick for Dodd.
Yeah, and so tear down the idols. And this is, if you actually look at the hero lists for any card, any deck that can run the Outside Interference, they're actually not running all of their best cards in the deck because they want them off to the side. And tear down the idols, coming in for 7, but when it attacks a revered hero, does have Intimidate as well. So just going to be 7 damage, and we'll see Channel. Sorry. So we're going to see a Rootbound Carapace in the defense reactions, but Channel Mount Heroic being blocked with by Greg Illingworth, a card not often seen in the Verdance list.
Yeah, this tells me we're going to see something very different from Greg. I thought there was a Millennium Tree at first, but it's actually a Channel Mount Heroic. Tells me we're going to see potentially some go-again attacks in Greg's deck?
Yeah, maybe. Or maybe he just wants, to kind of combine it with the Barkskin of the Millennium Tree, which is that equipment that does actually give you the embodiment of Earth. But just coming in with the Pulsing Aether Life, most likely just pitching for the Pulsing Aether. And we'll see Arcane Barrier coming across.
It's important to note Ben is sitting on a nice, juicy red pummel in Arsenal. So just looking for the right turn to set that up. Wasn't last turn, even after going and getting a 7 attack there. Is looking to probably line that up with a nice on-hit effect.
And starting off with a Mandible Claw here for the side of Dodd. And importantly, Hayden, and this is something to really keep track of in the RKO deck, is just the fact that the Tunic is at 3. So the KO Hero ability, very importantly, allows you to buff cards up so their base is 6, but it does cost 4. But once Tunic is online, allows you to really have those turns off that 1 blue. And we're going to see here just swinging the Mandible Claw. And interestingly, and I saw it as well, Outside Interference in hand, Hayden.
Another. There you go. There it is. It's going to give that Mandible Claw go again, of course, as well, importantly.
Yeah. Yeah, and so we'll see here going back into the inventory just to fetch something here, just figure it out. And it is going to be the big bully, kind of the marquee card of these decks. So comes in for 4 by itself, but when it attacks a hero, if you have more life than the crowd boos you, and then if you boo this turn, the base is doubled.
Yeah, I have a feeling we might see the pummel used from Ben here. Does have those 2 resources floating. This feels like the right turn for here. It does, of course, get that Vigor token as well. Yeah. Just while Greg's deciding how to block here, going to line up a couple of cards here. That's a red Emerita Scolding as well. So very interesting list here from Greg. Yeah,
it's interesting to see the red Emerita Scolding alongside the deck that has Channel Mount Heroic. And we are going to see that pummel, pumping it up to 4. And importantly, also stripping a card from Greg Illingworth.
And this is so impactful because Greg has 2. He was set up for a Burn Bear potentially to play next turn. Now has a real decision about what to discard. Ends up going with the blue there.
Yeah, likely just going to set this Burn Baron Arsenal and set himself up for that classic Verdance of block, I guess, with 3 and then Arsenal 1 and then block with 3 to send 6 arcane damage back. But Dodd establishing a life total, a life advantage here at the start of this game. And importantly, we care about that for when we get booed.
100%. This is exactly Ben's plan. What you'll find with a lot of these decks is they will, or these RKO decks, will try and keep their life totals high as possible, use their equipment early to do so that they can make sure that they're getting booed.
Yeah.
They're getting boos as much as possible in that early space.
Yeah, we'll see the pass back here from Greg just after Arsling. And interestingly enough as well, with that Vigor, same thing as the Tunic counter as well, just allows for that 1-card activation. And Ben, looking inside the hand as well, has plenty of options available coming into this turn.
Yeah, what's also interesting, just seeing the cards Ben has played so far, is that this list from Ben isn't necessarily really leaning into the KO hero ability. It's a lot of bigger attacks on hits. It looks like Ben wants to methodically choose when to set up those hands where he can use the hero ability. But otherwise, just wants to play good value out of this deck. You're seeing, I think Ben has a CNC still sitting on hand. We've seen, of course, even just an attack for 7 previously.
Just playing for the good numbers. And Big Bully, again, a card back-to-back's pretty good. And again, because we're sitting at that higher life total, the crowd boos, so that Vigor's going to be generated, and as well the double base here. So coming in for 8, but has the resources available with 1 card in hand as well as the Tunic counter if you would like to activate the KO ability. And it represents a big chunk of damage here.
Yeah, I wonder if Greg's also now thinking about another pummel potentially.
Yeah. Terrifying to think about as well. So 2 cards being lined up here. Pulse of Candlehold, an important one for that later part of the game as well, as I believe is a Pulsing Aether Life. So just blocking for 6. Oh, here we go though. Ben, Tunic activation. Oh, the CNC is going to get pitched in. Yeah, the KO ability is going to be activated as well. First time we're seeing this. So what it does, it changes the base of the card to 6. And Big Bully does actually read, it doubles the base. That's why we're seeing this pumped up to 12. But the Rootbound Carapace, importantly, going to come across and does multiple things in this matchup. Not only is it obviously defending for damage, but importantly, as it is a yellow, gets those Earth cards into Banish.
Yeah, it's really important that I think if Greg is going to find a foothold in this game, he needs to even the life totals up. And the way that I think Greg has to do that is not lose too much more life. So Ben has seen 2 big bullies, which is really important to note. That's 2 of the primary sort of cards that Greg's worried about out of the way, and now just needs to think about how he can deal damage.
Yeah, and looking through here, so the Burn Bear is going to come through, but importantly, Greg Illingworth pitching a Will of the Arcana, a fable that we don't often see from the Verdance deck, and it does amp up the Burn Bear. And if you're Ben Dodd, if this game does go late, you suddenly realize that the math that you're used to versus Verdance might be a little bit different with that additional amp.
Yeah, it's a nice 2-card 7 there. Ben has a defense reaction hand that's a little bit awkward for Ben because I think Ben would have been cheering when he saw that Channel Mount Heroic hit the bin early on. I've kept my defense reactions and I'm feeling good. But Greg has so far not played an attack action, just throwing arcane damage at Ben's way. Yeah,
perhaps that Channel Mount Heroic more of a bait. And as well, thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. This is round number 1 of the Calling Sydney, so plenty of flesh and blood to go. And Greg Illingworth doing what Verdance wants to do, throwing those big Burn Bears across. And now we'll see coming through, the card that is the absolute wheelhouse of Ben Dodd's deck, Mocking Blow. Hayden, it's just this innocuous attack for 1.
Of course it is, except that it says a lot more than that, right? And of course we know that Ben is at higher life, so is going to get booed by playing this Mocking Blow, and of course has been booed. So this is now an attack for 5. The life total is just so important in this match, and this is how it can snowball for a hero like Underhanded Cheat. Keeping that life total, keeping that life lead. I think potentially Greg is going to have to turn to some of this equipment soon. Yeah, and as well, it is just an attack for 5 for now, but it is a base 1 attack. And it's interesting, Hayden, explain to me a little bit how this base increasing actually works with an effect like Mocking Blow. Yeah, so of course, Mocking Blow gives the damage over top, gives that +4 attack over the top. So if Ben wanted to go ahead and activate this Underhanded Cheat ability, change that base to 6 damage, this would of course be just an attack for 10. Just an attack for 10. Just maybe out of nowhere a little bit. My favorite thing is when you also pair it with another pump or another little bit of underhanded trickery. So we'll see what Ben has in store here. Yeah, luckily enough, though, this attack does come for 0, so Greg doesn't have to worry about a pummel coming across, but does sort of open the gate for what if they're running some tricky Razor Reflex. Yeah, does that pass through Greg's mind potentially? I don't know, and it's interesting. I can tell you right now, Ben's probably got a lot going through the mind. A Pulsing Aether Life will be the block, at least currently, and we'll see if Ben decides instead to actually, considering now, he's going to activate the KO ability as well. So suddenly, that a little innocuous attack for 1, suddenly coming across for 10. That's a little bit more damage coming through. Yeah, and it looks like Greg is deciding to block with 1 card here because Greg wants to come back with damage. Like you said, don't have to worry about the pummel, don't have to worry about the discard effect here. Gets to keep the 3 card here.
And the sigil coming through as well, of course. It does seem a little innocuous running a sigil on a deck that wants to be aggressive, but as we said, Hayden, the life total organization, super important here. And Greg, down on life, but again, Verdance, a deck that can come back from really big life deficits.
But when you are behind on life, here's a card that does provide some decent value, as Greg is currently.
Yeah, Scar for a Scar coming across. Definitely lower life, so the go again. And I see an Enlightened Strike in hand for the side of Greg Illingworth as well, so going to be able to string together some damage and probably likely also set up for a pretty for an Arsenal card as well. So a point of damage leaking across here for Greg. Plenty of options left available. And this is always quite scary if you're on the side of Ben Dodd. You never know if you're getting arcane damage thrown at you next or what, but it's just going to be an Enlightened Strike coming through here for 7. So deciding Greg, instead of trying to set up that Arsenal card, just wants to push damage and try and just minimize this life disparity.
Yeah, I like this. You've got to try and get this life total discrepancy down. You've got to try and get Ben to play on your level, so to speak.
Yeah.
And we're going to see the equipment come into play at some point for Greg, the Barkskin Millennium Tree, the Crown of Providence, but you want to use it at the right time. Of course, we're not currently online in terms of that Barkskin. We've just done the 1 banish so far to the Rootbound Carapace, but as soon as we can find maybe potentially another Rootbound Carapace from Greg's side, just block up defensively, then we can sort of hold that life total, keep it nice and stable. But what Greg also has to manage to do at the same time is also find some damage to take Ben down closer into those 20s range. And Ben really thinking about the block here.
Yeah, going to use the Scabskin Leathers as well as a Swing Big here just to block up some of that damage. And again, just using the equipment block here for Ben when he can, because he knows the lower the life total goes down, the less likely that physical damage is going to be the threat to him. And still managing to keep 2 cards in hand plus the card in Arsenal. A Vigor will pop at the start of the turn as well. So has that additional resource coming through. Ooh.
Vigor's so important, of course, for the 0 cost as well. We're not going to see it as so much this turn because it's a bit of an awkward hand for Ben. A lot of reds in this hand, unfortunately, Ben had. But Show of Strength is going to come in here. Yeah,
Show of Strength, a 2 for 8, but does get -1 for each card with 6 or more attack defending it. A deck like Verdance, not often going to be having those big attacks, at least, again, you know, compared to something like another Brood or a Guardian. And looking over at the hand of Greg Illingworth here as well, we are seeing another one of those Channelman Heroics.
Yeah, and I was going to say, especially with Greg's list, it's a little bit less of a worry.
Yeah, so the Channelman Heroic's going to be there, and the Shelter from the Storm is also going to be the defense reaction coming through. A single point of damage leaking through, and Ben probably pretty happy with how this is going. Stripping cards, keeping cards in the arsenal, and setting up for those bigger turns with that Tunic counter. No access to the Vigor token at the start of the next turn, but we'll have that Tunic on 3.
So important. Yeah, between Vigors and Tunic, it's such a good call out, Matt. It's the most important thing to make sure that you consistently operate and activate that KO ability. And I think Ben also might have put a Mocking Blow into Arsenal as well. So kind of the perfect turn to be on a Tunic counter next turn if he can find a blue.
Yeah, Destructive Aether Tide is going to be the card coming across now. As we can see from Greg's side, running the Waning Moon, so he's not going to have any way of naturally amping this at the start of the turn. So it is just representing a singular point of damage, and that surge effect not really threatening. And yeah, Ben's just going to say, you know what, I'll take the singular point, but the Waning Moon's going to come across, and that's another Emerald Scolding.
This is such an awkward hand for Greg. He really would have liked to have blocked with that whole hand, because this is effectively a 2-card 3 that Greg is having to throw here just to try and chip damage away. I wonder if Greg potentially could have thought about holding back the defense reaction and arseling it for a future turn, but instead just decides, I need to push damage here and try and get Ben down a little bit lower here. Just keep chipping away. And also, can Ben use a 5-card hand? That's always the question, right? So Greg's now asking, okay, I've chipped a bit of damage. I kept my life. I took 1 damage last turn. Show me what you can do.
Yeah, but, you know, a good way of using a 5-card hand for a Brute, looking for a scrap. Plenty of 1 costs as well. Hey, you know those Mocking Blows we were talking about, Hayden? Naturally, they only attack for 1, so going to be banished here. So 5 go again. So kind of not what Greg wanted to see, as we still have plenty of cards left for Ben, and the life total's just starting to just get further and further apart. Has plenty of blocking prowess, and interestingly enough, on the side of Greg, is going to have that mental block, so we'll be able to set up an arsenal regardless as well.
Yeah.
But 5 damage is going to come straight through.
Greg has found himself with another awkward hand, though. I think it's a double Command and Conquer, E-Strike, and a blue. Not really what you want to see. And there it is. There's the Mocking Blow from Arsenal that we spoke about.
Yeah, Mocking Blow as well. Still has plenty of resources floating. So not only is he going to be able to pump this Mocking Blow up, should he want to, but sit on an Arsenal card as well. And again, you can't... 10 damage is coming across. And yeah, Crown of Providence and the Barkskin and the Millennium Tree. But sadly... no, he does have enough cards in Banish, I believe.
I think... No, I'm not sure he does.
Double Carapace?
We had double Carapace.
Yeah, but regardless, not going to be blocking with any
It's not gonna be
non-attacks
relevant
anyway.
here, though. Yep. Yeah, I think the
Yeah.
first Carapace couldn't be decomposed because he didn't
Right.
have enough Earth cards in the
Yeah.
graveyard. So just the one.
Yeah. And this is interesting as well. So Ben knows he's not going to get over the top, but does decide to activate the KO ability here just to get that awkward blue card, not IP penalty himself as well.
Yeah, we spoke about overcrowded in the pre-show, but not really, not a card Ben wants to keep in hand on this particular turn. Just ship that to the bottom.
Yeah. But interestingly, though, Greg's been able to keep a 2-card hand, which is pretty good. And looks like, yeah, the Command and Conquer is going to come across, the mental block being pitched now, just trying to threaten that arsenal and, you know, might be in a situation finally where Ben's going to have to give up some of these cards and sort of take maybe that little bit of an off turn, that little bit of breathing room that Verdance needs to start clawing this back.
Yeah, and Ben with actually a really awkward hand if we just take a look at a lot of reds, a pummel, and a mocking blow. Not the best hand there for Ben, unfortunately. So we're probably just going to see a bit of just an in-between turn here for Ben, because he does have a swing big in Arsenal. So
Yeah.
just come in for 8, and looks like we kept that pummel. So potentially...
Yeah. As well, we have the Tunic available. And so this is the really scary thing. Yeah, so we are just going to see the swing big in this instance, right? So Mocking Blow being pitched, a resource floating, and he's still going to have that Tunic counter going in. But an interesting thing about this KO deck, right, is that if he decided to swing with that Mocking Blow, you have to play around the KO ability. He could have a hand of 2 reds, but you don't know if he has the ability to pump that suddenly from 4 to 9, 5 to 10, you know what I mean? It is such a terrifying deck to be on the receiving end of.
Yeah, and of course this Tunic is up, so Ben can throw this pummel if he wants to here. And I like the little bit of showmanship from Ben of like, well, if you block this out, you can have it. You know, you could have a Quicken. would you like a Quicken?
Oh, but the pummel's going to come across as well. So not only are we not getting a Quicken, but it's going to be a card discarded. A Shelter will be coming across from Greg's side, but that's still a lot of damage coming through. 8 damage being pumped and also a discard of a card. Now, Verdance does operate pretty well off of 2 cards, but ooh, interestingly enough, the card going into the bin is one of the ways that he can get back into this game. Light up the Leaves Head, and one of the more powerful cards available to Verdance.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what Greg has decided to keep instead of this.
Yeah,
Emeritus is the keep.
Yeah, so a red Emeritus coming through just for 4 here.
Yeah, Ben is kind of, in true underhanded cheat fashion in the arena, has got Greg on the ropes here.
Yeah.
Now just kind of needs to navigate this and make sure that no big turn comes through, that too many awkward hands don't come through here for Ben. Just needs to try to just guide this through now, I would say, is the position Ben is in.
And I think Greg is praying to try and find a way of decomposing here. Needs to find a way of at least getting that 4th Earth card into Banish. And now we're back into the blender here as we're going to see once again the card, the 9 of the Mocking Blow coming across.
Yeah, and you can kind of see here, like when underhanded cheat can just stay ahead, continually get booed, continually do what it needs to do, that it just can kind of start to snowball a little bit. And of course, Ben does have the resources here to activate that KO underhanded cheat ability and just go for more damage over the top here.
Hey, you know, non-hit doesn't matter when we're just chipping down half of your life suddenly shaved off as Ben Dodd being able to just chain together these Mocking Blows and swing bigs. And Greg, 4 to 32, not a lot of life to play around with, but if there's a deck that can do it, it is Verdance. And we'll see here passing it back in. This is important. Okay, so the Cadaverous Tilling is going to come across. A Decompose will happen as well. So we're finally at that mark where, so we're going to be seeing 3 additional Earth cards coming through. So the ability is active, 8 damage. Nothing to scoff at as well, but importantly, when we block with that Millennium, the Bark Tree, it is actually going to be able to come across and allow us to have that Embodiment of Earth token.
Yeah, and you see something interesting here. Ben has drawn the 3rd Sigil of Solace in hand here. And Ben is so far ahead in life. The Sigil of Solace is not very relevant, right?
No.
But what is relevant is that it's not necessarily a threat that's going to come in and pressure Greg after this.
Yeah.
So, yes, it does just get you 3 life, which is fine. But if Greg, you know, could potentially just string together a bunch more of these sort of 2-card 8 turns, turn on Verdance's hero ability, it's not impossible to get back into this game.
Particularly when we're actually seeing a full commitment block here. So the 3 cards are available to block, are being blocked by Ben Dodd and Greg. That's got to be such a sigh of relief as you see a singular card and KO off a single card at most is threatening a claw.
Yeah, finally going to take a turn off.
The Vigor's going to come across and likely Ben's just going to throw that card into Arsenal. And interestingly, if we actually take a look here at the hand of Greg, importantly, Burn Bear, a card that's being drawn as well as another red Emeritus Scolding.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how Greg navigates this. does he get a little bit greedy and try and set up the Ring of Roses, thinking that if I'm going to win this game, it needs to go longer? But ultimately just decides to throw the Burn Bear. Let's go 8 damage to the face, try and get Ben down into that low 20s, and then say, what do you got, Ben?
Yeah. And Burn Bear, definitely a way of doing it. Plenty of cards available. Again, Verdance, not a deck that can usually string together these big 5-card hands, but we've seen some interesting card choices from the side of Greg already, but the Waning Moon going to be the choice here. And yeah, the Ring of Roses just getting pitched. No way we can afford to take a turn off just to deploy that.
No, I think it's too late in the game for that. If you're going to do this, it's going to be through big chunks of damage, not small increments of life gain and pings here and there.
Yeah, Tunic to 3 though, as the turn is passed back for Ben Dodd, and we sort of talked about how important it is and sort of considering the options, and a pummel in hand as well as a big bully. And this is a card that can really start to turn the tides, definitely at the life advantage. So it is going to be doubled again. So at minimum 8 damage coming across. But Hayden, I think he has a pummel in hand as well.
I don't think it's, I think it's a defense reaction and yeah, Poison the Well. He's playing Poison the Well, interestingly.
Oh,
But he can still activate, of course, the hero ability here. Does have the blue in hand. So is threatening 12 damage here, really. And Greg just says, okay, I just have to throw the hand then.
Yep, and this is sort of the nature of it as well. Yeah, so just going to decide to run the Sigil out here as well, just to sort of gain that life, clear that arsenal for something well, and the Poison the Well in the hand as well. So it kind of turns off that giant life gain turn that's kind of really be able to swing this game back.
Yeah, Ben just prepared, right, in case that was what he got paired into, a more of a combo-based Verdance. Not the case here necessarily, so happy to just exactly pitch it away, get rid of it. You don't want to see that card in your hand, especially if you draw more blues next turn. You want to make sure that you cycle into blues that would actually do something, potential attacks, mocking blows, for instance. Yeah. These sorts of things. And the chuckle from Greg as he sees the Poison the Well in the hand as well going down. Nothing from him as the turn's going to get passed back. Ben draws up as well. The Vigor will pop and plenty of resources available for the side of Ben Dodd here, and this is where you get a little bit scared if you're Greg Illingworth. Yeah, I would say that Ben's hands have not lined up completely fantastically for him, though. This looks like an all-red hand here that Ben is now facing down, which is not the worst. He can play with this. He does have a looking for a scrap, which is going to go a long way to taking cards out of Greg's hand at this life total. But Ben is, and this is what happens when you play defense reactions in your deck. You play Poison the Wells. You play also your main game plan of attack actions, pummels. The hands can just get a little bit awkward. I think Ben's going to be able to navigate this just fine as it is, but potentially if the game was a little bit closer, if in terms of life totals, if Greg wasn't having to commit cards to almost every single chain link, I think it could be a little bit more awkward for Ben here. Yeah.
It would put the base to 6, and then this has a +1 effect on
Ben is just explaining there to Greg exactly what happened if he did activate the hero ability there.
Yeah, and that's always the threatening thing as well, right? We talk about these giant life swings when we talk about the KO ability, but just threatening the fact that it can just push that little bit of extra. And I love this decision for the Barkskin of the Millennium Tree. Barkskin of the Millennium Tree at the very start here. So we're going to have that Embodiment of Earth for the next attack coming through. So it's allowed to just fully block out this looking for a scrap, and then as well setting up for whatever the next attack is going to have a little bit more defensive prowess.
Yep. And coming in for 8 here now as well.
Yeah, blocking 8 across, using that Embodiment of Earth to perfection there. So no damage leaking through, and the 2 reds for Ben Dodd sort of means that Greg knows that he's not at risk of that being pumped up, and now we'll see as well, just coming back through, Greg likely. And Greg doing his due diligence as well, just asking Ben, do you want to respond to the popping of the Embodiment of Earth?
Wrong matchup for that one, I think. So Ben navigated that pretty awkward hand from all reds and still put out quite a lot of damage. You see the power of Vigor tokens there, right? And still got to keep that Tunic counter up for this turn as well.
Yeah, we're going to see an interesting decision. Not all of these RKO decks are actually running it here as well, but give and take.
Yeah, very interesting card to see. And I wonder if this is a bit of a, not a concession, but just a bit of an eye towards potential slow matchups and potential fatigue for underhanded cheat. You might see in other matchups. It's also just go again, right? Good against Gravy as well, of course, for clearing particular allies. That's going to get rid of your Sawbones, very importantly. So it kind of does make sense to see these go again cards alongside. Of course, looking for a scrap is an absolute all-star in this deck, I think. But give and take just your additional options alongside cards like Enlightened Strike for go again. Yeah. And while that was happening as well, Cadaverous Tilling was being committed to it. And importantly now, we are going to see the Verdance hero ability has been enabled. You see the hero was flipped over, so it's no longer a textless hero, so definitely available. But that 5 go again and then into the claw as well. Yes, the whole hand has been forcibly removed from Greg Illingworth there. Ben Dodd able to really navigate. Again, we talk about not usually having access to huge amounts of go again, but was able to string through a 3-long chain here. Yeah, Ben does need to leak through, of course, those final points of damage at some point.
Yeah.
And the risk is that you were seeing some of these awkward hands from Ben, and Greg's just hoping, oh, okay, you've drawn a lot of all-red hands. What about an all-blue hand? Looks like what Ben might have drawn. Of course, Underhanded Cheat can get through those all-blue hands with the hero ability, but it does significantly limit the amount of damage potential.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's probably the power of the deck as well, is as you get to that second cycle of just your blue cards, they're all randomly turned into 6 attacks. But in this instance, just going to come across with a claw. Bit of a setup turn here as we see an agility as well as a might token being created.
Yeah, losing the Smashback Alehorn there, I think it's a great card to help you mitigate some of those off turns. So a bit of a setup here, and then yeah, he's going to the inventory again.
Yeah. The outside interference being discarded in the resolution step of the Mandible Claw to give it go again. And once again, we have the bully coming across. Here he is. This one from the side, the mocking blow. And again, we sort of talk about it, Hayden. This is why if you would have probably thumbed through the deck, you'd be confused why you're only running, 6 of them. It's because the rest of them are in the inventory.
Yeah, and Greg actually had the felling this turn to be able to try and swing back at Ben and maybe break serve a little bit. But unfortunately, although it was a hand of all blues, Ben's able to turn one of those blues into a mocking blow. You just see the power of that card of outside interference. All gone now, though. That was the last outside interference for Ben Dodd.
And that is, I guess, the downside of it. Once you've gone through 03, all of those power cards that you've decided to leave inside your inventory, you no longer have access to them. But just the flexibility of being able to pull the right card at the right time, so impactful.
Yeah, and Ben's got the trifecta here for his next turn with that Vigor token, Agility token, and Might token ready to pop off.
Yeah, and so this is where we're really going to start to see the amount of damage that Ben can come through. Looking for a scrap has been drawn. A blue looking for a scrap, interestingly enough, and Ben looking over into his arsenal as well. The defense reaction sitting there. Not the most amount of value he's been able to get, and we'll just see once again a claw coming through. This will be for 4, though, and it already has the go again.
Yeah, that Shelter from Storm been sat in there for a number of turns at this point for Ben Dodd. Not able to be used, but we're still pushing the damage. That's the main thing. If Ben has to take an off turn at some point, there is a differentiation to get rid of. Yeah, wow. Yellow Sigil of Sauce is a very interesting card to see from Ben Dodd there. So he's really committed to this idea of being able to gain life at maybe off-turn points, first turns of the game, these sorts of things. So, yeah, quite interesting to see that. That is a decent resource card, though. Yeah.
And looking for a scrap's going to come across this one. Just going to be for 3, but again, the actual amount of damage, it doesn't matter here. We're just trying to leak the
lethal.
damage.
It's lethal.
True,
Gotta block it.
true.
Got to block. I love seeing what Ben Dodd cooks up because it's just I think one of the most interesting deck builders in the game. Has been on sort of Assassin Heroes in the past. Of course, known for Azuri, winning a calling on Azuri, of course, when it was, struggling a lot more.
Yeah. We'll see the 6-block coming across. So this is threatening an activation, but no, and I love this, right? This is not what these cards are in the deck for, but the hand is going to come across as one card is left. Ben Dodd able to put on an absolute clinic with the underhanded cheat KO here coming through. Just incredible stuff, showing the absolute power that this hero has, being able to turn those resource cards into 6 attacks and as well threatening those ginormous attacks coming across as well. Just incredible stuff as Ben Dodd's going to go up 1-0 at the Calling Sydney.
Yeah, I'm glad we got to see underhanded cheat kick off the day and some really cool turns there as well. And you saw the power of cards like outside interference, what you're able to do with a card like that, go and find your toolbox almost. You've got that toolbox inventory, and Ben was just able to keep the damage up. Really got that early life lead and kind of didn't look back. It was just so hard for Greg to get a footing back into the game. We thought a couple of times maybe there's an angle hero there potentially, but ultimately Ben was just able to navigate even some of those, what I would call, off hands, those all red hands, and made underhanded cheat look really good, I would say, even on those awkward hands.
And it's really interesting as well, looking at this underhanded cheat deck. You think about what brutes generally want to do. There was some very interesting card choices in his deck as well, Hayden.
Yeah, Yellow Sigil of Solace, for instance. We saw the Overcrowded that we spoke about. So it really feels to me like Ben has crafted this deck list to be a bit of I guess something for the format right now. Different toolbox. We spoke about toolbox elements for the format right now, but you saw the value plays, not as much sort of, CNCs. You've got this attack for 7 out of the inventory. Yeah. So a lot of just damage and value cards as well. Pummels, of course. I think that's pretty standard in underhanded cheat. But then also, of course, can lean into those wider combat chains like we saw creating agility tokens as well. So it's very, very cool to see that from Ben Dodd there. And interested to see can he keep this going?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a very cool hero. I'd love to see I personally would, bit biased, but I'd love to see underhanded cheat, you know, in the top 8 for calling tomorrow.
Yeah, me too. And look, if you guys are equally as inspired as Hayden and I, and you want to pick up some cards for underhanded cheat, the wonderful thing about it is Super Slam is out now. You can jump into your local game store to be able to pick up not only underhanded cheat, but some of, in my opinion, Hayden, the coolest heroes that we have seen in recent history. Tough Nut, you know, a fan favorite, 3 intellect, but able to do some incredible things as well. Pallades, the most interesting Guardian class, the most interesting Guardian that we've ever printed. KO that we've just seen as well, Lyath. The first 5 intellect hero coming across as well.
Yeah, I was going to say Pallades, maybe, but I'm personally more interested in Lyath. And I think, you know, I'd love to get some Lyath on stream today. I'm curious, would you out there watching, would you like us to get some Lyath on stream today? Because personally, bias again, but I would like to get some Lyath on stream.
I would love to see that as well, Hayden. Of course, not only do we have these new heroes, but some pretty incredible cards coming through in the set, even if you're not maining one of these main heroes. In particular, this Fabled Hayden. This card is incredible.
Yeah, this is a card that I think we're going to see play a role this weekend, in 2 weekends' time at the World Championships. This is a card that is good in this current format, but I've also seen this card absolutely ruin people because they can't block with it as well. So it is a bit of a cost, that one Authority of Attire, but Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex, cards like that as well, just so cool to see. Yeah,
as well. 31 expansion slot cards coming through. So even if, you know, you're like me, a Wizard one trick or whatnot, there's going to be something in there for you. Light Up the Leaves for myself, one of the best Wizard cards ever printed. I'm just going to point it out there. And as well, a variety of just incredible things to build and add to your decks as well.
Yeah, if you're a Puffin player, for instance, Backspin Thrust is a very, very big upgrade that has been gotten from the set. So there is, I love these expansion slots. I think they just bring so much to each of these new releases. You get to play with, of course, something I said like Super Slam, which is just cool. A lot of flavor. New heroes as well, like you said. A couple of our favorite Guardians potentially. But then also, if you're a mech player, if you're potentially a Gravy player still, lots of options for you.
Yeah, and as well, some pretty important and incredible reprints. You know, Felling of the Crown and Plow Wonder, if you're an Earth player, you'd love to see these reprinted. Warmonger's Diplomacy, a card that, you know, just an incredible utility blue. And then 2 of my favorite equipments of all time, New Horizon with, I'm sorry, some of the most beautiful art I've seen.
Amazing.
It is incredible in person. And Flick Knives, a card that we're likely going to be seeing a lot of over the weekend, Hayden.
Yeah, pretty important card in this meta right now, and has been for a little bit as well. So I think, you know, of course, great to see this reprinted in Super Slam.
Yeah, exactly. And Super Slam is available now from your local game store. So get around it. Come play some of these incredible new heroes. And Hayden, we've been talking a lot about these new heroes, and I'm hoping that we're going to see them represented not only today, but hopefully tomorrow as well. And I would love to see, in particular, Lyath. I'd love to see some Pallades in as well. We've seen what Archaic can already do.
What about Tough Nut?
Tough Nut, you know, if I see a Tough Nut in top 8, I'll eat my jacket.
Very good.
Incredible stuff. But ladies and gentlemen, do not go anywhere, as we are going to take a very short break and be right back with round number 2 of the Calling Sydney. We'll be right back.
flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they stunt. She knows cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they stunt. She knows cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people lie, but they really want to know.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Calling Sydney. We're jumping into round number 2, and Hayden, our wishes have been answered. We got a Lyath on stream.
We got a live?
We got a Lyath on stream. We're going to be having not only a Lyath on stream, Hayden,
All right.
but a Lyath versus Oscilio.
Ooh.
An incredible matchup for game number 2. And again, Lyath is a deck that I think is a little unexplored. You know,
I think
not
so.
sure what to see, but Oscilio just go hard, go fast.
I think Oscilio, I think is the 4th best deck in the format. And they
Yeah?
don't sound like, only 4th best deck in the format, but I do think there is a bit of a solidified 3 right now as we sort of round out this season. But there is 4 or 5 decks, heroes that are knocking on the door saying, no, I am in contention to win a calling, to potentially win a world championships.
Yeah.
And Oscilio, I think, is running at the front of that pack because it is just such an explosive deck. And this Reviled Guardian is going to have some work on its hands to contain that.
Absolutely. But again, a deck that I've played around with a little bit, but there's so much headroom for 5 intellect. And again, we can't stress that enough. Drawing 5 cards a turn is such a big deal. It's something that I didn't know how they were ever going to be able to do.
Well, I think they found it, and it's make your attacks and defense weaker. So I'm super excited to see what Ollie Berry, 2-time New Zealand national champion, who is piloting this Lyath deck, has brought to the table with some maybe creative new things we haven't necessarily seen. It is, as you say, a bit of an underexplored hero, but if anyone can explore it, it's a 2-time national champion, surely.
Yeah, surely, right? And we are going to be jumping right into the game with Ollie going up against, again, another transatlantic battle. Oliver Berry going up against Michael Postle. He's going to be playing that Oscilio list, and Oliver Berry is going first. Not sure if that's what it was, but both of these players are going to be coming 1-0 into this game, and I'm so excited, Hayden. I'm so excited to see what both of these decks bring, how they approach this matchup, because, again, how much practice does Michael actually have into Lyath?
Probably like most people, not that much. And the first thing when I look at a Lyath is, what is the equipment suite that we're going to see? And that is an Arc Knight Fortress plus the Arc Knight Skull Cap for Ollie. So he has brought all of the arcane barrier to the table here.
Yeah, and so that is a thing to sort of note. So for those of you who haven't really seen Arcanite Fortress before, it's not only got, you know, the Guardwell ability where it's got, in this instance, 2 block because we have 2 things with Arcanite in it, but also Spell Void X with the number of Arcanite equipment. So this means that Michael might have a really hard time pushing through some of this arcane, and Oliver starting off with this again, another deck running sigil.
Yeah, this is how you make use of your 5 cards, is make sure you have the right value on them and they don't get halved by your hero ability. And sigil, of course, sigil sauce does do that for Ollie.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
so okay, so Oliver kind of explaining as well. So to the left side of his board means that they're sitting there, and on the right side it means that they've been activated. And Boo's going to be the first new card we're seeing here. Double booze! Welcome to Australia. We're deciding to absolutely start drinking it up at the start here. And when this enters or leaves the arena, the crowd boos you, and then you destroy it at the start of the turn. But we're going to see the double V here. And in response to the pass back, we're going to see one of the more important cards, Channel Lightning Valley, a card that in the Oscilio deck represents some pretty incredible and scary stuff.
Yeah, we're straight off to the races on turn 0. I am already buckled up for this game, Matt, because turn 0, Ollie's got a decision here. Do we swing? But ultimately says, no, I'm going to hold back. I'm going to Arsenal and try and set up to punch back with my might tokens and my booze.
Yeah, the double booze start has got to be, regardless of gameplay, my favorite start to a game of Flesh and Blood I've ever seen. And yeah, it's not cheating, ladies and gentlemen. Oliver Berry has drawn 5 cards because Lyath is the first hero that we've ever seen printed with 5 intellect. But passing it over to Michael here, we're going to see Electric Magnetism, one of the newer cards coming through. And when it attacks, you may play a non-attack action card, this chain link, as though it were an instant. And essentially also means go again.
Yeah, not a card that you see actually out of a lot of these Oscilio decks. They don't often opt for many of these cost cards. Yeah, you see them sometimes in their side deck or their inventory as options in certain matchups. Yeah. It is going to be able to keep around this Channel Lightning Valley. Like you said, got it down on turn 0, which is really important. So what this is kind of telling me is that we're not going to see necessarily the quick fire action that we often see out of these Oscilio decks. It might be a little bit of a slower game than you might expect from Oscilio, looking to establish some of that value and then set up a really big amp turn at some point. And I think Ollie kind of recognizing that and bringing in, we also didn't talk about the Arcane Lantern here on Ollie's side as well. There is a lot of ability to stop Arcane damage on Ollie's side.
Yeah, so at minimum, Hayden, we have 3 Arcane Barrier with Spell Void 2. But if he's also lower life total, that Arcanite Skullcap, a card that was an absolute staple of early Flesh and Blood, will also give you an additional 3.
Exactly. And here we see a very important card from the Oscilio side. It's a Mind Warp. And I want to keep track of these because Mind Warps are very important. And this is, I would say, not a super high value Mind Warp here. It's very easy for Ollie to deal with this with just 1 card, as we see. And like we spoke about, how do you get value out of your cards that have half damage and half value or half defense? Well, it's when you get to use them for resource value or for effects that are printed on them, like gain 3 life out of Sigil, for instance. So this lines up quite nicely for Ollie here.
Ooh. Yeah, we're going to see the activation of Lyath here as well. Gaining an extra Vigor token as well. Now, we should probably take a little moment just to talk through Lyath as a hero, because it's not something that we see a huge amount. It's still new, and there might be some people here who haven't really played around with the card once before. So the most important part is that static text, which is the base attack and defense of your cards are halved, rounded up. So 5 becomes 3, for example. And then there's obviously an instant ability as well here, Hayden.
Which we just saw activated as well. So Booed created the extra Might token on Ollie's turn, and now really setting up with 3 Might tokens coming through here. What are we going to see out of Ollie? Still 4 cards in hand, plus a card in Arsenal. So a lot to work with.
Yeah, we're going to see a beautiful Nimblism coming through.
I couldn't catch what that card was for a second.
Yeah, and this is the thing, we sort of talk about it. It halves the base, and there's a lot of talk of base, but Nimblism doesn't care about that. So now we're going to see coming through Villainous Pose, so another additional +4. And then
cut a long story short. This card is very, very impactful.
It's crazy also when you think about that. This card coming in, cut a long story short, coming in at base 3, so it's halved up to 2. But then if it's greater than space, it also gets +1. And if it has 13 or more, when this hits, they discard their hand, Hayden.
And of course, Oscilio notorious for being able to defend. Oh, never mind. Oscilio not a deck that's generally able to defend that well. So a towered attack for 13 is going to be very, very difficult for Michael to stop. And this is a really nice start from Ollie. Like you see a lot of pump effects, nice Might token abilities, but did have to pitch 2 reds to do this. So maybe not the most economic for Ollie, as didn't get to play that Sigil or anything. But I think Ollie will be fairly happy with this.
I think so as well. The double boost starting the game off really effectively. Now we're going to see, so damage is going to be coming through, and the rest of the hand will be discarded. But it does put a trigger on the stack for that. So so he's actually just going to discard it both, and opting to discard the channel here because it's not like it's going to be able to stay around anyway. Passing back, 1 card left in Arsenal here for Michael.
That Villainous also playing into effect there as well. So yeah, and Michael unfortunately just going to lose the channel effectively on this turn as well.
Yeah, so the double red being pitched for Oliver there means he is off Arsenal. So Michael, small victories, breathing a little sigh of relief coming through. Yeah, so Oliver just passing him back just in case there's any instant speed effects on his turn. Might want to, boom. We'll see.
Make another Might potentially. So Ollie's, these new Guardians play on both players' turns, both Pleiades and Lyath potentially.
In the palm of your hand.
Yes, in the palm of your hand, going to be coming out.
Comes into play with
Suspenseful.
And again, a draw is going to come through, so plenty of cards still available for Oliver here. And it's just so crazy to me looking at a hero with 5 intellect, just the amount of stuff that you can do. But yeah, so we'll see when that card does leave in the palm of your hand, you're also going to be able to draw a card. And the lines that must be available to the Lyath deck must be so challenging to navigate.
Yeah, and so interesting. I was actually talking to Alexander Dobler, who is a Lyath player, top 8 at World Premier Taipei, a very good player from Singapore, now resides in Sydney. And he's a big Lyath player and was talking about just the different ways you can build it, about the amount of suspense you play versus do you play many suspense auras. And so there's a lot of different thought processes on how you should build these Lyath decks.
Yeah, and as well, leave them hanging the card being played here. So another suspense, but as it enters the arena, you intimidate once, and then when it leaves, the next attack you get is +4. So it has an effect when it comes in, and then as it leaves, it comes out as well.
It's so odd to see Guardians intimidate.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Battered, beaten, and broken the attack coming through. So when it attacks, another intimidate, and if you control 3 or more auras, it does get +3, and when it hits, you destroy one of the intimidated cards, Hayden.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Yeah.
it comes through as well. The Lyath effect sort of also being prevalent, and plenty of
Ollie does have a
auras.
card in hand. Yeah, Ollie does have a card in hand, so
They'll
can potentially pay the 2 resources and activate Lyath here to create the Might token and get that additional +3.
Yeah.
Can. So tricksters. These
Yeah.
reviled heroes just absolute tricksters, right? So Ollie potentially could pump this up to 7, and then also potentially destroy an internet. And Ollie beat the nice guy he is, just explaining what would happen
Yeah.
potentially to Michael here. Or
Yeah.
maybe he wants Michael to know.
And looking over the side of Michael, as you were sort of saying before, Hayden, the Oscilio deck doesn't like to block, and sometimes it just can't, because 2 non-blocks available for Michael here. So one of those intimidated cards is being destroyed, and a lot of damage is going to be pumped through as well. And we'll see 7 damage coming across from this battered, beaten, and broken. And then, the double intimidated cards will be, one of them will be destroyed.
Yeah, Michael had nothing he could possibly do about that one. Just has to say, okay, hopefully I can still pull back a hand. So I think this next turn is, Michael, of course, is going to lose a card here.
Yeah.
Going to get one of the cards back, though. And I believe, is that the 3rd Channel Lightning Valley
I think it
in
is.
Michael's hand? I think he's got to try and make something happen here, because this card, I think, is pretty important in this matchup.
Yeah.
We've seen Ollie already commit a chest equipment, isn't on less life, so... Yeah.
The current funnel being the card discarded there, not what you're looking for, as it may have been his only attack. I'm not sure what's in the arsenal right now, but might still have one more in hand.
Yeah, is it Yellow Blast to Oblivion?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so. Okay, yeah.
Oh, it might be a red even. So does have access to some damage, and does, of course, have the Lightning Press, which
Yeah.
is very important, because these Lyath decks don't play a lot of defense reaction. Guardian, pretty known for its defensive prowess, defense reactions, things like that. That's not really a Lyath deck, to be honest.
No. And also, why would you defend when you have 5 cards? But in response, though, you're going to see coming across. We're talking about these things.
Another Suspense Aura?
Is that another Leave Them Hanging? I think
It
it
is
is,
a Leave Them
yeah.
Hanging.
So Leave Them Hanging, being an instant card, means that not
Instant
only is
speed
it intimidating, but instant speed intimidating. Pulling a card out here, and Michael, it's instant speed cards, but he has nothing to target right now. So with that on the stack, it's going to rip this last card out of his hand, and Oliver Berry showing just what these new incredible revealed action instants can do.
So impressed by how Ollie has navigated this game so far, and being able to do things like this, just picking the right times to disrupt hands, takes away that Lightning Press from Michael that would have potentially gotten this Channel Lightning Valley over the top if Ollie was going to commit to defend this. Now, can Ollie commit to defend this? There's a couple of 2 blocks in hand, which of course are 1 defensive cards.
Yeah.
So Ollie might not even be able to stop this potentially, or it might take all of the hand to do so. So Ollie's got a bit of a decision here, can look to the equipment, but of course playing these Nara equipment doesn't have access to a lot of blocking equipment.
Yeah, and the Skull Cap as well, not going to get value, because for those of you who haven't used it a huge amount before, you have to be lower to get that 2 block out.
I think Ollie's a bit higher, yeah.
I think just a little bit. But no, that life total has sort of been cut here. No, I'm just going to take the damage. And I think Oliver's sort of realizing that having access to these cards means he can keep this pressure on and rip cards. But
Yeah.
yes,
Nice.
okay, so we are going to be able to pitch here to Voltaire, and that's actually just going to keep the Channel Lightning Valley around. The card will be returned from the, again, instant speed intimidate from a Guardian.
Brutes have been wanting this for so long, and we had to get a legendary piece of head equipment to do it, and they're just like, nah, Guardian can just have it. So I'm not bitter, by the way.
No.
I'm not bitter.
And you have to defend with the headpiece to do it too. That was in response to the non-attack being played. That's crazy. But passing back over to Oliver here, as we're going to see.
I'll play a Nimblism.
Oh, the Nimblism's going to come out again.
Battered, beaten, and broken.
And another battered, beaten, and
feel like-
broken coming out
Sorry,
as
I feel
well.
like I've already seen this on repeat.
I think so as well. And no wonder he decided not to block, because, another Intimidation's going to come through.
I don't.
Plenty of auras on the battlefield as well, so immediately going to be threatening that card to be destroyed.
Yeah. I think the good thing is Michael does have this Channel Lightning Valley around that he's able to keep around from, rightly so, pitching to the Voltaire to keep around the Channel Lightning Valley. And it's so important because we said it's the last one, right?
Yeah.
I think, honestly, I can't see how Michael commits to defending this. I think it's got to be a case of maybe you do some Oscilioing to tidy up your hand a little bit if you need to. But I think a big part of this is just going to be, unfortunately, to take this, lose the card. I didn't quite see the card that was intimidating, how important it might be, and try and move on. Hope there's not too much more from Ollie, or maybe you've caught Ollie on a red, and Ollie can't. I guess it doesn't matter actually because there's already too many auras in play. All these six auras, it's already got the buff.
And I was going to say, Hayden.
That's what Michael's clarifying as well.
Yeah, and I think the terrifying thing, if you're in the side of Michael as well, is regardless of whatever you're cracking back with here, Oliver's next attack is going to have +8.
Yeah.
Because
All
those
these
leave them
spins
hanging. Coming off. As well, drawing a card at the start of his turn. So it's not like there's going to be any sort of reprieve from Michael. I think he's identified that just by blocking and going, you know what? I need to survive the next 2 turns and hopefully string something together. But I don't know a huge amount about Lyath in regards to like actually playing the deck. But when you're drawing 5 cards a turn, I feel like bricking is probably a lot less likely.
Yeah. I think you got a few more things to play with, especially during 6 cards when you've got something like your suspense ticking down. So yeah, I think Michael here just saying, well, okay, let's see if I can just take some cards from your hand here. Like you're saying, slow it down a little bit. Because I guess if Michael can sort of chip in a point of damage here, is going to get to draw a card, can potentially get Ollie down to a similar life total. Once Ollie gets down below sort of 20, all of a sudden Michael can potentially set up a really big Oscilio turn. We might see, and of course, yes, we have all this. we have the whole suit of armor when it comes to arcane damage, but physical damage as well.
Yeah, and the interesting thing, so Blast of Oblivion is the card being played, and importantly, the next time you play an instant card that's chain link, you can return an aura permanent with cost 1 or less. Channel Lightning Valley costs 0.
Yeah, and we know as well what's in Arsenal, which is that Lightning Press, and it looks like Electro. It's in hand. Is that a Somersault? It is Somersault in hand for Michael, so it's going to be able to bounce this attack back as well.
But I guess that this is sort of the challenging thing here, Hayden, right? So if you Lightning Press this Blast to Oblivion, it gives you the trigger to be able to return an aura. But it means you don't get the card draw. So what do you prioritize in this instance?
Well, you could, in theory, you could attack for 4 here, Electro Somersault to bounce back the Channel Lightning Valley, come in with your attack, to go again. It doesn't have go again, though, does it?
No, it doesn't. So
he can't even go wide here.
Yeah. But it's like, he could technically like Lightning Press it, which will then bounce the Valley and then play the Valley again. But he doesn't have a way then of like actually
keeping it around.
So it's like it's one of these things where these challenges as well, and it's these decisions where being able to keep the channel around is going to be good, but is it going to be how you win the game? And I don't know what to do in this instance, but we will see.
I'm sure Michael's going to tell us.
Yeah.
There we see the Somersault is going to, as you say, bounce back that Channel Lightning Valley. I think.
Yep, he'll play it out again.
Yep.
Yeah, and then we'll see the Volzers ticking up as well. And then, Lightning Press over the top as well.
Lightning Press and go to 7.
So, so 7 damage coming across. Volzer is going to be pumped up to 4, praying that he finds a Mind Warp or something off the top here, but...
That would be fairly good. Yeah.
Do you craft the Lightning Greaves if you do, is the question.
I think you've got to... I think you've...
I don't know.
I think there's a bit of a decision about if you draw a lightning card, do you just pitch it and keep around your Channel Lightning Valley potentially as well?
Yeah. So he's going to let it resolve. It's
going
to go back to his hand.
We're going to pitch to Volzer here to keep around the Lightning Valley. It's just which card are you pitching? Because it looks like a second lightning card has been drawn here. It is a Comet Storm.
Yeah. So plenty of decisions. And looking over the side at Oliver here.
I like this.
Yeah, I like it too.
I think you've got to keep the attack around because you've got the Channel Lightning Valley for another turn. Just keep the attack around.
And because you've kept the same attack around as well, we can then look at doing the same thing again and being able to recycle this one Channel Lightning Valley. So, yes, it's often hard to keep them around for multiple turns, but when you can just bounce and replay them...
craziness.
Yeah, incredible stuff. But you want to talk about some craziness here. Oliver Berry is about to have 3...
He's all in.
He's all in. 4 auras popped. Draw a card. So he has 4 cards in hand, and one of those cards, Hayden, tear asunder.
Yeah, interesting. Piece of mind in all his hand as well. So maybe battling a little bit between the defensive cards and the offensive cards.
Yeah.
Okay, there's 3 might created off the action here.
Yeah. And now we'll see. Yeah, it's just going to pitch. Ooh. Tear asunder.
Yeah. This is huge. There's another. Another to cut a long story short. This is massive.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm glad he's doing the math. So this is 13 dominate coming through.
Dominate.
on discard everything. Just get rid of it all. You don't get to play the game right now. So 13 dominate, discard your hand, and also you've got like technically Terra Sunder says discard 2 cards, but it's all gone.
Yeah.
But here we go. This is one of the,
short.
Yeah, yeah, fair enough. But in response we are going to see an aura being played out. But look at the cards in Michael's hand as well. These are not cards that you want to be discarding. Current Funnel, as well as that Mind Warp that we were saying is so important.
It's
and Corona Flash, the third one as well.
Yeah, and okay, so we are going to see Michael use the Flash of Brilliance here.
I will block 4 on trigger of Flash of Brilliance.
Yep.
Yeah.
I will discard a lightning card to... I guess it doesn't really matter which I bounce. I'll bounce the CLV to hand.
Okay.
And then I'll replay the CLV.
Yep.
So Michael, just going through the motions there. So this is the thing. Although, Ollie's coming in with this massive attack, both players are actually playing on this combat chain, right?
Yeah. There's plenty of stuff going on. But yeah, that is still 9 damage being pumped across by Oliver Berry here. So Michael, the
losing
whole
one card.
Yeah.
One whole hand's one card in the end, kind of.
Yeah.
Did get the sigil down, which is important.
Yeah, and importantly as well, all 3 of those threatening auras are now gone.
Yeah,
So
the thing now, though, is that all through that, Michael's down to 12.
yeah.
This is very, very significant here. And Ollie still has 3 Might tokens ready to pop off next turn. And oh my... Ollie is doing double Razor Reflex. Wow, okay, let's see how Ollie navigates this attack here from Michael, but that next hand looks absolutely stacked from Ollie because he also has... I think he has is it a Mocking Blow?
Oh my god. It's kind of crazy to sort of look at here.
Let's pop in and have a look. You see, yeah.
A Mocking Blow, double
That's
Razor
pretty good
Reflex.
target for the Razor Reflex, I would say.
Yeah.
And a couple of blues there. So Ollie's maybe got, a blue he can afford to part ways with here for Michael's attack and just keep the life total up a little bit.
Yeah, but no, it's just going to play Peace of Mind, a card that we've not seen. A card we've not seen really outside of what? Uprising.
Oldhim back in the day. Like, this is the first time I've seen a Piece of Mind played in a feature match here in a very long time.
Yeah.
But think about it. Lyath wants to get value out of cards, right?
Yeah.
And this is how you can do that without defending or attacking with them. It's just that whole thing of how many cards can you fit in that do this?
Yeah.
And I think Ollie's really trying to find that out.
Yeah. But you know what's better than a Peace of Mind and a Ponder is going to be this Mocking Blow coming across.
This is going to be absolutely massive here from Ollie. Michael doesn't know it, but we know it. There is 2 Razor Reflexes waiting in this hand.
Hey, a 0 for 8's pretty good.
it's not bad.
And now we're going to see here.
Yeah, Michael's just actually taking a look to see what has been used so far. I think Michael's onto this. He's like, right, what do I have to worry about here? What are the reactions I have to potentially worry about? And is potentially thinking about the Razor Reflex here. Probably familiar at least some amount with Lyath, so I think it's a pretty common thing to play.
See the Oscilio activation there as well. Just probably digging for something to block with, and sadly got another one. But blocking 6 here, so 8. So 2's coming over the top. But the interesting thing as well is that Michael hasn't actually seen a Razor yet. Like, it's not been pitched. We've not seen any blocks. So the fact that there's 2 in hand could be a pretty big blowout. Now, luckily for him, there's not really going to be a giant follow-up, but it's still a lot of damage being pumped across.
Yeah, I think Ollie's now thinking about, do I play both these Razors?
Yeah.
How do I most efficiently use my resources, and how do I potentially keep something around for a bigger turn next turn? Because Ollie could throw both of these, take Michael down to a 4 on paper. Michael actually has a Sigil on hand, Sigil Solace, but Ollie would see Michael going down to 4, but then... Is that good enough, or would you rather just create another Might token, set up a Razor Reflex for a future turn, and I think that's what Ollie is just deciding between.
Yeah, so the first Razor will be committed, and again, this gives information to Michael as well. No, he's just going to send the
Ollie
second
just
one.
loves the damage.
Yeah. Yeah, so Sigil's going to be played in response, so gaining through life, still plenty of damage, and importantly, a Ponder token is going to be available, so Oliver's going to end the turn with an Arsenal regardless as well.
Yeah, and I think that's the big part of that decision, right, is like, I'm going to get a card off the top. The only thing is, like, some of these Guardian decks, and Lyath is no exception to this, you don't always want to Arsenal the card you draw. Maybe more so in this deck than in some other Guardian decks. But I think also Ollie's just like, I just want the damage here. I'm just now at the point where Ollie's going to have, Michael's going to have to respect all the attacks I come through with, all of my bigger turns. Potentially a dominant attack could also just close it out.
Yeah.
Wow, and I think Ollie ripped a Terra Sunder off of that Ponder token. So that's a pretty, you know, we're saying there's some cards maybe you don't want Arsenal. That one's a pretty good option.
Yeah, that one goes into that Arsenal real nice. And we'll see the draw up to 5, and Oscilio is just going to discard again to try and find something. Finds an aura off the top.
Yeah, and Ollie's done such a good job here of keeping... What Oscilio wants to do is really play 4 and 5 card hands. And Michael's just not had the opportunity to do it.
Not once.
I think he said one turn where he had a decision about whether he would block or keep cards. Otherwise, Ollie's just been saying, give me, give me.
Yeah. And we'll see on the end of turn another one of these brand new auras being flashed in.
Another suspense aura there. That's edge of their seats coming down there.
Yeah, so nothing here, but setting up for this big kind of +5 if we get through 2 more turns available.
Yeah, I have a feeling that Ollie is going to probably sit on this Terra Sunder and try and pair it with this edge of their seats next turn, and that's why he just... Oh, never mind. We're just going to go straight for it.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, with the Nimblism, it's pretty good, and then as well, coming through, still has the resources available, and then, 8 Dominate, and in response here, the Oscilio activation, but not only is this going to be coming in for 8 Dominate here, but is also threatening the discard.
Yeah, short shrift here.
Yeah.
With the crush effect, of course, which is if 4 more damage is dealt.
On crush, you discard 1 more.
Yeah, Ollie's doing a better job of explaining it than I am here. Yep, exactly. Discarding a card potentially, of course, but I mean Terra Sunder as well. It is 8 Dominate. I don't see how Michael can stop this one, but is going to have to commit cards because this is also lethal.
Yeah.
In response to that, I
Well, here we go.
play out an electrostatic discharge.
Yep.
I mean, Michael's been able to play the game a lot. It's just not really been on his turn.
Okay.
Nice.
Sigil
I will
abilities.
I think
play
Michael's-
out an instant shock.
Okay, yeah.
Cool.
Yep.
Activate Volzar. Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
I love
I'll
this.
take
You know
four.
what? And I think this is so smart from Michael as well, right? So the card in hand does block, and he's not going to be able to do anything with these cards anyway. So shocks it across as well, and is going to block 3 and goes to 2. Discard the hand. There's nothing left. I've already played it all. Probably wanted to try and get more value out of that, but
Yeah, made the best of a bad situation, really. And does have the Sigil of Brilliance to, of course, pick up another card here as well.
yeah. So the turn being passed over, and
Brilliance on the stack.
Yep.
I'm
Brilliant.
looking at the hand over here as well. We're going to see a card ripped off the top. That pairs pretty well, Hayden, with that +5. It's another Mocking Blow.
Another Mocking Blow.
And then I'll move to end.
So Michael just trying to set up here, but Ollie's got decisions to make. There is 2 more. There's 2 more suspense auras in hand as well. For the looks of it, for Ollie there, and it looks like they are edge of their seats. There's 2 more edge of their seats.
Ooh,
Wow, both coming down.
yeah. And I guess this is the thing with the edge of the seats as well, is the fact it does work on the Titan's Fist. It doesn't care if it's a card that you've played. So this Titan's Fist could just be coming in here with the 1 card hand and setting up again for another one of these ginormous turns later.
Yeah, I think Ollie is saying, right, I'm just going to set this up here. I'm going to come in here with the Titan's Fist, like you say, and see what we can do.
Oh, never mind.
There was the red Mocking Blow.
Yep. That's a bit better than a Titan's Fist. So 10's going to come across. And then the next attack on the turn, regardless, is going to have +10.
Oh, yeah. So I get the mic.
Oh, this deck is so sweet.
I actually thought it was a blue Mocking Blow.
Yeah, so did
red
I.
is quite a bit better.
Yeah. Oh my god. And it's crazy as well because edge of their seats, it doesn't care about Guardian attacks.
Yep.
You know-
Reviled, generic. It's non-discriminate.
Hey, you know what's better than a Command and Conquer for 6? Command and Conquer for 16. Oh, now
Ollie,
you see.
yeah.
I love that though, Michael. The little smile as well. Regardless of whether or not you're at a calling, you want to win. But seeing a deck that's not usually represented a huge amount doing stuff like this, I'm inspired. I want to play this deck.
I don't know how you can't think this is awesome, honestly. Michael here trying to see, can I navigate this turn? Is going to try and find a card to defend with by activating that Oscilio. Does find a card that does block, but it is a 2 block, unfortunately. Does have a Sigil in hand, though.
I will block.
So we're not dead here.
For 7.
Yep, blocking for 7 and then gaining 3 life as well. So staying at 2.
Nothing.
Michael is hanging on here, but now has to consider an absolute barrage coming his way next turn with an additional 11 damage between these 2 edge of the seats and might. So as long as Ollie can find an attack here, I think it's going to be very difficult for Michael to survive this next turn. Let's see what he can do.
I don't even think he needs to find the attack as well, just as long as he can pitch for Titan's Fist. But looking over at the hand as well, another Razor being in there, as well as some attack. Look, This deck is sweet.
I'm a big fan of this. I'll tell you what, after this calling, I'm going to walk over to Ollie Berry and say, I need your Lyath list, and I would like to sleeve it up and take it to my armory next week because this it looks awesome.
And then when you do that, I'll be coming up to you and asking you for the same list, Hayden. As we are going to see here, plus 11 on whatever this attack is. Oh, another booze! The third booze, the true Australian way coming through here. Another boo coming through. Might being set up because, you know, let's set up for the next turn just in case. And is that Savage Beatdown? Yeah, Savage Beatdown. Coming in for...
Does the dice go high enough?
Oh, sorry, Goon Beatdown as well. I apologize. Yeah, Goon Beatdown. If you control 3 or more auras, gets +3, and when it hits a hero, the crowd boos. Hayden, I don't think the booing of the crowd is the thing that Michael's worrying about right now.
No.
Oh, but it doesn't matter because we have 2 blocks and the Razor over the top as well. Anyway, Michael Berry had the damage anyway, but doesn't matter because this Lyath depth firing on all cylinders, turn after turn after turn. It does not matter what you have because he is coming in with +10, +11, and some of the coolest interactions in a game of Flesh and Blood. And I want to play Lyath, Hayden. I want to play it.
Yeah, I'm down. Ollie also saying I still had all Ds as well, you know. I still had all this damage. So you just honestly,
God,
I think Ollie just showing off for the camera a little bit and saying, look at what I'm playing here. Look at the power of this reviled Guardian. And so many questions about how good are these heroes? Well, I think Ollie is here to make a claim this weekend that this is a real contender in this format right now.
Yeah, but I mean, like, it's one of these decks as well where we're so early in its like life expectancy. This is one of probably the first iterations of this deck, and so we could very well see this deck change and do things, but the fact that it has ways of navigating your turn, my turn, and setting up for these giant turns, intimidation on my turn is pretty good.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. So just amazing to see the craft and also just how Ollie played that game.
Yeah.
You know, just the timing of the suspense auras, understanding what Michael was doing with his hand and, you know, pulling that lightning press.
Yeah.
Honestly, that game looked pretty one-sided in the end because Ollie just really, and we see this with these reviled heroes because they keep the life total high, they continue to be able to get booed.
Yeah.
But that lightning press, Ollie, that was such a pivotal point in that game where Ollie was able to rip that lightning press. Deny that channel Lightning Valley, deny a potential very big turn there that could have saved, honestly, it could have been 12 life.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And as well, you know, we talk a lot about the Lyath deck, but the Oscilio as well, even though it was constantly having its hand stripped, not being able to play its game plan, being able just to, like, in that moment, you know, there's probably some frustration coming through. Being able to figure out how to efficiently use a hand that's been completely discarded.
Yeah, it was great
just
to see.
Incredible stuff to see. And, you know, both of these heroes playing at instant speed, and another hero that likes to play at instant speed has an armory deck available right now. It's going to be Pallades coming through. And again, you want to talk about a fantastic way of getting started with these instant speed auras. The Pallades deck available now has access to all of them. It's just such a great starting point to play these sorts of heroes.
Yeah, it's not just Lyath that's you know, the newest Guardian in the Super Slam set. There's of course Pallades. You can also play with these suspense auras with Pallades. Arguably the more suspenseful hero, some might say. You see their standing ovation. Again, just caring about those auras, right? And we've seen Pallades actually in the last few weeks around Battle Hardens, around ProQuest season. I think all these heroes now, people are just starting to figure them out. They're not easy to figure out, these heroes, because there's so many different interactions. But what I would say is if you want to start somewhere, the best play is to head out there and grab that armory deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And as well, Hayden, there's not only the Pallades armory deck, one that's very close to your heart as well, coming very, very soon, just a little under 2 weeks, is that armory deck Reinhardt.
Yeah, World Championship weekend, armory deck is releasing. It won't be legal for the World Championship stuff, but it will be legal for the calling that weekend. So I'm super excited. We've got a lot of new cards. I love what they've done with Beat Chest. I love what Alice has done with Beat Chest here, which is to say, right, let's make it really about the chest and say, okay, like this, we saw it see Bear Swing here. When this attacks, you've beaten chest this turn, you don't control the chest equipment, you get +2. And this also just took me a little bit to some excitement of Silver Age potentially. I'd love to play Reinhardt in Silver Age.
Oh my God. I'm sure we'll talk about Silver Age throughout the weekend, but Hayden, you know, this deck's so close to your heart as well. You know, I've lost your Reinhardt many times before, and just some incredible equipment suite coming across too, doing really what Reinhardt wants to be doing as well.
Yeah, definitely. And I think if you are gonna, I think Reinhardt's going in a little bit of a different direction. So if you are, maybe you've never played Reinhardt before, you're thinking about getting into Reinhardt, I think the armory deck is the best place to start because there's a lot of new cards that have come its way, and a lot of different ways that you can play Reinhardt that we've not seen before, with leaning into this beat chess mechanic. And you see it here with these equipment suite, like you say.
Yeah, and a deck that I am super excited about, Hayden, for the Assassin lovers as well. Markni is going to be coming out in December as well. And this deck, incredible. You know what I mean? Slippy does some wild things, and I am so excited. I have a bunch of the old Assassin cards, but this is the best way for me to make sure that I'm ready to start playing this deck.
Yeah, and Slippy has slipped out of this format a little bit over the past few weeks, but what I would say is that I think this Armory deck could be, you know, we don't know at this point all the contents, of course, of this Armory deck. We'll learn more.
Yeah.
We know about Meat Madness, which is an upgrade. It is a definite upgrade for the current Slippy decks as they stand. So I played Slippy all through this past season. It was my deck of choice. Took it to Singapore. I'm really excited to see what comes next for Slips Through Cax, because I think we could see it back into this classic constructed format.
And this art as well on Meat Madness it's
so good.
It's so sick. I love it, and I think it's incredible. But incredible Armory decks coming soon. So, you know, we've got the ones that are available now. Pallades you can go and grab, but then, the Reinhardt followed by Slippy. I am so excited. But continuing the incitement, Hayden, Marlynn is coming up next. We're seeing them all. We're seeing all the underrepresented heroes, and I am terrified of this deck.
Marlynn is a hero that I know a good friend of mine, Pankaj Bhojwani, is a big fan of. He's been trying to get me to play Marlynn for a long time. And maybe the propaganda can continue in this next round. I'm excited to see some Marlynn on camera.
Me as well. But don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to cut to a short break. And when we come back, jumping into round number 3 with Marlynn.
Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a 1 in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me, flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go where I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now, instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. For me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Calling Sydney, where we are about to bring you round number 3. And Hayden, you've got some thoughts on this matchup because we're going to be seeing Marlynn versus Cindra.
Yeah, it's a matchup that I've had my ear absolutely talked off about from a friend of mine, Pankaj Bhojwani, as many people know, caster extraordinaire, as a big Marlynn fan. And
Interesting.
this matchup is one I think that people were talking about in the lead up to, interestingly, to Pro Tour Singapore,
Right,
where
okay.
Marlynn was getting a bit of buzz. It's died down a little bit for Marlynn, but Marlynn is still sitting there as a potential, the matchup into Cindra. They tend to like, which we're going to see. So we're going to see how that plays out. But its matchup into Gravy isn't a foregone conclusion either after the banning. So I think we're starting to see and hear a bit of noise about Marlynn, and maybe for good reasons. I guess we're going to have to find out.
So Hayden, if that's the case, then tell me right now, before we jump into this game, which side are you on?
I'm going to be on the Marlynn side.
You're going to be on the Marlynn side?
Yeah, I
Alright,
think
well,
Marlynn can do it.
If that's the case, then I'm going to be representing the side of the second most represented deck today as we jump into game number 3 of the Calling Sydney. It is going to be that matchup, Marlynn versus Cindra, Tifei Wang versus Bill Loizos, and Bill will be the one representing your side, Hayden, here with Marlynn and
Come on, Bill.
Tifei bringing it across, going first on the Cindra. Not something I think they want to do usually. They like to go second, so maybe it's going to be Bill jumping in and winning that die roll, and already we're starting it off doing what Cindra does best, bringing those combat chains nice and long and using that mask of momentum to threaten.
Yeah, and Bill just deciding to take damage here. Really wants to focus on making sure that they can potentially block out the mask trigger. So probably going to look to block up on this next chain link. Now, one of the things I'm looking for in this matchup is, of course, the ability to potentially banish a dagger in the hands of our pirate friend here, Marlynn, with that. And I believe, do we have a seafloor salvage in hand already?
Oh,
Or
okay.
Bill?
And
See.
the way that changes that matchup, Hayden, having access to only one dagger really does limit
That's huge.
the offensive power of this deck.
Yeah, and it's particularly massive in this matchup where Marlynn doesn't necessarily want to block with a lot of cards. If you can limit the potential dagger flicks and on hits sort of to trigger Mask of Momentum, you can keep some big hands on the other side.
Yeah, speaking of Mask of Momentum, we are going to see Bill opting to block here. And this is going to be an interaction we're going to see not only a lot in this matchup, but going forward. Hayden, Mask of Momentum and Flick Knives is a bit of a weird interaction, hey?
Well, it's just become so commonplace now in terms of you get to keep that chain link alive, of course. And there we see the sea floor salvage. There is, of course, a dagger already in the graveyard. This is perfect for Bill. I think Bill has blocked this well.
Yeah,
I
we'll
think.
see.
Oh, C4. I was thinking of Sunken Tribute.
Oh, I
my
see.
apologies.
Sorry,
My
yeah,
apologies.
yes,
This is
yes,
C4
yes.
Salvage. I often mix those cards up. Thank you. There we go. This
Yeah.
is the card I'm looking out for in this matchup. This is the block card. You can see similar arts confuse me a little bit.
Yeah,
but,
absolutely.
that is not the Sunken Treasure, but that is a card I'll be looking out for. Had Bill had the Sunken Treasure, though, that would have been absolutely massive. So maybe for a future turn. Bill does look like he has a pretty important card, though, for Marlynn, which is that 3 of a kind in hand. So we'll see what Bill can potentially set up this turn. Already, of course, starting with 1 gold because of that Crown of Dominion that we're starting on the side of Bill. Plus, of course, access to the gold-plated hook to potentially try and just further extend the amount of gold. And gold is absolutely vital to every pirate.
Yeah.
But Bill's really going to need those as we go through the game and to use them wisely.
Yeah, and immediately going to be starting off cracking that gold. And the
Never
tipple
mind.
being the card that's going to be pitched here. So just wants to sort of sculpt the hand a little bit more. Gold, of course, the main resource that not only pirates in Flesh and Blood, but all over really care about. And we're going to start off just going to start buffing. Well, let's take a little bit of a peek. Let's start that reload trade. And of course, Marlynn, not like, the Lexis of old where we're going to be sending multiple attacks. We're just going to be setting up. And you know
That's
what?
3 of a kind.
Let's just start it off. 3 of a kind going to be here. Take aim, played out first, because once you're under the effect of 3 of a kind, you can only play cards from the arsenal.
Yeah, and I was interested to see Bill crack the gold there, I think, because of the fact that it looked like the 3 of a kind was going to come and we were going to not load an arrow into the arsenal, as we didn't, instead doing it off the 3 of a kind. But this is a lot of damage here, and I think, Bill just, I guess, saying, let's get in early, let's dig, let's start trying to find the impactful cards here.
Yeah. Speaking of impactful cards, I believe that's a red fin harpoon that's going to be the first con coming across. We've also had the cannons just be activated here. So it's going to be 11 coming through. Because it has harpoon in the name as well, we'll have overpower. And this one, we're going fishing.
This is probably the most important attack action in this matchup, I think, or if not one of the most important, of course. The yellow fins, the blue fins, not particularly strong against the Cindras, but a red line deck, a red fin harpoon here, is going to potentially just pull this hand apart for Bill here.
We'll see the defense reaction coming out, though. So does have a little bit of defensive prowess, but at the end of the day, Marlyn's going to do the thing that Marlynn does. And importantly, right, because we've activated a cannon, it's not just a card that Yifei's going to get to elect here. Bill gets to look at the hand, set up, and knows what's coming as well.
Yeah, and it makes it easier to block that Mask of Momentum as well, potentially. But just importantly, if there's only one starter, which there isn't, there is multiple starters here, but sometimes you'll find a Cindra with just one starter. You pull that starter card out, and all of a sudden it falls apart for Cindra. As it stands here, Yifei has a few different options here for starters.
Yeah.
This is quite an interesting decision for Bill, but does take... Yeah, I like this. Take the Brain of Cyndaquil, because that's what is potentially going to allow you to get back daggers easier because of those Draconic Chain Links. Of course, no other Draconic cards in hand right now. But if you take this Brain of Cyndaquil, it also means that that Fire Tenant Strike first is going to be a lot less effective as well.
Yeah, and of course, Brandwood Cyndaquil making the next thing also Draconic as well. So extending out those chains and the Cindra ability, you know, if we're 3 chains long, it does allow it to sort of... you know, get those daggers back for free. A gold also being generated here as well with the Go Fish. And I just love Go Fish. I think it's so funny. Like, I love the name of that. But yeah, just drawing back off and Bill, you know, able to push damage through. And that's going to be the other thing as well. Cindra as a deck doesn't really want to block.
No, definitely not. It wants to try and do as little of it as possible. Just wants to go as fast as possible. And that's where going second, I think, was actually really important in this matchup as well. And Bill obviously got the ability to do that in this matchup.
Ravenous Ravel revealing... unsurprisingly a red, so just 4 damage coming across. Bill around it knows what he's sort of in for here as well, so really just sort of looking and seeing what sort of cards he wants to be setting up, but you know, has an arsenal. It is important. It's less important in this deck where, you know, it has ways of reloading very, very consistently.
Yeah, and Bill, of course, was able to grab that gold last turn, so does have a good way of doing that. All things said and done. It was interesting to see, you know, really being protective of the gold-baited hook, deciding to not activate it last turn, thinking that there was potential that maybe he wouldn't connect. Yeah. And in case you don't want to lose that gold-baited hook too early.
In particular as well, because the gold-baited hook is battle-worn, you know, you can defend with it and it doesn't break. It does sort of mean that you really want to make sure you're getting that defensive prowess out of it prior to it, you know, using it, and maybe doesn't even want to risk losing it without using the block.
100%.
And we'll see Cindra coming across. Tar Pit Trap is going to be the one as well. So Tar Pit Trap, interesting enough, it is an interesting card in this matchup as well. So the next time it defends an attack with Go Again, there's a lot of Go Again in the Cindra deck, the next effect that an attack action card hits this turn doesn't trigger. Now, Hayden, correct me if I'm wrong, does that include Mask of Momentum?
It does, and of course, Yifei has swung a dagger, flicked a dagger here, and I think that's why we're going to see Yifei just come in with another dagger here, and probably hold this attack action in Arsenal for a future turn, because it isn't threatening that mask. Potentially?
This one did not hit. Yeah, this one hit as well.
Yeah, and the player's just clarifying there in terms of which chain links have hit.
Yeah, so this one doesn't count as well because Mask of Momentum only cares about attack action cards connected. But no, it's just going to send it.
Yeah, I mean, it's still 4 damage, right? Yeah. And it's active, and it's not necessarily a great Arsenal target to cut through because it isn't a true starter in some ways. Yeah. In terms of it does require you to flick that dagger on the first chain link, which is not really what you want to do. You want to flick that to hold your Mask of Momentum over. So Yifei just deciding, no, I'm just going to, this is 4 damage, I'm just going to cash this in here, even if it isn't going to threaten this Mask of Momentum trigger.
Yeah, and Bill opting, you know, still has 4 cards in hand. You know, the Marlynn deck does like to keep bigger hands if possible. So just a good read from Yifei here, just deciding, you know what, I want to just push damage because I know that me being able to use my whole hand like this is not necessarily going to be every turn. There's going to be things that are stripping cards from me. Yeah.
I think players just seeking clarification there on how the Tar Pit Trap works there.
Yeah.
Oh, I would like to close the chain. Yeah, sure.
Oh, so we're just going to elect to close the chain here.
Yep, of course, can't buy back the daggers, right? Because we took that Brain of Cyndaquil out of the hand of Yifei, and you see the power of the Redfin Harpoon, and as you say, the Go Fish mechanic there. And now all of a sudden, Bill, he's 7 life behind here, but has a grip full of cards, and Yifei with no daggers to start the following turn, which can be awkward on the Cindra side.
Yeah, and so this is one of the things with Marlynn as well. So when you discard, you can tap Marlynn and destroy a gold to create a Goldfin Harpoon. Now, I remember originally thinking, oh yeah, Goldfin Harpoons, you know, it's kind of like a little dagger, but it's actually one of these cards that you can discard because it is still technically yellow. So there are so many things that it can turn on. Here, Big Game Trophy Shot's going to be the first card, a +4, and when it hits, create a gold token as well. That mechanic of draw a card, then discard, so discarding the Harpoon there.
Yep, and just replacing that gold, right, as well. So Bill just working through the motions here. It looks like going to set up a fairly big turn.
Yeah, but how do you make the new gold? So sorry, you're right.
Yeah. So yeah, no new gold being
Yeah,
created.
you've got to hit. You've got to hit
Yeah.
to get the gold.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but very likely against Cindra, it is going to create it. So he's going to be able to replace it,
Yeah.
probably. But first of all, has to get through this turn, and that is a
King shark. Yeah, king shark harpoon. It's a little bit difficult to see, but yeah, one of the majestic harpoons coming through here. It has that go fish ability, and again, you know, being
Very
able to
powerful
do-
card against Cindra because it's attack.
Yeah.
Again, this is attack actions. This is
Yeah.
another card that is potentially going to threaten to tear apart what Yifei's hand may do. And Yifei does look like they have a defense reaction in hand, but can he block up all this damage? This is coming in for 10 here. This is going to be very difficult. This might require potentially the Dragon Scalers to get involved. And
Yeah.
you can see Yifei just brushing over the hair. They're putting the hand down. Really under pressure here from Bill's side. Despite Bill being a little bit back on life, these on-hit effects are so relevant. This is going to get another gold back for Bill. This is potentially going to rip Yifei's hand apart. And it does look like Yifei's, I think, only got the one starter in hand.
And the interesting thing as well is if you actually look here, Bill does have access to a blue card now. Oh, but nothing floating. I thought he still had one left because I was going to say the Hammerhead hasn't been activated.
Yeah,
but
couldn't this turn.
yeah, and also may not want to. Maybe instead also wants to strip cards. You know, give him the option to actually block here. But no, it's just going to be the Shelter from the Storm and the Ancestral Empowerment is going to be shown. So one thing as well is that because a cannon's not been activated, it is just going to be a reveal here. So they're not actually able to go through and pick the cards. So because it cares about attack actions, revealing that reaction there means that his hand isn't ripped apart, and that's very lucky. But a gold still being generated for Bill.
Yeah, but he's just got the one. He's just got the one attack in hand, I think, right? I didn't catch a glimpse. So this is not particularly exciting for Yifei, and also has to show the Ancestral Empowerment. So now Bill knows what to potentially play around. So quite a reasonable impact there.
Yeah, and we'll just see, reading the ability, not often Rising Resentment used for its ability, at least, you know, when it's being used as a starter, and it is just representing 3 damage. We all know here it's 4, so just sort of Bill sculpting the hand. And this is the thing with these Go Fish cards. Even if you're not ripping a card from a hand, just the access to the information is so impactful in these aggro mirrors.
Yeah, Bill with a card in Arsenal. It is a blue, so Sile Sarong's potential could come into play at some point, but does have a Codex in hand, but with a full arsenal at the moment. So Bill would potentially have to be a bit creative, use those legs potentially.
Yeah.
I think just working through what this turn's going to look like. Know some context of Yifei's hand, right? So Bill just has to make a decision. If I block 3 here, I know it's going to get pumped over for 1, buy an Ancestral Empowerment, going to draw another card I don't know about. What could come next? So Bill just working through that. How many cards does Bill want to keep? He does have a Lace with Blood Rot as well in hand by the looks of it, so a bit of a pump there.
And you know, the interesting thing about the cannon as well, the Tunic is about to tick up to 3, so the cannon becomes a 1 blue activation. But when you have something like Codex, actually having it cost 2 cards can be a benefit, because it means you can pitch the 2 blues, float the 2 resources that you need to activate that Codex and not have to discard.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see.
Yeah, the empowerment.
What does Yifei find off the top? Will this give another attack action here? And it looks like it's an Art of Dragon Blood.
Yeah, so one of the more impactful ones, but I guess the question, no, we are just going to send it. Sometimes it's worth to hold that back as well, because in particular in this instance, I don't believe it's Draconic.
It is not. No fealty available. And I couldn't see. I think that's an alt art Snatch in Yifei's hand.
Oh, yeah.
I was trying to work out what the card was because it's one of the promo reds, and I couldn't tell if it was one of the defense reactions.
Yeah.
One of the 0-4 defense reactions or
That's
the
a hand.
Snatch.
We'll see here the Oath of Loyalty.
There we go. So he does activate the Sile Sarong, as we kind of spoke about there, so that you can utilize this hand as much as possible. So it's going to give this attack go again.
Yeah, so same thing as well. On hit, we haven't activated a cannon yet, but for go again, and then on hit, you have to reveal a card, and if it's red, it's discarded.
It's another red fin harpoon.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, we sort of talked about it, Hayden. There's a lot of reds.
Yeah, there is quite a few, yeah.
Yeah, and the other thing as well that we're threatening is because he has access to that Codex as well, he can close the chain and then just do it again.
Yep.
This hand could just be absolutely ripped apart, and yeah, we're just going to see a little bit of equipment block here coming through from Yifei. Wants to try and turn this around, and Oath of Loyalty, the card being blocked with.
I can only assume this is definitely the Snatch and Arsenal, because I feel like if it was the defense reaction, Yifei would have utilized it here to just clean block this.
Closing the chain as well. So double pitching here. So 2 floating and then activating at the codex
Love
as
it.
well. This is exactly what you want to see. You know, a little bit of a downside, I guess, is that he doesn't have any daggers to actually use with the fealty, so
Yeah.
it's a bit less impactful there. But I think that's such a key thing, Hayden, as well. We've not had access to daggers since turn 1.
Yeah, I mean, Bill has been pulling apart Yufei's hand, right, and just not being able to return them. No draconic cards, a couple of awkward hands,
Yeah.
Brammer Syndical getting pulled out, and back to the harpoons with King Shark Harpoon coming in here again. And the
Yeah.
cannon has been activated this
Yes,
time.
it has. So the cannon's activated. We are going to be, again, not activating the hook here prior. Just really wants to make sure he has that defensive when, you know, the hands line up finally for Yufei. Wants to make sure that that card defensively is available. And we're going to see 10 damage coming across
Don't
him
wanna
once
risk losing
again.
it.
The hand being ripped. And if Yufei just decides to tank the damage here, suddenly that life total is in Bill's favor.
Yeah, Yufei's got one of the best cards in Cindra in the form of the Wrath Retribution, but of course has no daggers here. Probably would have liked to have set that up. And now Bill's going to have a bit of a decision. So I think what Yufei's saying is effectively, I can't block this out. I can't put damage in front of it. I need to try and keep some of my hand here.
Yeah.
What do you want to do, Bill? Do you want to take this Wrath of Retribution that's potentially going to be set up for a future turn? Because if you take that, there's 2 other Draconic cards in my hand. I can potentially still come in with a nice 3 chain link hand and get my daggers back. And yeah, I like this. So instead, take the Ignite. You can set up the Wrath of Retribution if you want. The problem is, how are you getting your daggers back this turn?
Yeah.
Yufei?
And I guess that's the terrifying thing here, right? And plenty of gold available for Bill. And we've not even seen it yet, but the thing with the Marlynn deck, you just have the ability at some point just to kind of pitch and dig. If you start to brick your hands, you've got so many contingencies. The Ponder as well means an Arsenal card will be present. And suddenly this game, Bill finds himself with a life advantage.
Brammer Syndical coming in here is, of course, going to turn on that next attack action into Draconic. But still, unless Yufei wants to pitch away this Wrath of Retribution, not going to be able to get back the daggers.
And Hayden, if it is a snatch in the Arsenal as well, yes, or Sleep Dart, it is going to come through. Yeah, it is a snatch, but the fealty. Yeah, it is snatch. So, and the fealty as well means it's only 3. It's a 1-card block.
Yep, you're right, from Arsenal here. So, because the potential was if this hits, of course, draw a card, can pitch it away, get back the daggers, and then Arsenal the Wrath of Retribution for a setup turn.
Yeah.
So Bill is very highly incentivized to defend this one.
He's not. He's just going to take the 3.
This is good for Yufei. This is what he needs, I think, because Bill is, I think, ahead in this game now.
Yeah. 2 cards in hand. We also didn't see what the Arsenal was, but yeah, is going to get back the 2 daggers as well, and then keep that card in Arsenal. So suddenly this is
huge.
It's terrifying, but we don't know what Bill's found.
This is really interesting for Bill. I think there's a big moment in that game. That was a very big moment in that game because he knew about the Wrath of Retribution. Didn't necessarily know about the snatch though.
Yeah.
And 3 cards in hand. So Bill clearly has something in mind here.
Yep. Drill shot's going to be the first one.
So did pull that drill shot off of a Ponder token, decided to straighten the Arsenal. So it's kind of priced into sea lacing this.
Yeah.
So this was from your Arsenal, is it?
Yeah, this is what makes just the Ponders so nice though, is you know that you're going to draw these blues. You can just play them.
Yeah, exactly. That's sort of like the thing that you don't want when you rip the resource card off of your Ponder. But you know, because of the resource cards in this Marlynn deck, being able just to use them as like initial tools. Drill shot's going to put a -1 counter. Sort of thinking through the lines as well, and still has access. Sleep Dart is available in hand, and turning off the Cindra ability is pretty good.
I think Bill might have missed the trigger there on the drill shot.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, not -1. I think just very focused on what comes next, trying to navigate this hand. Bill may just looking to compose himself a little bit. Yeah.
It's also early in the day. You're on the feature match in your 3rd round.
It's pressure, man.
It's a lot of pressure.
It's a lot of pressure.
Gold being cracked. Finds a harpoon off the top as well.
Okay, and does have the resources to cannon and swing this harpoon. That's another King Shark as well.
No, sorry. No, that's not the King Shark. It's the other one, actually.
Oh, it's King Kraken.
King Kraken.
All these harpoons.
Yeah.
They look very similar. This one, a little bit less impactful against the Cindra, unfortunately, being the non-attack action one. I thought Bill had managed to find another King Shark there for a second. That would have been absolutely massive. Honestly, could have probably been game defining if he had found that.
Most likely.
Unfortunately, it's just going to be a bunch of damage.
Yeah, 10 overpower. Does also, though, because a cannon's been activated, does have to reveal the hand. Going to 4 here, but importantly, if there's no non-attacks, can't rip anything, and suddenly you are versing Cindra fully loaded here. Yeah, it's all attacks.
Sees the hand, and unfortunately, potentially is going to see the amount of damage coming Bill's way, because there is 3 Draconic cards. This Wrath of Retribution is going to be free. There's a Brandwood Cinderclaw there that's easily going to help out.
Yeah.
This turn's going to be huge. Bill is really going to have to navigate this well to survive this in a position where he can still then cut. Of course, Tifei is down to 4.
Yeah.
So if Bill can find, for instance, a dominated Golfin,
Yeah.
that is a good start. There is still equipment on the side of Tifei, though.
Yeah.
So Bill's going to need to find a little bit more damage than that. But first of all, has to actually be able to survive this turn.
Yeah.
Needs to block out the Mask of Momentum triggers as well. That's going to be a big one. I just don't think he can afford to let Tifei draw here.
Yeah, and look at the hand for Bill as well. Just coming across, we're seeing double Codex of Blood Rots for Bill. So not the greatest sculpture of the
2
hand
blocks as well.
Yeah.
This is going to be... I think now what Bill's working through is... Bill knows the full context of the hand. Knows the hand, knows the Wrath of Retribution. Should be able to, in theory, be able to work out where to block the Mask of Momentum triggers, but it's not easy. So I like this one. Take the 2 here.
Yep.
Potentially we'll look to... Because if you can force him to flick a dagger, great.
Yep.
Great. So, and you know they need to cast 3 cards before they can make the Wrath of Retribution cheap, or the Wrath of Retribution free.
Yep.
So this one, I think is... I think you can block out or take this one. I think the next one is the one you need to block out.
Yeah. The traditional way. You know there's no attack reactions as well coming through.
Yeah.
So what you see is what you get. Obviously, the flick knives is going to be the challenging thing. So it kind of makes Mask of Momentum, you have to block 3 and 4, which is the challenge.
Yeah, but you're going to get a chance to potentially block a dagger here at some point as well.
Yeah.
The last dagger after a swing.
Yep. The Fear 2 will be made because it's the second Draconic Chain Link, and you're going to ship the equipment here. Getting the full value out of it. Now, has the discard effect probably won't be relevant, and it is just another 3 set of damage off the Rising Retribution.
Did Bill just block for 2 on that last chain link, though?
Do the boots block for 3? Yeah, no, the boots block for 2.
Boots block. Okay, so did block it out.
Yeah. That's crazy.
I think there's a lot of Ranger players out there, Marlynn players in particular, tell you they should have Battle Worn.
Yes,
to be honest.
Yeah.
But no, I think, getting, as you say, getting full value out of them here. No Arsenal card to clear, so Bill is in the clear, so to speak. Doesn't need that Sea Strong next turn. This is the thing, though. So Bill, I think Bill doesn't need to block this one. He knows the context of the rest of the hand. This should be a Retribution coming in after this. Tifei declined to throw the dagger.
Yeah,
exactly. On that last chain link. So, and the last card in hand was, I believe it was a 0 cost.
Yeah, correct.
So this Rising Resentment isn't threatening, I don't think. I'm now now my memory is being tested.
Yeah.
I thought it was all 0 costs in hand.
I believe
maybe it's
so. Yeah, I believe it was also a 0 cost.
It was tanking like this is a 1 cost in hand, though. And that the Rising Resentment effect would be active, of course. Okay.
Just gonna have to
And here comes the Retribution.
Yep.
So.
One of the most terrifying cards inside the Cindra deck as well. It's a one-of for very good reason. So 1 less for each Draconic Chain Link you control. And when this attacks, daggers get +1 and cost 1 less. So, it's this sort of situation now where we're going to start chipping damage in. And these 2 daggers, 4 damage, nothing to scoff at but amongst the 2 of them, and is also going to make sure that Mask of Momentum is turned on.
Yeah, and just to break it down a little bit for you as well, it's going to be a lot more than that because you can flick one of the daggers.
Yep.
And then buy it back, and you can Dragon Path scale another dagger. So you can attack with 4 daggers.
Wow.
That's 8 damage for free, plus your 3 damage. So yeah, Wrath of Retribution is a lot of times, and in this case specifically, going to be a 1 card 11.
Yeah. And we'll see here the actual 0 cost coming through as well, just because wants to threaten that Mask of Momentum trigger here.
Yep. I mean, this is the one you've got to block. It's all daggers after this. So block this one, and then you're facing down another 5 damage, including the flick knives trigger after this. We haven't attacked with the second dagger, so you're facing down 7 damage still. Bill is on 7. So you're going to have to block this, and then you're potentially going to have to throw another card.
Yeah.
Because if you throw the Tunic, you're going to put yourself down to 1,
Yep.
and Tifei can still just flick knives next
Yeah.
turn. If, of course, Tifei will end this turn with no daggers if they decide to commit to the full
Yeah, the full
dagger line, the full Wrath of Retribution 11 damage line.
I think the scary thing, Hayden, is because we've got Codex of Bloodrot in hand, and correct me if I'm wrong, that card will pull a card off
Yes.
the top of the deck into the arsenal.
Bloodrot is
Was it
from hand.
From hand.
Bloodrot's hand, yeah.
I see, yeah, okay. Okay.
So Codex of Bloodrot is, I mean, honestly, it's just kind of the worst timing for this card to
Yeah,
come up
exactly.
here. It's a card, yeah, you'll see it there. Each
Yeah.
player puts a card from the hand to the arsenal, and you get a Ponder token, they get a Bloodrot Pocket token. But the
Yeah.
damage is not really what Bill's looking for. He's looking,
No.
I think Bill's best bet is probably almost to block this out as much as possible
Yeah.
and set up the Codex of Bloodrot in Arsenal and just hope that Tifei bricks on the way back,
Yep.
which Cindra definitely can do because Tifei
Yeah.
will have no daggers,
Yep.
so isn't able to start with a dagger line
Yep.
and could potentially, yep, you're going to see the buyback there on that dagger.
Yep. Oh, just marking down the life for us. Dagger coming in for 2 because the effect doesn't matter about if the dagger was present when the card was played. It just cares that daggers are being played. And for those of you who are kind of newer to the game as well, it says a once per turn action on those daggers, but it's technically a new dagger.
It is.
It is a different dagger, and yeah, we'll see 2 more coming through. So life at 4, activating the boots as well. So gonna be able to just come through 4 to 4. So life
Yeah.
bang on even, but importantly for Bill, still has his tunic, isn't out of it yet, and is just praying that Tifei doesn't find a functional hand. The frailty
Yeah.
on the board though definitely helps.
Yeah, fealty for Tifei here, but does need to. I think there's a blue in Yifei's hand, so definitely hasn't bricked this one, and I think that's
Yeah.
really what Bill needed was Tifei effectively to not be able to have a starter.
Ooh,
but
the important the card drawn here.
it is
for
awkward.
Bill.
It is awkward for Tifei.
Also found another one of those traps that stops the on-hit effects. So
It's going to be very relevant. Very relevant.
you know the only on-hit it doesn't stop is death though, Hayden, and I definitely think that's
It's true.
probably the bigger fear right now for Bill.
Yeah, but Yifei's hand is not. It's not phenomenal here because no daggers, as we said.
Yep.
Doesn't have a true starter. Does have a cut through. So a couple of decisions here. Could cast this cut through.
Yeah.
Bring back the daggers. Flick a knife. Trigger that cut through.
Yeah.
But that's 2 cards. It's going to have to
Yeah.
commit. I think the throw daggers here is bringing back the daggers, and then just after that, it's a decision of what you do next.
Yeah.
Does also have a 1 cost in hand as well. So, but 2 counters left on this blood splattered vest.
Yeah.
I think Tifei is going to be able to navigate this and probably take minimum 2, probably 3 cards out of Bill's hand, potentially 4.
Yeah. And, you know, it's the thing with Marlyn's, the fact the only way you can get those arrows into the arsenal other than the natural way is by drawing cards, and you need some.
I wonder if Bill had considered breaking that gold for a harpoon last turn and just arsenaling it.
Yeah, maybe.
I think the problem is Yifei's on 4. It's just
Yeah.
too much. Then and still has access to the equipment. You
Yeah.
need Yifei to be on 2,
Yeah.
1 even
Yeah.
here, or have lost that mask momentum already. But
Yeah.
one thing it would do is draw the mask momentum out, potentially.
Yeah. But it's also scary as well, though, right? Because you start to get to that life total where you can just die to flick knives over 2 turns.
Yeah.
So,
Bill's got to do something, though, and does have Tunic coming up this turn, so I just wonder if that was a bit of a consideration.
yeah, absolutely.
So we're going to see this line with the cut through, bringing back the knives, and in response, during the reaction step, flicking a dagger to make
Yeah.
this cut through for 4 with go again.
Yeah.
Wait, sorry, how did you activate Cindra? I mean, how did you get your daggers back? Oh, just 3.
Oh, I think Bill's missed this because
Oh,
Bill does have the target trap, though.
It just does it. Yeah. And the flick one, try it.
Yeah. Yeah, so kind of explaining, just making sure. So Bill,
Down to 3.
You go to 3. And
Bill's going to have to commit the target trap here, though, which I think Bill would have much preferred to have waited this out.
I will make 1 more.
But
Okay,
it has to,
yeah, so we'll make a resource off the blood splattered as
Yeah,
well, just
yeah.
off of the flick knife.
100%. Because we have that 1 cost in hand for Yifei here.
I'll
Yeah.
Go to react. Drop. Target trap. Drop. So I'm taking 1.
Yeah, so taking 1 goes to 2. Doesn't have to be afraid of the flick knives this turn. But, you know,
2 more turns and it's lethal, though.
yeah, and we'll see, yeah, that 1 resource coming across. Another, coming in for 5 here. And, you know, not a number that you often see in these Ninja decks because they like to run the 0 cost, but in this instance is going to mean we're committing a lot because going to 1 means you have to kill them.
Yep. I'm the hunter here. I think this has to be a double block. I can't see any way this isn't a double block for Bill. The question is, what do you do? Do you do after that?
Yeah.
Do you potentially keep it blue? Try and draw an arrow off your gold, a 2-cost arrow, and send it back? Go very high variance? Or do you try and set something up for a future turn and hope to catch Tifei out on a brick? But the problem is Yifei's back on daggers now, so it's very hard for Tifei to actually brick hands now. This was the turn for it to happen.
And the card in hand is a Snatch, Hayden. The last card. Ooh.
Yeah, no go again on this one, though.
Oh, okay.
Importantly. So it would be a snatch setup for next turn.
Yep.
Yeah. Bill has to work out what's the winning line.
Yeah.
I really do wonder if keeping the blue is the line here. Just try and use your tunic, hit an arrow off the top.
Yeah.
Get a little bit lucky, and then try and. The problem is that uses your gold as well, and that gold is so. I wonder if Bill's regretting that gold from that first turn.
Oh, but here we go. I think he is following the line. So, but he's going to use the tunic though.
It's going to fully block it out.
So he has to find a 1-cost. 1 or 0-cost arrow.
Or we just set this up.
Yeah.
So 8 damage. I think this is the blue arrow kept, right? So 8 damage. If you could activate the cannon would be enough. The problem is now tunic's gone, so you can't easily activate it.
On my turn, I will.
Just thinking.
Right.
Yeah. Just going to go to Arsenal.
So Bill needs to try and keep 2 cards, two blue cards.
Yeah. Oh, that.
Okay.
Yeah. And a 3 of a kind.
Oh, the problem is, there's a couple of cards that don't defend that well. There's a 2 block.
Ooh, but we're going to see a snatch start off, and that's going to be the first. And then this is the terrifying thing now, is that this dagger is representing death. You have to block it.
Yeah. This is the thing. You get into these, like, it's almost a little bit like Kadachi lock, right? From ninjas of old.
There's a Ravenous Ravel in hand as well.
Bill, and I mean, imagine if Bill saw that tunic and could potentially keep a 3 of a kind this turn. But just won't be able to, unfortunately. It does block 2, so this is probably the chain link we use it. Blue off the top. Oh, that's not going to happen. Bill really wanted to see a blue off the top there.
He would have been crossing his fingers praying for that blue. And, it's unlikely to hit it, but it's not impossible as well. And we'll see now, just having to think about how this happens, because you cannot go to 1 here. But importantly, though, so the trigger's going to go on the stack to see if he can banish the dagger. But
I don't think Tifei matters too much here. But it is the card that Sunken Treasure that I was speaking about at the start of the game that I got wrong. But here it is here.
Yeah, so flicking. So it goes to 1.
Yeah, not much Bill can do about this. Just kind of has to go to 1, right?
Attempt to flick. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a singular card in hand.
Effect to pop this.
Yep, gain a resource. Now we're going to see 2 cards left in hand.
That's craziness. 2 cards still in hand for Cindra.
Yeah.
Can Bill somehow navigate this turn and survive?
Dagger has been flicked though here, so it's just going to be the block coming across, and that is going to be it. Tifei Wang does take down Bill. A beautiful execution of Cindra under immense pressure for that first half of the game. Wasn't able to do the thing Cindra wants to do. Had to just defend and just block out, and just had the hands ripped apart time and time, but played patient and suddenly had that 1 pop-off turn, Hayden, and showing the power of what happens when you can attack with a dagger 4 times.
Yeah, you saw the power of Wrath of Retribution there, and I think, unfortunately for Bill, he's going to be thinking about that decision to, first of all, leave the Wrath of Retribution in hand, which I actually think was, I agree with that decision. I think it was a good decision. But then not blocking out the snatch so that Tifei could get back those daggers. That was just so important when you had him down to, down on daggers. So that I think Bill's going to think back about that game. Ultimately, had Tifei under so much pressure, you saw the power of those King Shark harpoons. You saw the Redfin harpoons, all the pressure and disruption that this Marlynn deck can put on. You saw the power of Sea Lace Sarong, of things like Ponder. I think you got a really good showcase of what Marlynn can do in this matchup. I think, unfortunately, Tifei played really well, seized the opportunities to get back into the game, and I think Bill maybe just will think about that decision in the end there and what could have been potentially. But awesome to see these 2 decks. Awesome to see Marlynn in the feature match area. Bill, of course, now falls to 2-1, but definitely not out of it, right? X2 will get you through to day 2 here.
Absolutely. But again, Cindra being the winning deck is a deck that we both believe we're going to be seeing a lot of at the World Championship. That is coming up very soon. Philadelphia, November 13 through 16. And an incredible showcase of not only the best Flesh and Blood, but the best Flesh and Blood over multiple formats as well. Of course, Hayden, Living Legend Classic constructed for a $300,000 prize pool for that main event. Incredible stuff. Of course, even if you haven't registered and you haven't qualified for Worlds, but you're in the area, there's going to be a calling going on at the same time, as well as not one, but 2 Battle Hardens over that weekend.
Yeah, it's huge, and I'm so excited that we're going to crown our 4th Flesh and Blood World. Crazy,
Wow.
our fourth Flesh and Blood World Champion, which is just insane. Who will join the likes of Michael Hamilton? Who will join the likes of our Greek player, our Phi god, as I refer to him these days, Alex? Who's going to be next? That's what I want to find out. And of course, Living Legend calling.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, not only is it going to be the amazing events, but there's some pretty incredible side events as well, where you can pick up some of my favorite art. I love these. In particular, the Prism one is just amazing. But you play these from playing, as you can see along there, weird formats. You know, High Seas sealed on Fridays, Tales of Aria sealed, you know, going all the way back, and a Monarch sealed deck on Sunday as well, really throwing it back to when I started playing Flesh and Blood, and for playing it, picking up some incredible art for some incredible heroes. Alongside that, of course, you'll see a World Championship player package where you get 1 random promo, as well as that coveted World Championship playmat, which are some of the best playmats in the game.
Yeah, they look amazing. Also, 3 of heroes that are just very prevalent in this game right now, and a nice nod to Philadelphia and diner culture.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, alongside of it as well, you have the souvenir package, which has a slightly different playmat, has that beautiful, of all 3 of the heroes. You also get a deck box, you get some swag, you get 1 of each of the heroes, as well as some product, which is pretty amazing as well. And of course, being able to play some of the events. Going forward as well, we'll also see the Fabled package, which has an incredible playmat. Just amazing. You also get a bunch of, exclusive revered foils as well. You get a promo. You also get event vouchers, meaning that those side events or those fun events that, let's say you bomb out of something, you can just go play something else. You don't have to pay that extra.
I'm used to doing that.
Me as well, Hayden.
I love the foil treatment that they're putting on these mats. And of course, we just saw the power of Mocking Blow in the feature match area. Last round, not this round before, but the last round. So I'm a bit keen to pick up my Mocking Blows and my Bully Tactics.
Yeah, me as well, particularly because I'll be building that new deck. Alongside of this, we're going to have some incredible artists coming through. So I don't know about you, Hayden, but I myself love playing with signed artist cards. And there are some of the biggest artists, not only in the Flesh and Blood, but just in the art community coming to this event. Get your cards signed, have them really show off to your friends when you've got those really nice artist signatures.
Yeah, and we're speaking about this weekend, we're giving away that very last gauntlet, the Stonewall Gauntlet, because Quick Dodge Flexes is the next calling champion card, and the first chance to win that is going to be at the calling in Philadelphia, the Living Legend calling. Look at this amazing double-sided treatment. Calling champion, the change to this card, I think it looks fantastic.
And the art of this card regularly is amazing, and this version of it is incredible. Alongside of those, there is a bunch of incredible stuff. Hayden, bit of a goal for yourself, so I know that shirt is incredible. And to be honest, I need the Rock shirt. I need it. So if anyone wants to bring one back for me, that'd be awesome, because there's some incredible stuff. Those binders as well, with not only the Spectral Shield, but the Rune Chart. This is some of the coolest Flesh and Blood stuff I've ever seen.
Yeah, I didn't have Savage Lands crossover with with golf on the country club on my list, but I got to get me one of those and those promos that are associated with it.
Yeah, and speaking of those promos, if you spend $150 at the merch booth, there is a set of amazing.
I need these.
Amazing promos. Not only is it Rhinar Reckless Rampage, one of the OG heroes, still very, very scary today, but the Golf Romping Club.
I need my 5-wood romping club, that's for sure, and to pair that with my my armory deck that's coming out that weekend as well.
Absolutely. You also got to wear the shirt. If you buy the shirt as well, then you can wear it and just absolutely style on your opponent. Yeah, and while playing. And playing as well. Incredible stuff. So please make sure, even if you're not playing in the World Championship, get down if you're in Philadelphia. There are some incredible events, and also just to be around the best people in Flesh and Blood, chat to people, meet everyone. There's going to be also a bunch of keynotes and stuff going on there as well. So many new announcements. It is the place to be.
Yeah, can't wait. Well, we've seen some amazing Flesh and Blood so far, Matt. I'm excited to see more this weekend. We are getting into some of the not the crunch rounds, but the rounds that are going to determine if you make day 2, right? Maybe you've started off 3-0, maybe you've started off 2-1, like Bill has just then. You've now still got you got 4 rounds in front of you. This is when it really starts to count. This is when the matches really start to, I'd say, start to impact you. It gets later in the day. You've got to really focus on your decisions. And I'm ready to watch more Flesh and Blood.
So am I, Hayden, as well. Yeah, that X and 2 scoreline out of 7 rounds is what people need going into it to make day 2. But round number 4 is going to be coming up, so don't go anywhere as we cut to a short break, and we'll be right back with more Flesh and Blood. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back as we are jumping into round number 4 of the Calling Sydney. Matt Brandwood, Hayden Dale, and we've got a doozy for you as well. We talked a lot about the top end of the meta in regards to what decks we were expecting there, but we're jumping down towards the other side as we're getting some fringer decks coming up.
We've just seen a lot of surprises, I think, so far already in these early rounds with some, we saw Lyath absolutely dominate on stream. We did see a Marlynn last round fall to a Cindra. But this meta is really interesting. And I think with that, I'd love to just take a look back in at the metagame breakdown for this event because it is not cut and dry. Yes, you've got the three big ones, as we say, the Verdance, the Cindra, and the Gravy. But we've already seen like I said, a Marlynn on stream. We've seen a Lyath on stream, and in and around Oscilio on stream as well.
RKO.
100%. These heroes that are actually making a name for themselves, and you often see, I think, at a Pro Tour level, it coalesce a little bit. But at a calling level, what you see is, potentially a top player, someone like a Ben Dodd, for instance, or an Ollie Berry, who have got an innovative take on a new hero or a different angle to the format. They can come in and really disrupt, knowing their hero really well. Or it could be someone who's just made a really nice meta pick for this event, something like potentially a Prism or an Assassin. There's just a lot of different ways to attack this format right now. It's not all Verdance, Cindra, Gravy, that's for sure.
No, absolutely not. And, this is sort of the thing with these open callings, and sometimes they can be harder to prepare for than an event like Worlds or the Pro Tour.
I think they are.
Yeah, absolutely right.
In terms of metagame decision, I think they are, because when you get to the Pro Tour level, those tier 4 events, whether it be a World Championship like we're going to see in 2 weeks' time, you can generally know that the meta is going to start to coalesce a little bit, that it's going to narrow down a little bit as players, the best players in the world, decide, or teams land on particular decks. But at a calling, you don't know if you're going to sit down in round 1 or even round 3 and face a Marlynn, for instance. Have you prepared for that? Much less likely to happen at a Pro Tour level. But when you're at this calling level, you've got to be prepared for everything. And I just love that opens up unique angles into this format.
And I think as well, it's just one of these things where a deck is the best deck in the format usually because it has a very good matchup spread. But I don't believe, and I may be wrong, but I don't believe there's a deck here that is so dominant that nothing touches it. And so there might be decks that, aren't good into some matchups, but absolutely destroy others. Prism, I think, is a great example here. Yeah,
well, I was just going to say, even look at Verdance. You look at Verdance and you look down to Gravy there, a bad matchup for it. But you continue to look down, you've got something like a Prism. Like you say, not particularly a good matchup for Verdance. You go down to your Cindras. Yes, it might have decent matchups into your Verdance and your Gravy, but then you've got Dash.io, you've got KO, you've got Kasai's. You've got these other decks sitting in and around that are really going to cause trouble. So none of these 3 decks have a really clear path to being, I would say, just the clean best deck in the format right now. And that's why it is kind of almost a bit of a closer format than we've seen, I would say, leading up to any World Championship before. Yeah, and in particular when we've got my new favorite deck, Lyath, running around as well. A deck my new favorite too.
I think so. I think that's the big takeaway thus far from our first 4 rounds is Lyath is just an absolute powerhouse. But speaking of powerhouses, Hayden, we're going to be jumping into game number 4, which is Arachne Marionette versus Prism Awakener of Soul. Both players sitting at 3-9. Cody, Gebert going to be playing Arachne, and Liam Bennett on Prism. Now, these 2 decks, not the most represented, but definitely attack the format in a really interesting way.
Yeah, I mean, 2 very strong Australian players here as well, calling top 8ers in themselves. Cody and Liam. Cody top 8ing the calling of Christchurch earlier this year, losing in the final, a very close final, and has just stayed on was playing Assassin in that one, has stayed on the Assassin train here. And Liam Bennett, who is known, We Make Best, of course, is known very widely for his Prism play. Has been on this hero for quite some time now. So 2 masters of the archetypes here. And I'm excited to see how they navigate this matchup.
Yeah, and you can tell, dedicated to Prism. Look at that beautiful, beautiful Prism coming out of gem packs. So a way that you can get that hero yourself. We're going to see the Hunter's Claves being the 2 options here. No Arcane Barrier. Not a huge deal versus Prism, but still just something to note. And we'll see the double Claves, and just look at the hand for Liam Bennett. It's just heralds for days.
Yeah. And Liam going to be going second in this matchup. I think the dice roll is fairly important in this matchup. I think you do want to be going second. So I think that's a good start for Liam, I would say.
Yeah, and we're going to see just immediately flicking the knife as well, just to mark Prism and potentially see, just going to pass. And so as a result of that, we're going to see the first flip of Marionette, because marking, if you end the turn marked, you do actually change form, and suddenly we're going to see 5 rolled. And that's going to bring us through.
Yeah, Tarantula, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Tarantula, not the one that they're usually digging for, but even so, it's still pretty good.
Yeah. I think, so interestingly, what I've learned about Marionette recently
Yep.
is sort of what the first 3 turns of Marionette decks these days
Okay,
look like.
talk to
They
me.
do like to flick the dagger early. Cody really wants to establish a Graphene as soon as possible,
Yep.
if he can. So that's, and then you get the Tunic on the third
Yep.
turn to then
Yep.
start freely swinging with the Graphene. That's
Yep.
kind of what these Markni decks start to look like these days. I don't know
Yeah.
if Cody's on that exact list, but I do see a cut from the same cloth. A lot of those
Yep.
dagger buffs in his hand.
Yep.
So I'm going to assume that that's kind of the plan that Cody is on.
Yeah, and interestingly, during this, we'll see the Herald of Triumph coming through, 7 damage, but because of that Light of Soul being pitched, it actually revealed one of the angels off the top of the deck, and as a result, opting not to put the card into Soul. It was yellow, but just finding that those angels are really, really important for Liam Bennett's plan.
Yeah, there's very few of those angels, especially against an assassin where it
Yeah.
could possibly go to fatigue.
Yeah.
You want to just readily throw into your arsenal, even if into your soul, sorry, even if it does get you an extra soul. And we are going to see. So
Ooh.
Cody doesn't actually have a way to create the Graphene here. So
Yeah.
I think we're going to see Cody go and turn into
Yeah.
Orb Weaver here to be able
Yeah.
to create that.
Yeah, and we're going to see here, because of the weapon from Prism, the Luminaris Angel's Glow, giving the first Herald along with the first Angel go again. It's just going to be 7 damage. And importantly, into Soul. And we're going to go see, just immediately grabbing the Ponder, knows the Angel he's looking for off of that Prism ability.
Straight to Erudition.
Yeah.
And Cody does actually have a defense reaction arsenal, so could potentially have tried to block out. But at some point, Cody needs to keep cards in hand, and does,
Yeah.
of course, has committed the mask to go to Orb Weaver here.
Yeah.
So does want to establish that Graphene Chelicera now. So here comes the Erudition down. Ponder token created, as you say. Pretty important for Liam to have so early on gotten that Herald into Soul.
And I don't know if you saw, but the card ripped off Ponder was the Arclight Sentinel. So potentially, yeah, we'll just start off actually by creating it. And that's super important because, you know, any other action instead, if the Arclight Sentinel came out, not a huge deal. And Arclight, you know, it can be challenging into these decks because they, you know, it's not like they have to commit a card to break it, but we're going to see here the Graphene coming through.
There was no chance Liam was, even if Liam drew 2 blues here, there's no way Liam's committing that ALS because that Arclight Sentinel, because Cody's just down on cards this turn and already has to commit 1 to the Graphene. So it's just not something that Liam wants to do. Liam wants to try and catch Cody with a really big 4 or 5 card hand with this ALS here. So instead has a Soul Shield in hand as well. Instead is just going to play for some value this turn, I think.
Yeah, Soul Shield expertly timed because Leave No Witnesses is threatening that Arclight Sentinel as well. One of the more important cards. And also importantly, yeah, so the Soul Shield is going to be used straight away. Importantly though, and kind of interesting, Leave No Witnesses, one of the cards you want to get out early so you can potentially Codex it back later.
100%. Yep, very important. And you can just, these 2 players know these decks so well, and they know this matchup so well. You can see both of them just being so patient. Liam patient on the ALS. Many players would have said hold, and I'm going to think about this play here. Liam already knew how he wanted to use this ALS. Cody, defense reaction arsenal, is waiting to try and use that on an impactful turn, something like an Erudition, potentially. So just really, really, really strong play here from both these players early on. And they're playing very fast as well. They just know this matchup so well. I think it's worth pointing out.
And it's interesting here, though. Cody decided, he wants to send the Command and Conquer instead. Did have the option of actually popping the Herald there, but instead just opted instead blocking it out. Doesn't have many cards available to swing back at me and wants to send this Command and Conquer and threaten that arsenal that Liam's obviously protecting.
Yeah, I wonder what Cody's read is on the arsenal here. But he's going to find out, so it doesn't matter.
Put that business away, bro. Unnecessary.
I love the banter between the 2 of them here.
So, for context as well, he let the Command and Conquer hit, and in response to the Destroy trigger, played the Arclight Sentinel.
Yep. And now it's under the protection of Arclight. And when you're under protection of Arclight as a Prism, what you want to do, flip a Herald of Erudition. If you can keep a Herald of Erudition around for 2 turns, this is huge. This is literally one of the core game plans of these Prism decks is protect an Erudition, especially in these kind of slower matchups, protect an Erudition with an Arclight Sentinel. Liam is now going to look to have a couple of big turns. It may look like Liam is very far behind here in terms of life totals, 12 down, but don't forget, starts on 36 and also has a very well-established board here.
And there's no way for Cody to gain an action point or anything, so this is just a turn off.
No, and Cody just checking, I can't flick this Graphene here. Yes, correct, you can't because there's no reaction step that actually happens. The Spectra just stops that.
And yeah, we'll see the first attack of Erudition here, so because has plenty of cards in Soul, it is attacking for 4, but importantly, by banishing a card from Soul, drawing 2 cards.
And Liam is absolutely stacked now with a bunch of heralds to come in with. So this is going to be a massive chain here, and including a red herald of protection, which is massive because Cody, remember, Cody has that defense reaction he's been so patient with in Arsenal, but there's a 7 attack and then there's going to be an 8 attack after this. But there's a popper.
Yeah, so the first popper will be played, but does have access to Phantasmal Footsteps, so we'll regain the action point here. And it's not like he's limited in regards to his resources. Has 4 cards left in hand after this second attack.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what Liam does next. I think it's probably going to be coming in with the red protection. And will we see Cody, being very patient so far, use this defense reaction and potentially these Black Tech Whisperers? Could leave him susceptible to a Herald of Erudition.
Oh, but we're going to go for the Halo play here. So this is something that you see a lot from Prisms. So they're going to put a card into Soul, but importantly, they go and fetch out one of the most impactful Angel cards pre-flip.
Yep, Triumph.
It's going to be the Herald of Triumph, which negates blocks by -1 when it comes in. Usually you would think, you know, it's the sort of thing where it comes through and it's not that impactful, but doing it at instant speed means that this is no longer a 6 attack. It doesn't pop the Herald and is forcing that Sink Below through straight away.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of trickery in the feature match area today with all these reviled heroes, but this time it's a light hero doing it. Getting that Figment of Triumph, giving -1 to that CNC, so it's no longer a popper. But Cody, being patient with the Sink Below, is able to block it up and cover it.
And now that Herald of Protection coming through for 7 here. Terrifying for Cody as well. Has 2 cards left in hand, but doesn't necessarily want to give up blocking. But again, the fact of the matter is that Prism still will be able to flip one of these heralds well. No go again left. This is the last attack here, but create a Spectral Shield, gaining additional life. Also has to get through an Erudition as well. It's just so challenging. And a card in Liam's hand setting up for the next turn is that all you got? One of the better cards into these dagger matchups.
Yeah, Cody does have... So that Sink Below is actually from hand. So Cody still has the Sink Below that's sitting in Arsenal. So Cody could choose to cleanly block this out with 2 cards. But again, Cody's been so patient. Is Cody willing to give up 2 defense reactions and potentially be susceptible to, like we keep saying, a Herald of Erudition on the way back? So Cody's got some decisions to make here. There's only 5 defense worth of value in the hand because there is a 2 block in the hand for Cody, but there's a Scar Tissue. So yeah, I think Cody either has to commit the defense reaction here or just say take it, and does.
Yeah, just going to take it. Needs to be able to throw damage back, but again, the value that Prism gets off of hitting, you know, not only printed on the card, a Spectral Shield's nothing to scoff at, particularly when we want to be protecting this Herald of Erudition, but being able to go fetch another ability here as well, and potentially flip one up. Plenty of cards in Soul too. 4 cards in Soul for Prism means she has so much just availability. And I wouldn't be surprised to see one of these Angels flipped just to protect the Herald of Erudition.
Yeah, Figment.
Oh, sorry, Figment of Erudition. Yeah. I'm so used to the
We've
Herald.
been talking about both Eruditions in this game.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, right? Cody just couldn't commit these 2 cards because Cody has to clear this this Angel here, which is going to require the Scar Tissue plus the Graphene, I think. So it does have 1 card to potentially play with here.
So yeah, the Courage token created as well. Gonna opt not to flip, and the fact that Liam still has choice of Arsenal here is pretty crazy.
I wonder... Cody potentially has an interesting line on the next turn where Cody has a Scar Tissue plus, I believe, an Orb Weaver. Does Cody pump... I think it might be a yellow Orb Weaver, though. Yeah, so it's not red. So Cody can't sort of do something tricky where Cody goes, come in with the Graphene off the Tunic with an Orb Weaver, threaten your Angel, Liam tries to block it out, and then he Scar Tissues over the top.
Yeah.
It's not going to be online. So I think Cody probably just has to, save the Tunic counter and commit to clearing this Herald. Where's this dagger going, though? He didn't point at the Angel.
No, so gonna just be pointing at Liam here. Gonna force the Spectral Shield, maybe?
Not Soraya. Yes, Soraya's not being...
Ooh, over the top?
This plays into, a flipped Figment or a defense reaction here for Liam's side potentially, because this is coming at Liam's face.
Yeah.
Oh, use Prism.
Yeah.
This one?
I mean, this play works without the Spectral Shield because, you know, you can flick and then kill both of them, but we're just going to kill the one instead.
Yeah, but the Spectral Shield is there. That's the thing from Cody. I'm really surprised to see Cody not just take out that Soraya on this play.
Yeah. But then it, you know, goes for the go again here. And are we attacking?
It's at Liam's face again because Cody doesn't have another pump. Could be feigning having the pump spell in Arsenal. Liam has to think about that. Has, of course, used the Prism ability.
And we'll see. So going to flick the knife to try and clear the Spectral Shield first. But
Liam has the gloves available as well.
Yeah,
So
as-
can drop another card into the gloves to make another Spectral Shield here and cover up this damage.
And then I'll play this on the...
Oh, and also has the even bigger bat from Arsenal.
It just has that all you got, of course. So
Oh, sorry, yeah.
does have that all you got. So it's just going to and such value here for Liam as well. So yeah, wow, Liam. I think I can understand where Cody was coming from, trying to play a little bit riskier to try and. Yeah, Cody, I think is taking some big swings because is behind.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, what ends up happening is that Liam ends this Cody's turn with a Soraya in hand and draws 2 more cards.
Yeah, so drawing 4 cards off of this over a turn, over a game is incredible. If
So
you're on
far.
the side of Liam, so
So
far,
far.
exactly right, and also it's going to save 4 life, and so suddenly that life deficit that Liam was at is completely gone. He's above in actual life, and also technically has 8 additional life just sitting on the board.
Yeah, that was a really big turn. I think Cody has played so patient, as we've been saying, still sitting with the Sink Blow Arsenal. But I just, that was quite a greedy line. I can understand why Cody went for it, feeling maybe that he's behind.
Yeah.
But it's really going to pay the price here because this is a 7 power anti-popper Herald of Triumph here, thanks to that Courage token coming in.
And we're going to see the Black Tech Whisperers coming through. Double blocks being presented, but another one's coming. And as well, over the top. But no, the Sink Below will be there to cover it up.
Patience pays here for
Yes.
Cody with that Sink Below.
The Angelic Wrath. But, what's pretty good is a 1 for 6 coming through when there's only 2 cards in hand. The Wartune Herald, not only, in regular old Prism, just threatens damage, but this one here is going to threaten a fetch again and build another layer of protection for this Figment of Erudition.
Yeah, I mean, Cody's just got to send he's got 2 Leave No Witnesses in hand here. So
Yeah.
one of those easily cleans up the Soraya next turn, Arsenal the other one. But then you've gotten rid of the Angel, fantastic. But you're now down 21 to 12
Yeah.
with Spectral Shield in play, and another flipped Angel
Yep.
as well. This is going to be very difficult for Cody to find an angle here.
And not only are they flipped angels, Hayden, they are beautiful Marvel angels as well.
They do look fantastic. I believe Liam's drawn another Angelic Wrath as well, so he's going to have the pump over the top on this next turn. Let's see what Cody draws up. That is a Leave No Witnesses now in Cody's arsenal.
Yeah, but has he drawn the popper is the important question here, Hayden.
He is not. That is 2 blues, including a Persuasive Prognosis and a Codex of Frailty. You always draw... Anytime you ask to Leave No Witnesses, you will guarantee draw Codex of Frailty on that next turn. That just always happens. That is the assassin life.
Yeah, so, and this is an interesting thing as well. So activating, so even if he had the popper now, it all has -1.
Yep, would have needed to be a 7 power here because that Triumph effect from the Angel is now active.
And this is the thing now coming through Herald. It's a Herald of Rebirth, so the effect isn't particularly scary in regards to recycling a card, but at this point, 6 damage is so much, and the Tunics are going to be presented at the start.
Yeah, it has to use a Tunic because there is a 2 block in hand. So Liam, and there's the Wrath, which we knew about.
3 over the top once again, and you saw Cody lean back in his chair. He was not happy to see that come through. Recycling across one of these big threats, and yeah, it's going to be that red.
Yep, Rebirth's going to hit, put that protection on top here, and then we're going to go searching for yet another Figment, and it's going to be Ravagers dealing 1 damage to Cody Gebert here.
Yeah. And, Ravagers is not usually something that you're going to be spending your soul on because, there are much more powerful effects. But if he flips it here, that's arcane damage. There's no arcane barrier presented, as we said at the start of the cast. So now, it's a blue Wartune Herald. That's still 5 damage.
Yeah.
You have to block.
Yeah, plus side for Cody, it's a blue Herald. Yeah. Downside for Cody, it's a blue Herald. Yeah, Cody, there's a psychological thing. You saw Cody had to block that Orb Weaver or did decide to block the Orb Weaver on the Angel. There's something psychological when you block on an Angel.
Yeah.
It really signals to your opponent, I think, as a Prism player, like, I'm going to go for this here because you've just used a card to block on my Angel that has no on-hit effect.
Yeah. We'll see another one fetched out. It's a once per turn ability for Prism to flip the Angels, but the on-hit effect of fetching them is not once per turn. So we'll see the board for Liam Bennett right now littered with potential.
Yeah, and getting a Triumph there, which is really important because effectively you just want to make sure Cody can't find an angle back into this game now. You just want to keep the board presence as high as possible. 2 Angels on the board, and plus every on-hit to be threatening.
Yeah.
Stop punching me.
It's good to see Cody still in good spirits despite, the position in this game as Liam starts to really rack it up.
Yeah, and still, able to clear one of the Angels, but there's still one present, and a yellow card immediately going into the pitch. Activation's going to come through.
Cody cannot catch a break, cannot find a popper in this. Hasn't found a popper rather in this hand either.
Yeah, but I mean, Liam still there. Yeah, realizing he maybe should have blown the wrong one up, but that's fine because didn't find the popper anyway. 4 go again. Still plenty of cards in hand for Liam Bennett. But he is marked now. So Cody Gebert will have a way of clearing. But, but you have to get through this. A red Herald of Triumph. So even if you had the 7 attack at this point, it's not good enough. And 3 cards being lined up.
Yeah, Cody knew it was coming as well because it was put back on top of the deck.
Oh, it was shuffled though, but that is going to be a Wartune Herald coming through. Liam Bennett drops to 21 to establish a board state and does not move. That life total sat there in an absolute beatdown. An incredible performance on a deck that a lot of people probably a little bit too scared to sleeve up. Plenty of Rhinos, plenty of Brutes coming around and able to pop your Angels, but when they can't pop them consistently, it can absolutely turn into dumpstering like that. And Liam Bennett did such an incredible job on such a beautiful hero as well.
Yeah, and that game was super, super fast-paced, and I've got to shout out to both the players there.
Yeah.
They played that, especially those first few turns, incredibly well. So tight from both players. And ultimately, that ALS off of the ponder was massive. Yeah. And the patience that Liam showed to find the right time to use that effectively IP3'd Cody, which was nuts. Yeah. And then lastly, the thing I want to point out is Cody had a bit of a decision to make, right? Yeah. Decided not to clear the Soraya to go after that Angel. But I think ultimately, I'm not sure it would have mattered. I think Liam by that point had just found the turning point. Yeah. Cody played for the risky play. Had it come off though, Cody could have been back into that game. So, I really don't fault Cody for those lines of play there. But two masters of those two heroes. I think we just saw there in the feature match area. Absolutely.
And we got to see some awesome stuff as well, using the headpiece early because of how important getting that clave out is. And it's just great to see people who are so dedicated, not only to the hero, but to the class. And they can see lines that may not be as prevalent, but Prism, a hero that is really difficult to come back from when you're in that sort of life deficit. But if you've been watching along at home and you are like, I got to get to a calling, don't worry. There are still callings left to come up. Valencia is going to be the next one after Worlds, of course. And we'll see, again, that Fabled package with that beautiful playmat as well as a variety of promotional cards that just look incredible in any deck.
Yeah, exciting to see, the World Tour visit Spain again and go get yourself some amazing stuff there.
Yeah, alongside Spain, after that, Seattle we're returning to December. And I love this playmat.
So
this
cool.
mat is so cool. Again, the cards themselves, the revealed package is going to be there. But that playmat, to me, I just love the colors of it. And I'm like a big King Kong fan. So I think it looks so sick.
Yeah, shout out to, again, I'm just going to shout out to the Pacific Northwest Fab community because they are just amazing community. And also, if you're heading out there to play this one, be ready because they are fierce competitors as well.
Absolutely. And of course, the third and final one is going to be Hong Kong. And I love this mat as well. It just looks amazing. And again, like a slightly different art style to the others. I love the fact that whenever we go somewhere, there is always some little reflection going back into where we're coming from.
Yeah, it looks amazing. And that's not the only thing that's going to be happening towards the end of this year and at these events, because we have a brand new format.
Wow.
We've had lots of things announced for now. It is Silver Age. Yeah. And we know as well that we are getting a bunch of starter decks to go along with this.
Yeah, it's incredible. This animation on here, by the way, for Icelander and Markni is just it's stunning. Yeah. Like I've never seen this animation. This is sick.
It looks fantastic. I'm really excited by Silver Age. I think, in terms of Blitz is sunsetting out. We've got a new format coming in, a very accessible format.
Yeah.
These are, I believe, $19.99 USD retail for RRP for these, or MSRP for these decks. So when these hit the shelves, maybe you're thinking, I want to get into Flesh and Blood, but I'm just not sure what the entry point is. This is it. This is the entry point right here. It is a $20 ticket to the World Tour.
And that's the big thing, right? These are not just like, even though they're accessible and they're easy to come by, it doesn't mean they're not powerful. They are decks that you can pull out of the box and take to a calling, to a Pro Tours, is what they've been saying.
100%.
And I think that's amazing.
Silver Age.
Yeah. And such an incredible format. For those of you who have not been playing along at home, Silver Age is a format that sort of goes through and is brand new. It is commons, rares, and basic cards only. So it means essentially that when we go through it, you cannot run into those big, powerful legendaries and majestics that are, known for their cost. It's opening up a brand new world of Flesh and Blood, and is something that really excites me because all of those heroes that we love from the entire history of Flesh and Blood are being reborn into this format.
Yeah, and heroes that personally, what's cool about this, I think, as well, is that if you're a new player to the game, great entry point. But if you're old hat like me and you've seen these heroes around for a while, this changes the game. This flips the script a little bit. You're going to be playing with it, and maybe you are like me out there. You've played these heroes before, and you're like, I know what Reinhar's about. I know what Iceland is about. Well, potentially you don't, because this changes the sort of the way things look, the cards that are going to be the focus cards. You know, it won't be some of these Majestics and Supers and things like that, these legendaries. You don't, hey, Icelander players out there, no Storm Striders in this format, right? So what else are you going to do? How are you going to build your hero, these heroes that maybe have been around for a long time in very different ways? And yeah, we've got events coming for Silver Age as well, which is very exciting. Yeah,
and it also makes you excited for the entire booster pack. I've seen so many people open a booster, just thumb to the back, skip past all the commons. But now no longer, and particularly because it is going to be such an exciting format. And these are going to be the first times you're actually going to be able to play this format in an official sense. There's going to be a variety of events coming through in the world tour. Valencia, Seattle, and Hong Kong are all going to have battle hardens that are Silver Age. It's going to be a wild ride, and I am so excited to see what people are deciding to sleeve up. And I wouldn't be surprised if we just see heroes that people love.
Yeah, definitely. Just play what you like, right?
Yeah.
Also, the thing is as well, these battle hardens that we're seeing, 3 to close out the year, this is the first time we're going to see a spotlight on Silver Age. But it's not going to be the first time. This is early access for Silver Age, as they say, right? There's a set to come early next year, which LSS have already said. They've told us this is going to be what helps support the entrance of Silver Age onto the scene in a big way. This is just a sneak peek. This is just, hey, what's the lay of the land? What are some of the heroes to watch out for? What are some of the ways that we're saying people are reinventing these heroes, approaching it differently? And then we get into next year, and it's all to play for after that.
Yeah, exactly. Now, again, we've talked a little bit about it. So commons and rares, basic cards as well. So that's going to be like your tokens and that sort of thing are also available and able to use. We see Crouching Tigers. 2, by the way, marquee commons and rares, just to show you the power level of this format. We've seen both of these cards already today.
I know, on the stream, in slightly different forms, of course. But
of course.
Yeah, we've seen them on stream. I have a question for you, Matt.
Yes, Hayden.
What do you think we're going to see potentially in the future? Are we going to see more unique commons and rares, maybe some more power in the commons and rare slot as we enter into Silver Age?
And I think the interesting thing for me, Hayden, is are we going to go back and look at potentially having some legendary specific, not legendaries, but the legendary cards for heroes?
Sure.
So if we think printed a common and rare, are we going to see those? Rite of Retribution as an example.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. What's coming? Because we also have expansion slots that could also now be for commons and rares.
What about heroes? Am I going to be able to play Blaze in Silver Age one day?
I don't know. We're going to find that out. There's plenty more information to come. And speaking of heroes that you guys can pick up, let's say that you started playing in the most recent set and you're like, I've always wanted to play Viscerai. Chapter 1, these pre-constructed decks coming out is going to be coming available, as well as KO, Icelander, Bravo, and Dash is going to be in that first round.
Yeah, new Bravo, right, which is going to be downshifted to a common or a rare, away from the Majestic rarity that it had on print. It's so exciting. And I think, of course, we've got the Road to National season coming up in January. Maybe you've got some friends that want to come along. Maybe they want to try their hand at Road to Nationals. You want to lend them a deck, something like that. But then they decide, I'm going to get into the game February 13th in stores. You're going to have access to a range of these pre-constructed decks to get people into Silver Age. And I have no doubt that as we get into next year, there's going to be a number of events that help support this, both at local game stores. And I think around the globe at more of a competitive level as well. I have a feeling. I think it's going to happen.
And I cannot wait for that as well. And of course, after that, Chapter 2, we'll see Enigma, Azalea, Arachne, Web of Deceit, Fire, and Dorinthia going to be coming through with those pre-constructed decks. So plenty of variety, plenty of different things for us all to enjoy together. And then going through, just for those of you interested as well, these are the bands that are currently here. And some of you might be looking at this going, why? Apparently, they're pre-setting up for the next set.
Yeah, and you can see, of course, some new bands have gone in there. Old Knocker, pretty powerful. These chess equipments. One thing I would say is, as someone who's played a bit of fan-made formats as well, Commoner or Clash, things like this, I think these chess equipment, that's where a lot of your power comes from. So I'll knock her out the door there, but you see something like Reality Refractor, which I think is a very, very powerful weapon. So we're going to see more powerful cards come to the forefront in future sets as well. So this, as you say, just shaping it up. Matt, Which hero are you going to play? Let's say Silver Age event in a few weeks' time.
Yep.
What hero would you play?
For me, it's got to be Icelander, Hayden.
Yeah.
Icelander is a hero that sort of changed how I played not only Flesh and Blood, but trading card games, and is a hero that I've loved to play in any stretch. So being able to go back and play that hero again, I'm so excited. And also with these new restrictions, which you would think would be difficult, I love the new challenge, trying to find new things.
Yeah.
What about you?
I mean, there's no question. I'd be playing Viserai.
Yeah.
I can no longer play Viserai, of course, in CC. Now it's
Yep.
a Living Legend and not available in Blitz previously when I was playing some Blitz. So you know what? Let me sleep up Viserai and
Yep.
Silver Age. That would be what I would like to do. I guess speaking of heroes and new heroes and heroes that you might like to play, what about Puffin?
I think Puffin is a deck that is terrifying when it gets going. And if they can set themselves up, I've seen that deck do some crazy things and
Disgusting things.
It breaks some rules. It does some things that if you don't know how the interaction works, you think your opponent's cheating.
Yeah, underhanded cheat or Puffin? I can't tell
I don't know. And I'm really excited to hopefully get to see some Puffin today.
I would like to see some Puffin. Can we see some Puffin?
Let's find out. And you know what? I'll make it happen.
Okay, all right.
Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to cut to a slightly longer break as we get set up into the next round. This has been the Calling Sydney. Round number 5 coming at you very, very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to round number 5 of the Calling Sydney. My name is Matt Brown. We're joined by Mr. Hayden Dale, and we've seen some pretty fun matches, Hayden.
We've seen lots of fun matches and some heroes that, I'll be honest, I didn't expect to see at the top tables coming into this event already. And, you know, I'm excited that we've got some more heroes that are out to surprise me. And that's kind of been, honestly, the story of the ProQuest season. It's been the story of this season so far, is that there's a lot of these heroes sitting around on the fringe that are having impact. Top 8 in callings, top 8 in battle hardens, winning battle hardens, winning ProQuests. And it just continues as we head towards the World Championships in just 2 weeks.
Yeah, and I did not expect to come out of this loving a Guardian so much. And yet here we are. But yeah, going into round number 5, we're starting to get to that cutoff point as well. We're starting to get to the spiky end. You know, 7 rounds is day 1 here in the Calling Sydney, and an X2 record is going to be how you make it through to day number 2. So people really start, you know, as you were sort of saying, if they're 4-0 at this point, they've got to win 1 more to lock up day number 2. And there's going to be people who are sitting in that 2 and 2 spot trying to fight super hard to get through.
Yeah, coming from all the way back to make sure you... And to be honest, I think as a competitive player, the mentality kind of doesn't change. You want to win every single game, because whether you're 4-0 right now and you're playing to lock day 2 in this round, as we're about to see, then it doesn't really matter, because you could also be X2. And the thing is that, well, you just keep winning until they tell you that you've got no more rounds left to play and there's a trophy in your hand. That's the hope, right? So
I think back to Pablo Pintor, you know, coming for it was the first Worlds, was it the first Pro Tour?
02 at Pro Tour in New Jersey, and it went on to win that Pro Tour, become the first Pro Tour champion from 02. So it just goes to show, yes, it might feel different, and it might be a bit more pressure that you put on yourself, and you might feel a little bit different. But ultimately, at the end of the day, you've got to win. You've got to win games of flesh and blood.
Yeah, and that's what these next players are hoping to do. And we've got a really fun matchup as well. One of the best decks in the format, our most represented, is going to be Verdance for Emma Hollingsworth, but going up against a deck that does some pretty crazy things on Andrea, Dentale, on Puffin, Hightail.
Yeah, super excited. I was asking for Puffin, and you've provided, so I've got to say thank you for getting a Puffin in the feature match area. I'm a bit of a mech fan. You know, I've been known to dabble a little bit. Dash, Adventure Extraordinaire, no longer in the format, but Puffin is, and I'm super excited to see how this matchup plays out, because I think this is one that has been played at ProQuest all around the world so far this season.
Yes, but this is the thing why this matchup is very, very good for Verdance, because Puffin loves his pet. Puffin loves her pet, and Polly is, in general, only attackable initially. Right, once you've used it, but Verdance can target it with these arcane damage, and immediately the bird is killed. Multiple cards discarded, and suddenly we're going to have a Waning Moon coming in for 4, and we only have that 3 arcane barrier, so some damage will be leaked. Yeah,
it's very sad to see that probably go away there, unfortunately, for Andrea. But I don't know about you, I've seen John Wick. And,
True.
I'm thinking Andrea might have something to say about Polly going down so far, so quickly. One thing I want to highlight, first of all, on Andrea's side, is we are working with that Spitfire. That is the weapon of choice for Andrea. I think as we've seen these Puffin decks start to evolve and start to solidify what they look like, this has become the weapon of choice. This Puffin deck is aggressive. Make no mistake. Yes, it can set up some crazy, crazy turns. It can even go long in some cases, but primarily what Puffin is a big splash damage aggro deck.
And it's interesting. One of the sort of challenges Puffin as a deck has is the fact that it has to run these cogs, right? And the cogs don't block.
Correct, they don't block, but
they do pitch.
They do pitch, and also they're played. They are what helps you turn on your hero ability. I think, although they don't block, they are still super versatile. And at the end of the day, Puffin, first and foremost, in its current form, is an aggressive deck and doesn't really care too much about the blocking. What has been interesting is how many of those blue cogs do you play. But speaking of cogs, you see Andrea here going ahead and playing a cog in the machine that is going to activate the hero ability.
Yeah, and Cog in the Machine, one of the most powerful cards that Puffin has access to. Double golden cogs, essentially meaning that you get 2 action points should you choose to crank both of them, and as a result, activating the Puffin ability. Now, we see only one of them cranked, but that's because we have a copper cog in hand as well.
Makes sense. I was wondering that. I thought, didn't see the dice initially there from Andrea and thought, oh, have we not drawn a card here yet? But actually, Andrea's just taking a setup turn here. Wants to keep these cogs around, already has a card that they're happy to sit in Arsenal. And Andrea, I think, saying, well, you're Verdance, you don't have any cards in the graveyard yet. What can you do with a 4-card hand? And I kind of like that, because a lot of the time early on, Verdance can't necessarily do a lot with a 4-card hand.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well, not feeding. It's kind of like the old Levia problem, where sometimes you don't want to feed cards into the graveyard as a way of sort of allowing them to turn it on. But luckily for Emma here, going to have access to
Yeah, but here, this is what Andrea wants. Here, 4-card hand, what do you got? We've got gain 1 life, and we've got 2 damage.
Yeah. Still has a card in hand, though. Plow Under available, but doesn't have any way of decomposing again. So, you know, with only a singular Earth card in the graveyard, it definitely makes these turns a lot scarier.
Yeah, but yeah, you're right. So Plow Under can be active here, but it's not going to be for all the damage. It's just going to be for 2 damage here. So Andrea just taking a second to
No
look at this.
decompose called, though.
Okay. Oh, of course, we just have the 1 Earth card,
Yeah,
right?
just the singular one. So this is just, you know, it's
2
one of these
damage.
things you have to... It's 2 damage, but importantly, it is that second Earth card going into the graveyard.
Yeah.
So should we start to draw some of these more other decomposed cards, they can be live.
Yeah. So this is just this is Emma's, her own setup turn here. I think Andrea's got to be pretty happy with this. Taking a peek in there, it looks like Andrea's got a bit of damage in this hand. So yeah, I think having a little think about it, but ultimately, no reason to consider blocking this, I think.
Yeah, and also has the access of 2 cogs available. So there are some cards which will probably come up at some throughout this game where tapping cogs allows you to do some pretty crazy things. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, as Emma's going to pass back and drop a hand. Has a burn bat as well. Heart of Fender
Yeah, we've seen
inside.
these Fables played today. I think what's also interesting, you called it out, and it was a great call out, Matt, is that Andrea decided, I'm not going to let you fill up your graveyard. Emma would have loved to have used that Plow Under defensively, would have loved to use that mental block, had a Ponder and had an Arsenal card here. Could have effectively netted more life and had another card in Arsenal here.
Yeah.
But ultimately, and the same number of Earth cards in graveyard, but that is not the way it's played out. So very heads-up play from Andrea there, looking to not feed the graveyard early, set up, and let's see with this 5-card hand, or this 4 plus the Arsenal, what Andrea can do here. Looks like we're thinking about leading off. There is a red zipper hit in hand, so boosting away, nice way to lead off a turn potentially.
Yeah, and it starts off as well. And it's interesting as well, though, the amount of cards asked in deck for the side as well. So there's definitely considerations for fatigue, and that is definitely something that these decks not really known for, but it's something that they may be able to leverage. As the start of the turn for Andrea is going to be a Copper Cob being cranked, and we're going to see from the Arsenal pitching a red zipper hit to boost, and it's going to be a yellow zipper hit, so just coming in for 4.
Yeah, you talk about consideration of fatigue. I mean, Andrea just pitched a red to cast a yellow. So thinking about potential in-game stack here, of course, Puffin is not a hero that searches the deck. It doesn't have access to Spark of Genius like its cousin Dash, right? So can set up some pretty potent stacks here.
Boosting away again, and we'll see.
Yeah, it's a Fast and Furious, a bit of an alt art or a foil
Yeah.
Fast and Furious there.
I've never seen that out of Fast and Furious before. It's so beautiful. Emma, going to put another Earth card with that Autumn's Touch being blocked with the life totals. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Emma actually just taking this damage to turn that Heart of Fendel on.
Yeah, again, Andrea, if this does come down to a fatigue matchup, the most important thing is going to be utilizing the Spitfire as often and as possible, right? Make sure you get the value out of it. So that's what Andrea is doing there, leaking a decent chunk of damage there. Emma choosing to take damage. So, you know, maybe the fatigue element's not going to come into play. It could, but I think Emma wanted to turn that Heart of Finder on.
Yeah, and speaking of Heart of Finder is going to come across as well. So Pulsing Aether life is going to be the decision. It's going to just use the Pulsing Aether, but will gain a life of the Heart of Fendel. And let's say it does go down to fatigue. Having the ability to gain life constantly off of a Heart of Fendel loop, particularly in Verdance, where that indicates a singular point of damage as well, can start to rack up and really make these turns challenging. But we'll see here, coming in for 4, and then probably followed up with a Waning Moon. And the other card in hand, I believe, was a Burn Bear for Emma.
Yeah, going to be set in Arsenal for future Arcane damage. Let's take a look in. Andrea does have access to Arcane Barrier 3, of course, with that Visiotronic and the accelerators, but choosing just to take the damage there instead.
And that is the thing with Puffin, you know, it does take setup terms, but when it's set up and has access to what will likely be 2 cogs, if not more, you can start to do some pretty crazy things. But that is sort of the nature of the deck. It doesn't just go like some of the mechs of the past.
Yep. So away go some of the cogs here.
Ring of Roses found for the side of Emma, I believe, is alongside a Felling of the Crown.
Yeah, still no decomposition for Emma. 0 cards, 0 Earth cards and banished at this point.
We'll see, starting here, coming in for 4. And I love this from
Sky
Andrea as well. It's just turning the card towards the opponent, just so, you know, you might not have played against this, so you can read. I know what my cards do, but the Sky Skimmer, You can once per turn tap it to give it +1 or go again.
That's the classic mark of a player who plays a fringe hero and says, I'll just turn these towards you just in case. A lifelong brewer, I would say, potentially Andrea is here. Here comes another Sky Skimmer, of course, does have access to 2 copper cogs this turn, so can easily give go again. So this is nice. And of course, these go agains are without taxing the deck like you would see from boost of, you know, for instance, like a zipper hit we saw in a previous turn.
Yeah, and we'll see the carapace here. It is a yellow carapace, so it is only going to block for 3, giving it go again. Sky Skimmers do generally come in pairs, so the second one coming across. Still, though, cards in hand for Emma, and it is a terrifying one as well, because if we keep that Felling of the Crown, blocking with the Ring of Roses, and, ooh, I've not seen that art before, but that's the new card coming through as well, the backspin.
Yeah, and of course, just that rootbound carapace, like you say, now we have Felling online if we want to this turn. It is really, really important. So this rootbound carapace draw was really big for Emma here as well, really important.
25.
Yeah, and the backspin thrust as well, allowing you to untap a cog to get +1 or go again. So this little combo here with the Sky Scan as well, backflipping off of it. And then, you know, let's say we have the third one coming through, then we'll be able to give that one +1 again. But instead, no, a red zipper here and a red throttle being pitched as well. So plenty of damage coming through from Andrea here as 5 more will come across. And yeah, Emma, going to block with the Ring of Roses, decides, you know what?
This is not a fatigue match.
No, I don't think so either. But importantly, that's going to be another Earth card into the bin here. So definitely, not only is setting up this Felling of the Crown to be able to rip a card and deal plenty of damage, but also means that the next Earth card's going to be, because you only lose 1 Earth card in the exchange when you're attacking with an Earth card.
Yeah, I love you just see as backspin, just such a powerful card, especially when you can combine it with tap a cog effects and then also just able to spitfire off the back of it. You just get such good value. And we saw that. Andrea was super patient, right? Decided to set up these copper cogs, not crank that copper cog on the turn that he played it, wanted to get 2 turns of value out of it, and has right now has Emma down to 21 after a quick flurry.
Yeah, but you want to talk about ways of suddenly rectifying that life total, Felling of the Crown. So this is going to be coming in for 8 here, because there are at least 4 Earth cards in the banish as well. A card from Andrea's hand does have to go to the bottom of the deck. Now, Puffin as a deck does have ways of drawing additional cards, but not looking like it here.
Yeah, and a bit of decision here for Andrea, because some really powerful cards in this hand. There is the Planetary Aeronaut, there is a blue, which can help with some resources, but there's no cog creation in this hand. So I wonder if Andrea subscribes to the school of thought that I do, which is when a Felling comes in, put a card to the bottom, you throw your hand, or you throw 2 cards and you arsenal and set up for a future turn, and you point at your Verdance opponent and you say, hey, enjoy your 5 cards, show me what you got.
Yeah. And Verdance, you know, classically a hero, much like most wizards, that don't really have ways of utilizing multiple action points very frequently.
Exactly.
So gonna kind of IP penalty, but Emma must be pretty happy with this, you know. 8 damage coming across.
Aeronaut went to the bottom there for Andrea, so I think this is what we're going to see. 2-card block, arsenal the card, show me what you got.
Yeah, and I think it's, yeah, and also committing the equipment there as well. Yeah, so going through for 8. And now this is the thing as well. Even if he decided to keep cards, because he has no cogs, most of the cards in hand need the cogs to be able to do really what they want to be doing. So
100%.
just going to arsenal, hope to draw some cogs. Most of these decks run 6 to 8 of the copper cogs, as well as
generally.
multiple other ways of making them too.
All the cog creators, yeah, and yeah, I think this is a really nice play for Andrea. I fully agree with this play. This is the same play I would make in this situation, and one of my favorite sort of counter plays to Felling, because Felling is just so powerful. You've almost just got to survive the Felling, get through it. And 21 to 29 here, so Andrea's still in a good spot.
Yeah, but look at that from Emma though. A second Felling has suddenly been drawn up as well. Light up the leaves in hand and a carapace. So it also has, I believe it wasn't a light up the leaves, it was a...
It's a Burn Bear and Arsenal.
Burn Bear and
currently,
Arsenal, yeah. So light up the leaves too.
Yeah, I wonder if Emma's just thinking, let's point some arcane damage here. There's not a lot of blues in these Puffin decks generally, apart from the cogs, and often the player wants to keep those. So maybe point some arcane damage here and set up this Felling of Crown for a future turn. I think what Emma might be thinking about. You really want to... Felling, I think on this turn is... It's not the value you want to get out. This game is definitely starting to slow down a little bit after a very, very quick start. Emma is starting to stabilize a little bit. Still has full access to all the equipment, so I think it's... I like this play.
And yeah, actually...
It was an all-red hand.
Yeah, so also running the red Autumn's Touches in the deck as well. So wants to just have more of that earth density, but also wants to still be able to present threats.
Yeah, I think that's becoming more popular over the last couple of weeks, these red Autumn's Touches. Just attack action. You're almost playing like a bit of a... It's almost like Icelander, Bullander, right? Like this is more
That's
and
why I
more.
play it.
Yeah, more and more what these Verdance decks are moving towards, and it's an Earth card. It blocks 3. It does an impression of a 2-card 7, right? Or not quite a 2-card 8, but a 2-card 7, and that's what we see there.
And the start of it, like you said just before, Hayden, the copper cog was available to be pitched, but needs these cogs, needs to be able to crank them and needs to be able to use them. And we're going to see here another Sky Scanner. This time it's a blue,
Yeah,
but still pretty threatening.
Yeah, I wonder. It's interesting that Andrea decided to keep the blue Sky Skimmer as opposed to trade in for 3 damage by preventing 3 arcane damage. So really prioritizing, I think, getting this game going. I think what Andrea is thinking is the longer this game goes, the Verdance gets turned online.
Yep.
The Millennium Tree gets more value, all these sorts of things. So instead, I think Andrea just deciding, I'll take a -1 damage sort of trade just to be able to try and push damage here.
Yeah, Fast and Furious, another way of pushing damage.
Does get +1, of course, because that copper cog has been cranked this turn.
So yeah, just another block from the Orders Touch coming through. So a little bit of damage leaking through, but this is the exact game plan that Verdance in general wants to do back-to-back. And we talked about it before, Hayden. The backspin thrust can be able to untap this cog now and still a card left in hand. And that's probably
that's why the blue was kept, I think. More so than maybe just pushing damage as the thruster is in hand here. So, and I believe I think it's a boost card in hand. So that's probably an arsenal, I think, for Andrea, and we'll just see the Spitfire coming here most likely. This is fine though. This is chipping away damage. I think this is kind of what both players want to be doing, honestly.
But yeah, still, Emma has the felling in the arsenal as well. So block for 3 cards, get all the value, and then send in for another 8. And importantly, if I'm doing the math correctly, we'll be after this 1 away from being online for Verdance.
Yeah, I think that was nice that Andrea was able to get the 3 block out there for the 2 for the weapon.
Yeah.
Quite a nice trade, and keep the arsenal. That's kind of what you want to see. But here comes felling, and now Andrea does have a card in arsenal. So the play I spoke about before of throw your hand, arsenal, set up, it's not necessarily is cut and dry now, because yes, you're going to lose a card. Andrea's tanking on that right now, but then setting up's a little bit more difficult without, with the arsenal already there. So I wonder if we can just take a peek, because Andrea does have a bit of a decision here, because there is a blue cog creator in hand there. You see there's a workshop in hand there. So a bit of a decision about how to potentially set this turn up.
Do you also start to think as well, we might also start to see a Cogworks tinkerings as well, because maybe we want to actually have access to additional cogs on this one, and the life totals are starting to get low, and the lower your life gets into Verdance, the less the physical damage is going to be. The sort of Verdance's go-to, and they're going to start looking more for that arcane line, so maybe trying to get the value out of it now.
Yeah, I think it's a really good call, because will we see another physical attack after this? And it depends on Andrea's life total, of course. You've seen things like Red Autumn's Touch. You've not seen a Millennium Tree yet, so this looks like a bit more of a value deck, less of a tall arcane damage deck. So I think Andrea can probably make the decision, or make the call, so to speak, that I'm probably going to face down another attack in this game, and this is maybe not the right, a felling turn is maybe not where you want to be using your arms here from Andrea's side.
And instead use it more for that 5 card.
Yeah,
really push that giant turn that we've seen Puffin do before.
And we have the big Galvanized card in hand here for Andrea. He's looking down, but we do have that Golden Sky Warden. But of course, just the 1 cog right there to Galvanize right now. But you could block with the arms, and you can stack the trigger if you wanted to.
Yeah, we are going to be looking.
Yeah, so Andrea still is yet to decide a card for the bottom, the felling of the crown trigger here. Emma just pointing that out. So Andrea maybe getting a little bit hasty on the line of the play here. Does still need to decide which card goes to the bottom here.
Yeah, and it was really smart of Emma as well on that previous turn, because the way that Felling of the Crown works on any of the decomposed cards is they're all symmetrical. So if you also have a card in hand, you have to pop it on the bottom. And yeah, we're going to see that play you were sort of talking about. So going to be committing the Golden Sky Warden here and likely galvanizing one of these, if not both.
Yeah. So we're going to get the Golden Cog here. Yep. Yeah, so it's ordered the trigger so that the Cogworks Tinkerings resolves first. You get that Golden Cog, and then the Galvanized trigger, and you can throw both of the Golden Cog and the regular Cog, or the Copper Cog, into both. And is defending, I believe that's 6 here that's being defended for. 7. Yeah, 7.
7. Yeah, 7.
So should be taking 1 here.
Golden Sky Warden blocks for 2 naturally, and then it has +2, and then the Tinker Rings also has 2.
Plus the Tickler Foundry Heart. Yep, exactly.
Gold being generated here as well. She is still a pirate.
Getting this gold is actually so important as well, because this now lets you decide when you want to use this gold, right?
Yep.
When you have the cogs, you're kind of at the mercy of the hands you draw. You can't you just have to kind of go with it. Once you've got this gold, though, it kind of changes. You can start to decide where you might want to potentially pivot or flex into a particular line of play with that Puffin hero ability.
Yeah, and we're going to see another cog in the machine being played now. So previously we've seen it as a setup turn, and it'll be interesting to see if that's what we decide to do. But no, it looks like we've cranked both of the cogs.
I will not tap it to put it back.
Yeah, so he's going to put it in the graveyard, so he's not going to tap it. But cranking both the cogs does mean that the Puffin ability will trigger drawing a card here, and we'll see off the top.
It's another cog in the machine off the top of the deck. I'm not sure that is what Andrea wanted to see in this instance.
But in this instance, yeah. So we're just going to play the Zipper hit, boosting away.
Oh, imagine if we found something like an Aeronaut or a Cogwork Zeppelin off the top with those two. That would have been fantastic.
Yeah, he's actually opting not to boost because he doesn't have to.
Yeah.
He has 2 action points here.
There's no point.
Yeah, exactly. Player 1 is going to be the block, and so 2 damage will leak through. Plenty of cogs and a treasure available, so probably just going to set this card in Arsenal. And yeah, tap
Spitfire.
both. Spitfire again.
Yeah, I mean, this game is just slowed right down here, and it's just sort of small trades of value, but Emma likes the hand. Says, send me the bill on this one, down to 12.
Yeah, and it's always scary when the Verdance player decides they want to keep 3 cards, because it means I'm getting attacked for something and something scary is going in the arsenal as well. But speaking of scary arsenals, Andrea has put that 3rd cog in the machine, and it's, you know, finds the right hand and there's no disruption here. It could suddenly be the turning point.
Yeah.
Get over his tilling, and this is also going to turn the Verdance ability on. So now whenever life is gained on Emma's turn, a ping of arcane damage is going to be sent across, and that's where things start to get scary. But galvanizing both of the cogs here as well, and you hear even
Double
Emma says
soup up.
nice, as the soup up is going to block that out. And amazing work there from Andrea, just being able to really efficiently use his hand.
Who needs defense reactions when you've got 1-card 4s on defense? And I believe Emma put a defense reaction in Arsenal, so was really patient on that defense reaction last turn, taking the damage, and has put a defense reaction in Arsenal here.
Yeah, and we'll see another one's been drawn up as well as a line up the leaves. Cog in the machine will come back in, both cranked, so another card being drawn, and we'll see what's off the top here.
So working, I believe, is that an Aeronaut?
I
I'm
think
going to
it
see
is.
Andrea play it.
Ooh, is it the Aeronaut?
No, it's not. We've seen, no, it's Dovetail. It's Dovetail, Andrea.
Dovetail.
So Cogworks Dovetail has hit the board. If it hits, it's going to untap all the cogs, and of course has that 3 times per turn instant where you can tap to give +1 or go again.
Now, there's an interesting mechanic here, Hayden, with how resolution works of action. So with this Cogworks Dovetail, if they attack, they can tap, as we only have 2 cogs available, we can tap both to pump it by 2, allow the Dovetail to hit, untap the cogs, and then in resolution tap it again to give go again.
Interesting. Didn't think about that one.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Makes sense, though. Makes sense. You can, of course, give go again to effects after damage.
Yeah. It's in the resolution step that go again is checked for, so...
Yeah, yeah. Of course, Andrea does also have an additional action point because of
Yeah.
the cog in the machine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, and maybe Emma wasn't potentially aware of that, and just asking Andrea, you know, I made this decision, maybe missing that you had an additional action point there, so Judge is just going to come over and help them clear that up from Emma on Andrea's side. But yeah, really interesting. I love the call on the giving the potential go again and resolution. A lot of tricky. We're seeing so much sort of tricky little things going on in our feature match area. It's definitely keeping us on our toes, I'll tell you what.
There's a lot of shenanigans going on. Now, one thing as well with Judge calls, and for those of you who maybe you've been inspired, you've seen the calling, you want to come out, hey, don't ever be afraid to call a Judge.
Never.
Never.
Judges are our friends. They're there to make sure that the game runs smoothly, that if there's any questions around interactions or rules or potentially just phases of the game and what's happened, call Judge. That's the easiest thing to always do. And that's what Emma and Andrea have done here. And it sounds like they are ready again to go. Cleared that all up and we're heading back down to the feature match area.
Yeah, so we'll see here as well. So there's no wind back available because, it was... Yeah. Yeah, so we'll see no rewind being made there, so...
Makes sense to me. I mean, as much as Andrea didn't necessarily represent it with a dice, it's not Andrea's responsibility to do so. There was an additional action point there.
Yeah. Card's been played as well, so we'll see. He's going to be pumped up, so he's going to give it go again, though.
Yeah.
So, Shelter going to come across as well, so going to be blocking all of it out.
I wonder if Andrea was potentially hoping to get that that untap there. I can't quite see what's on Andrea's hand. We'll find out.
Oh, and he's going to pass back as well.
Because no cog to be able to attack with that Spitfire, right? Because we've committed both the cogs to pumping up the attacks. I think Andrea was I think Andrea was potentially really pinning hopes on being able to untap those cogs. Really nice play there from Emma, though, to hold that defense reaction.
Yeah, as well, particularly with something like that. Discarding Fruits of the Forest here because the Verdance ability is on. This is where Verdance becomes scary because this is a 3-point swing because 1 Arcane is going to come across as well as gaining 2 life.
Yeah, now the Fruits of the Forest actually has equal value, sort of expected value, as you might say. So Emma now, of course, with still the action point, thinking about what to do here. Andrea was just deciding whether to take the damage or not, does decide to take it.
Sorry, I went up. Oh, it's all right.
Good communication back and forth. And you want to talk about some more arcane damage as well. We're going to be seeing, again, the Marquee card coming through. Light up the leaves. Just not only is a 2-card 6 arcane, but also has that little instant ability for some of the mirrors.
Yeah, it is. And or Kano as well. You get light up the leaves on the right turn against Kano. It's just absolutely back-breaking. So Emma with a Sync Blow in Arsenal as well, so just going to set up yet another defense reaction. I really like the way that Emma has navigated this game because Andrea just came out of the gates absolutely flying, and Emma has managed to slow this game down. Still has the crown. Still has the gauntlets. Still has 1 block left on this chest as well. And of course, still has the Storm Striders. Now, this is when entering the phase of the game where what Verdance wants to do is basically just walk the opponent down a little bit. Wants to get Andrea down below that 10 life so that Emma can potentially just close the game out with that Storm Striders and has the equipment to do so. Now just has to kind of navigate if Andrea potentially has a big turn because we haven't seen a Plantier Aeronaut yet.
No, we haven't. And that is the card to really be looking out for. And we'll see, So Puffin going to be tapped to destroy a cog to create a golden cog.
This is big.
Token. Yep.
This is big. This is, as I was saying, you can be patient on this. So this is the turn that Andrea has identified.
The second cog will be cranked here, and as a result, Puffin will trigger, and a card will be drawn. And suddenly we start to look for those really terrifying cards.
Cogwork Zeppelin, blue in the hand. There's a red Sky Skimmer there. There's a golden Sky Warden. His hand looks okay. There's definitely damage in it. It looks like is that another copper cog at the back there.
Yep.
So it's not a ton of damage here, unfortunately, for Andrea. It's a little bit awkward potentially.
Yeah, going to be over pitching here as well.
Yeah.
To actually send in the Golden Sky Award, not often what we see this card used for as well, because it is it's a 3-card 7.
Yeah. Emma's playing on 2-card 7s. Andrea, unfortunately, this one's going to play on a 3-card 7.
Emma's actually going to just decide to block with the Burn Bear here. Galvanizing across as well, so knows that there's plenty of damage left in the tank.
Yeah, Emma has, I would say, drawn quite a lot of defensive cards. So I believe, of course, we have that defense reaction arsenal, but is able to just keep an attack each time and just chip away a little bit. And Andrea pinned the hopes a little bit on that card draw, really cashing in that gold. That was don't get this, like don't mistake this. That was huge, cashing in that gold.
Yeah. Because Yeah, and now we're going to see once again. Instead, we Burn Bear was used to block, but instead let's just send 7 physical at you instead. Force those cards out of hand and that is sort of the thing that Verdance can also try and do on the Verdance player's turn. Pull the cards from hand, and then on your turn when you go for your first play, instead just try and kill you in that point.
So Soup Up was defended with there, cracking that that golden cog that would be going away during the start of Andrea's next turn anyway. So Andrea is just keeping the life total high, is playing the game as needed, and I think this is going to be a bit of a setup turn. Yeah,
so another cog will be deployed and cranked as well. A third one! And as a result, a trigger's going to come across. The draw will come for Puffin here. Andrea trying to find something.
Fast and Furious has been picked up and is going to be played by the looks of it.
And it is online. Another cog going into the banish zone.
That's your King Kong Fast and Furious there.
Yeah, I love it. It's so cool. And there's that Sync below. But yeah, choosing Sync. And this is why Sync is still so powerful and is often played, even over some of these newer cards, just because being able to resculpt the hand in situations like this can be so impactful.
And this is, as I was saying, a bit of a setup turn here. We're setting these copper cogs up for next turn. Andrea is going to get a card into Arsenal, but Emma has a Plow Under to potentially disrupt that. Emma's just going to continue with the strategy. Come in, I think, send a Plow Under this turn, disrupt the Arsenal from Andrea, set yet another defense reaction up in Arsenal, and just start to whistle down Andrea. We're speaking at the start of the game, and the game started to change. Those 2 cog in the machines hit the bin without going to the bottom of the deck. We said, this isn't a fatigue game. This game is going so fast. Well, the complete texture of this game has just changed, I would say.
It's almost like they heard us. They were like, you know what, you think we're going to go fast? Here, we're going to slow it down as much as possible.
Andrea's trying to will it into existence with that Fast and Furious, but it just hasn't come about. And that Plow Under is massive.
Yeah. just removing that big setup that Andrea probably wanted. And now as a result, 6 damage. And you're starting to get to that life total where you can't just take this, because even though, you know, by traditional standpoints, we're looking at 6 damage into 3 on your turn based on Storm Striders plus one of the 6 into the moon, we've seen from Emma's deck there are cards that can be discarded to amp as well. So you always have to be a little bit worried.
And Andrea has found, he's just put the hand down, but Andrea has actually found a Planty Aeronaut and a Dovetail in the same hand. So it's finally started to come through and on a hand with the 3 cogs, but this Plow Under has really disrupted that. So Andrea is going to have a decent turn. It's got a good attack to come in with here. Does have access to these 2 copper cogs. One, of course, is going to go away.
Yeah, but Emma has also found not only a Burn Bear, but a Light Up the Leaves, and the blue needed to go through it. And as well, because she's been setting herself up, she's got that defense reaction in the arsenal. So plenty in regards to defensive prowess here. And now we're going to see the Cogworks Dovetail coming through. 2 cogs available, so has the ability to, once again, give it go again. But if Emma can blow it out again.
Yeah, the other thing I want to point out is Andrea decided to play Achilles Accelerator in this matchup. Doesn't have access to the Unicycle. And I think we've used that Achilles Accelerator once, I think, in this whole game. Yes, it might become relevant in the late game, obviously, with Emma's in-game plan on Storm Striders. But I feel like Andrea's really missing that Unicycle in this matchup.
Yeah, it's one of those things as well, going through. But the Cogworks Dovetail here, so it can be 7 damage, and then on hit, once again, we get that untap. But I think in Andrea's mind as well, he's worried that he may not be getting that untap available.
Yeah. And Emma's been so patient with these defense reactions.
Draw.
Oh, it's a Fruits the Forest. That's actually really big because it's just another piece of chip damage.
And as we were sort of saying before, Hayden, the game plan is to chip down, and now we're going to see 6. So still has an activation available. So still can activate again to get it to 7. That will pump 1 over the top, but he has to be afraid of the secondary act here.
I think you've got to do it. I think you're starting to fall a bit behind here. You've just got to go for it.
Giving it go again?
Yeah, so Andrea just thinking about where this is going to have +1 or go again. The go again is that's the more risk-adverse route.
Yeah.
But the +1 is the risky route. And it looks like we're going to go for the +1.
Yeah, and again, Will isn't the end of the chain. So if this does hit, he'll untap the cogs, and then in resolution, he'll be able to give it go again.
Yes,
sir.
Untap.
I'll give it go again.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, so there you see it from Andrea telling you best about how to, and Emma just checking in how that works. So looks like we're going to go to a judge call. Matt, you knew how it works, of course.
Yeah.
You were a bit of a Puffin player yourself?
Not myself, but my training partner, Phil Nagel, who was on Puffin this weekend. He's done that to me so many times, where you sit there and there's 3 cogs, and it's like, I know what's about to happen.
Yep.
But yeah, so because of how the game works, with link resolution being when you regain the action point, because it is an on-hit trigger, so it hits, it untaps your cogs, you're still in combat. You're still in that sort of time frame where you can actually activate instabilities, which is what it is. So you can give it go again after those 2 cogs you've used is untapped.
Yeah, the chain links. That's where the game can get a little bit complicated, right? Sometimes on those chain links and resolutions.
Yeah.
If you've played any Oscilio, you'd be familiar with that as well. Or if you played Aurora potentially beforehand with things like Gone in a Flash and the go again, and when you then bounce that card back to hand, there's all those sort of funky things. So just another one here with Puffin. But what a game we've had so far.
Yeah.
Just taking a step back a little bit, taking a breath. Because the game started at an absolute rate of knots.
Yeah.
With Andrea coming out of the gates, Emma really trying to stabilize. And then the last few turns, those 2 fellings.
Yeah, it's the fellings.
It was the fellings that really slowed it down. And in particular, that's the first one I think was fine for Andrea. Bit of a setup opportunity. Second one has really changed the complexion of the game, though, I think, in a big way.
And as well, Emma's found these disruption pieces that she's needed at the right times. You know, like we saw at the start of the game, a Plow Under just be used just for damage, just for 2, just to get an Earth card into the banish. But then, you know, you realizing as the game has progressed, as we've been able to enable that Verdance ability as well, figuring out, you know what, if I can just stop you from having that giant comeback turn, this game is going in the direction Verdance and most, I guess, slower wizards want to be, which is we're going to walk down and then I'm going to take 2 turns in a row.
Yeah, and importantly, get that Verdance hero ability online, right? So it's all to play for, and it sounds like the players are straight back into it. So we're gonna jump back down and see what's happening there in the feature match area.
Yeah, so it looks like the Palantir attack went through, and we actually saw that she just blocks it out, and then so we've just sort of come back in so that the secondary attack wasn't arsenaled, Palantir attacks come through, and now we're just sort of seeing, as represented by those 3 dice there, that Pulse of Candlehold's been used. So 3 life gained.
Heartbeat of Candlehold. Yeah.
Oh, Heartbeat of Candlehold, sorry. And then the 1, 1, and 1 is going to be those pings of arcane damage. And this might be the reason why we run the Achilles, because it has that arcane barrier 1 versus 2. But it's not the position you want to be in, because this is technically a 6 life swing.
Yeah. So important to note, the Barkskin is now gone. That was used on
Yeah.
the last turn to help prevent that Planetary Aeronaut, which we unfortunately missed. But then Emma's now come back with this big turn. And it's just about chip damage here. And a yellow and a red pitch to deal with this.
And a second yellow being pitched as well. So 1 card left in hand. And this is sort of, maybe not this turn, because it's unlikely that it's going to be like the kill turn. And as we see as the cards are drawn, no sort of big arcane spell. But if you're on the side and you're versing a wizard, sometimes you have to bluff that you have a blue.
Yeah, I mean, I think you've just in this situation in particular, you've just got to you've had some good turns. Your opponent's had some awkward turns. You've just got to kind of just try and stabilize a little bit and get through your sort of awkward turns. Speaking of awkward, this is a 4-card felling with 3 other reds pitched this felling. Unfortunately for Emma, Emma's had a few awkward felling turns this game.
Yeah, but hey, at least she's not having to bottom a card off of the felling itself. And Andrea...
That's one way to look at it.
Yeah, you know. Andrea probably pretty over this card at this point, as this is the 3rd one that has gone through, as we've accidentally buffed it up to 11. As a Verdance player, I wish, but I see Andrea just trying to figure out which card to put on the bottom of the deck.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is an interesting decision for Andrea. So 3 cards in hand after this. Do you potentially go down to a scary range, as I like to call it? Or do you block this out and just try and sustain a little bit longer?
Yeah, and we're just going to go for the conservative route. And
this is another Planetary Aeronaut gone out of the deck, though, for Andrea. The threat density is starting to really thin out for the Puffin side of the board.
Yeah, and, you know, Puffin in itself is a mech deck, so it does start to, with the boosting, burn through the deck. So definitely going to be going back to the 2nd cycle relatively soon. And we saw a couple of red cards pitched at the start of the game for Andrea, but nothing ginormous. And now E-Strike going to be from Emma, and this is one of the few ways that the Verdance deck can actually go wide.
Yeah, utilize those 4 and 5 card hands that we spoke about earlier, and Emma's going to do so. And I think has a blue and another Heartbeat in hand to just push more life advantage, gain some more life, throw some more arcane damage, split damage. When you get into these points of the game, it's just so impactful.
Yeah, being able to attack on multiple axes. And we're seeing Waning Moon being the primary weapon used by Verdance, but back when they were on the Surge and Aethertide as well, one of the scariest situations you could ever be in is when they pitch for it, you block it, and then they CNC you.
Yeah, not really what you want to be seeing,
No.
is it? Yeah. So Andrea just takes this one down to 10. So we are approaching the danger zone, and Emma's going to follow up with
another big 8 coming through here. So just have this physical damage. And, you know, Emma's seen a lot of those big arcane spells, but it doesn't, you know, if we can just chip down slowly with these big physical attacks, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, and we're going to hold this Heartbeat for a future turn. So Andrea's got a really important decision to make here, because if Andrea blocks with less than, honestly, 3 cards in striking distance of a potential Storm Strider's activation, but if you block with 3 cards, how are you winning this game?
Yeah.
That's what Andrea's got to work out now. It's really coming down to crunch time. Emma has navigated this game very, very well to put Andrea in this position, and I think now it's going to come down to these next 2 turns for Andrea, and can he craft something to try and take tempo back? Because I think whoever sort of gets on the front foot next after this next turn cycle is massively, massively favored to go on and win the game.
Yeah, and we'll see here, does commit the blocks, and interestingly, seeing a yellow throttle coming through as one of the cards blocked with, and he's also going to throw a blue. So
Move to pass.
probably intends to send whatever card is in hand at Emma. And it's one of these things where sometimes in Flesh and Blood, you just have to make your opponent have it.
Yeah.
I will not rank.
Yeah, here we go. Here's a setup turn. So we've blocked out with a couple of cards there, and then we're just going to 3 cards, actually. And like we said, staying on 10 life. Importantly, 10 life, very important.
Yeah.
Once you get to that 9 life, you're in the danger zone of a Burn Bear or a Light Up the Leaves plus a Waning Moon. And we know there is still at least 1 Burn Bear, and I think at least 1 Light Up the Leaf still in deck for Emma.
As well, we see the Everbloom life in hand as well, alongside the Heartbeat of Candlehold, plus also has a Fruits of the Forest. So if Emma really wants, she can actually use this Heartbeat, and if he goes below 9 here, she can just decide to play the Everbloom based on the life gain, put back one of those big burn spells as well, and suddenly you're kind of in that inevitable thing of, well, I have to kill you or you're just going to get back to it.
Yeah, to be fair, though, for Andrea, I think looking on the positive side of things, this wasn't a turn that Emma's been able to massively capitalize on. The hand has a defense reaction in it. It's a heartbeat coming through. It's not another massive attack.
Yeah, but 3 reds being pitched to block out this damage. I know Andrea definitely knows for a fact that he needs to stay above that 9 life threshold. So willing just to throw 3 red cards in here. And now we're going to see a Fruits of the Forest for 5.
Just attacked with, yeah, because of those 3 cards committed, right? Now it's just opened the pathway. There's no way Emma thought, I'll attack with this Fruits of the Forest this turn. But after that, it's the play. And now Andrea crucially falls down to 6 life.
Pass?
So depending on what Emma draws here, and let's get a look at the hand because this could... that's a Blue Emeritus.
It's a Blue Emeritus. Alongside as
Before you
well.
draw up.
Yeah, and there it is. You hear the worst thing you want to hear on the opposite side of a wizard before you draw. The moment, yeah, we'll see here. Andrea, we'll tick down the cog. That happens at the start of turn, and we're just going to shoot. And I love this. You know what? I'm going to take game actions. No cards floating here, and we're going to see Emma start to structure. Do the math quickly. What's that Arsenal card? Is there something can disrupt this turn? But I don't think there is, as that Emeritus is going to come through.
Yeah, I can't see anything that Andrea can do about this. Short, I think Emma's just thinking, could there possibly be something in Arsenal that could stop this? But to me, it looks like we've got 4 off the Emeritus and 3 off the Waning Moon, and that's going to do it.
Yeah, and we're going to see here immediately the Storm Striders being cracked, and you sort of see Andrea's head drop as you see the Emeritus for 4 is going to come across and start to deal the damage. That life total being ticked down, nothing left to pitch. Pitching the second blue, and the Waning Moon's going to tie it up in what was such an incredibly fast start from Andrea. But Emma Hollingsworth on Verdance, the most represented deck, and showing exactly why that is the case, because showing just the power of stabilization, and she ended that game on almost 20 life.
Yeah, it looked so good for Andrea at the start there, right? In terms of just coming through with absolute rapid pace, fast and furious, some might say, from this Puffin deck. But Emma just managed to control the game, slow it down. Couple of good felling of the crowns there, but also just able to navigate some turns. Andrea did eventually draw some awkward hands, right? There was a couple of moments in that game, I think, where Andrea really had to navigate and find the right sort of way to build hands. I think did a good job, right? A couple of setups here and there. I think that gold turn was so crucial, and deciding to try and dig with that gold in terms of flipping it, choosing to flip it into a cog that turn, activate Puffin, get that card off the top, needed to find something, was banking on finding something, found absolutely nothing, and I think that was a bit of a turning point in that game there.
Yeah, absolutely, and as well, you know, we have to give credit to Emma during that entire thing.
Played very well.
But not only, just beautiful timing on those defense reactions. What didn't just machine gun them off on the first attack, saved them. And I think a key moment in that game as well, Hayden, was when it denied the untap of the cogs. I think definitely
that
did.
Was huge.
Yeah, it's just some incredible stuff. And again, this is the deck that most represented this event, and we can see why. It's just so consistent.
Yeah, has been, you know, the deck to beat over the last couple of weeks in ProQuest. It's had the most wins for a couple of weeks now in ProQuest season, and a couple of calling wins at this point, you know, in the hands of Arthur Hay and Hamburg. Took it out as well. So I do think Verdance is the deck to beat. Of course, it just has to be at this point, this weekend, and heading to the World Championships. But there's lots of things to say about this, and you know, not just this weekend, but there's lots of things that players are going to have to say. Maybe they're playing Verdance, maybe they're not, for upcoming events. And let's take a look at some of those upcoming events in the next few weeks as we go past the World Championships in Philadelphia, of course. Super excited for that. Looking forward to that one. I won't be there this time, but I will be tuning in into the action. I am excited to see if what we think about Verdance comes to fruition, or if we see the rise of Gravy to counter Verdance, or maybe we see some of these decks sitting on the fringes a little bit. The Prisms, for instance, that come out and target these Verdances when we get to the World Championships, or maybe it'll be something like Cindra. Who knows? We've seen Cindra on stream this weekend. Very, very powerful. Then, of course, we go to the World Tour of Valencia after the World Championships in Philadelphia. Check out that stream as well. All your favorite casters out there doing that one again, which is super exciting. There they are. Look at them in all their glory. Look out for Punkage, Sam, Scott. Uber Shouts is back with Brian Gottlieb for the World Championships. And then we head over and see some of our favorite faces in the European community. Gabe Share, we've seen on a couple of streams recently. Scott Hellingmines will be out there as well, and Carlota as well will be out. Carlota, sorry, will be out there at the event.
Yeah, just incredible events coming up, and obviously all eyes will be on the World Championship. But alongside of that, just plenty of Flesh and Blood left for the year, and I'm so excited just to see not only where this meta shapes up for the rest of the weekend, Hayden, but where it actually goes not only during Worlds, but let's say one of those fringe decks comes out, suddenly in that next event following Worlds, what's going to be? Are we going to see more people pick up the fringe deck and then try and target
Lyath?
it? That's what I was going to say. Is Lyath going to suddenly become best deck in format? Because I think it's going to be... Yeah, I think there's so much, and we've been following the Lyath a little bit. It's been doing pretty well.
Yeah. Speaking of, I guess, heroes that might come up, or heroes that are already sort of those predominant decks in the format, those decks that have been doing so well, we haven't seen a Gravy on stream this weekend. And I've heard that we have someone who is in the hunt for the Asia Pacific Player of the Year race, Justin Koo, on Gravy, and we might get to see them very, very soon.
Yeah, so don't go anywhere, because Gravy is going to be coming up from under the water after this short little break. Don't go anywhere, as we'll have round number 6 for the Calling Sydney. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Calling Sydney here in Hurstville. Matt Brandwood joined with Hayden Dale as we jump in on round number 6, and we're going to see the one deck that we haven't seen yet that's part of that big 3, Gravy Bones.
Yeah, Gravy Bones. 2 rounds left here on day 1, of course, and it's getting down to the nitty-gritty. And we're going to see one of the best players in the world right now out of that Super Armory team. It is Justin Koo. He is currently chasing down Nick Butcher to be that Asia Pacific Player of the Year in our very first World Tour Player of the Year race. And there's so many players in this room that are fighting for this title. There are so many players that have decided to. I know Gordon Ko, for instance, former Singaporean national champion, has headed out there and said, the value of being here, like I just can't not be here. You know, I'm so close to potentially taking the lead in this race. Recent calling top 8 performer as well, has amassed a number of points through the year and is in touching distance of these front runners in the APAC race. And so is Justin Koo. Yeah,
and we sort of said at the start of the stream as well that all of these players, there's 10 of them almost, that winning this event would put them either in first or just behind it. So everything to play for here, not only the regular glory of winning a calling and everything that comes with that, but again, this Player of the Year race is literally the forefront of most of their minds. And this matchup we're about to have, Hayden, is going to be 2 of the pillars of this event. 2 of the 3 most represented decks as we are going to jump in to the game, as it's going to be Gravy Bones going up against Cindra. On the left, seeing Daniil Matveyev going to be on Cindra and versing Justin Chu on Gravy Bones. And yeah, incredible. Both players at 4 and 1.
Yeah, so playing for a locking day 2 effectively with the win here. But losing this round means you've got to win that last round of day 1, or you're going to miss out on day 2. And an Australian local here in Daniil against Justin, and we're straight off to the races with this Ignite.
Yeah, and Ignite going to be the starter here, just jumping in, and we're going to see as well. And now going through as well. It is an interesting matchup as well because Cindra as a ninja is, you know, generally speaking considered very well versed into Gravy, but just a reminder, Justin in the previous top 4 did actually beat this matchup.
Yeah, we've seen it on camera. Justin, I think he actually went through 2 Cindras,
yeah,
I think, in that event on camera. So Justin knows this matchup very well. And I will shout out as well. Justin is already in Shizuoka. Justin has taken out a national champion on Cindra already this weekend. Round 1 up against Daniel Mackay, the former New Zealand national champion, friend of mine, and multiple calling top 8. Justin took him down in round 1 with Dan on Cindra. So Justin's already won this matchup so far this weekend, but it is not an easy one. It is a very tough matchup. For the Gravy side, requires a lot of precise play.
And it's the thing as well where a player of Justin's caliber, if he thought this matchup was really that bad, he wouldn't bring the deck. You know, Cindra 100%. Is one of those decks that we sort of believe is going to be one of the major sort of hitters and has become evident. And now, yeah, so has to know about it. We'll see what card. I haven't seen that version of the card before.
That is a fealty maker. That is display loyalty there coming down. Of course, that's C4 salvage, not sunken treasure that Justin Koo blocked with, in case anyone was wondering, for no particular reason.
And we'll see the sync below. Already the compass was activated, so it knew what the card was going to be. And yeah, just throwing the throw knife to flick that knife across. Another damage leaking across, and a card should be drawn. So an Arsenal still being able to be kept here from Daniil, and Justin liking the card on top, wanting to compass it to himself.
But there's just one card in Justin's hand here, and I think Daniil might have drawn a 1 cost and would be threatening the mask because has thrown a dagger on both of these last 2 chain links. So if this is a 5 attack, I think that will require equipment from Justin, and it's a breaking point. So this is going to require Justin to have a 3 block and to commit some equipment here to stop Daniil from drawing a card off of that Mask of Momentum. Justin absolutely in the tank here. I didn't get a glimpse of what that card was, but if it's not a 3 block, this is even more difficult for Justin here.
And it's challenging as well because it is turn 0. So obviously both players drawing up, but leaking damage on turn 0 is not what you want to be doing in any matchup, but also giving potentially another card to come through. And we'll see Justin really just considering every option here.
I believe it's an ally. I believe it's a Sawbones in Justin's hand. So Justin faced with not many options here other than potentially giving up boots, head, and the block on the arms. I don't love that, but this would see Justin falling down to 32 life, with Daniil ending this turn 0 with a card in hand, fealty on the board. That would be a huge start for our Australian Cindra player right here.
Not only that as well, Hayden, but both of the daggers will be able to be redrawn. Justin, reaching for the pen, is just going to take the damage and decides, you know what, I can't win this game if I give up this equipment on turn 0. A card has been drawn for Daniil, and it was just going to go to the arsenal as those daggers are repurchased.
Yeah, this is kind of the best possible start for Cindra. We spoke about this matchup being, you know, a difficult one for Gravy to navigate. We know Justin Koo can do it. He's done it on camera multiple times against some of the best players in the world. But this is a tough position to start, and Justin's really going to have to, you know, navigate this game well, show why he is one of the top players in the world right now, and in touching distance of potentially being a World Tour Player of the Year if things fall his way in the next couple of weeks.
See, one of the most powerful cards in the hand, Chart the High Seas. Knows the top card of his deck. Oh, sorry, is unable to check the top card of his deck because the compass is still currently tapped. So use it on the last turn. We're going to see, just starting off by taking the consistent route here, we'll reveal a blue, and it is going to be pitched off the top.
This is a good start. This is what you want to see. This is one of the tough things when you choose to... You play Balance Adjustments matchup. You absolutely have to. But not having access to that starting gold with Crown and Dominion, it does hurt. We just saw it on turn 0, right? Couldn't trade away that Sawbones.
And now we'll see with the go again. Yeah, Chart the High Seas, so both cards revealed. Oh, and grips the yellow and the blue off the top. So plenty floating here. And if you want to find a way of coming back from that early start and you see a little bit of recoil from Daniil, a goal will be generated as well as plenty of resources floating. So 5 left currently.
Is he him? Is Justin Koo him?
Oh, it is 8. You're right. It is 8. That was it was 5 prior. Gravy Bones activated here, drawing, discarding another ally off the top, and suddenly, all of a sudden, both of these will be able to be played out. Chum-friendly first mate will be the first one to be revealed, and I don't know if the damage, and it is going to be sent across that gold hook instead of playing out the second one and just wants to try and generate this gold.
Definitely, definitely. You want to try and get this gold on the board, and it's free here. You've already made a gold this turn, so you're not going to potentially lose your hook. Justin, you saw, really tanked for a bit before deciding to make this plays, but as soon as he found the line, he just went for it because you can see he's just so experienced with his deck. Knows, okay, I've hit the Charm, I've hit the Sawbones, this is my line of play. And likewise, Daniil just saying, yeah, just send it. I'm keeping this whole hand because this is damage.
Yeah, Snatch is going to be the reveal as well, so really scary now. Not only that Mask of Momentum threatening, but if it ever goes off in this turn, the Snatch is going to threaten a secondary card draw as well. See the Ravenous Rebel coming across. Still has a fealty on field, so and opting not to use it, interestingly. So probably wants to find a way of just better utilizing that card.
Yeah, 5-card hand, you don't generally need to use the fealty unless you've gotten quite unlucky and not found 3 Draconic cards. But I think in this case, Daniil has a bit of a grip of Draconic cards, so looking at a fairly good spot, including a Lava Burst. There is a Devotion in there as well. So lots of options here, but Justin's going to go to the top of the deck and see what he's working with. Didn't quite get a glimpse of that. Justin's very quick on that.
Very quick.
There is a defense reaction in hand for Justin, so lots of options for Justin here. Generally what you'll see in this matchup is the Gravy player will stop on this first chain link, work out what they think the turn looks like, really sort of almost navigate through of where they potentially want to use a Chum activation or where they want to potentially use a defense reaction, for instance, where they think how the opponent or the Cindra opponent is going to attack this Chum to potentially try and activate Mask. So you do a lot of thinking on this first chain link, and then you kind of know, you just go for it from there. You've kind of decided on your line of thinking, so you just progress with it effectively after that.
And the scary thing about this matchup on the side of Justin Chu is just the fact that with the Mask of Momentum, if he can hit you twice, he can just hit your ally as the third attack and guarantee 100%. That card draw. And that's what makes people, in general, consider this matchup bad on the side of Gravy. But Justin, very aware of this and knows how to play around it and can kind of force Cindra, to play in this awkward sort of manner where, particularly when we've got multiple of the allies out, you can sort of navigate it and force them to attack Chum in weird ways, and it's just this sort of very high-level mind game.
Yeah, the other thing as well is you saw Justin deciding to not defend the first chain link. Generally, when there's 5 cards to face down, it's really hard to stop that Mask trigger on something like Chum. So Justin just saying, I know you're going to get the card this turn. It kind of is what it is. So instead, I'm going to try and use my defense reaction potentially to stop it on hit or just to save life. My Chum is a soak this turn, which is fine.
Yeah, and it's sort of the challenge with these decks as well, is just most of your damage is coming from your allies, so the fact that they're constantly being removed for extra value. But we've seen Justin navigate this matchup before, and if it is a victory for Justin, you know, it's an absolute clinic of just sort of the real sort of mastery of this deck, even though it's not been out for the longest time, just the repetition that he's put into it.
One thing I really like that Justin did there is Justin knew that the Snatch was on top, so knows that, okay, that's fine, you're going to have to kill my chum now. Draw your card, draw your Snatch. I have a defense reaction.
Yeah.
Or my gloves. I will devote those to that Snatch later in the chain. Now, Daniil has a bit of a decision here as well. It looks like, I think Justin's just... So Daniil's thinking about the next action because does have a Demonstrate Devotion, the 1 cost. Doesn't currently have access to a resource. Didn't flick a dagger earlier in the chain. Obviously because wanted to potentially keep chain links alive. But now... Yeah, okay. So I wonder if we're going to see the Dragon Scale Flight Path used here from Daniil, because 2 cards still in hand here.
Yeah, and Lava Burst, very threatening. A 0 for 5 without natural go again, but as you said, Hayden definitely has ways of giving it, and Justin knows at least one of the threats that could potentially come, and it is interesting because, you know, traditional knowledge teaches you about when to use your equipment, but sometimes in these more aggressive matchups, you'll just see these really great players just throw the equipment early because they know they got to get the value out of it when they can.
Yeah, this is really interesting from Daniil. I think what Daniil's identified here is, I've gotten a decent, you know, I got that nice damage in on turn 1. I've got a bit of a life lead here. I just want to extend it. And I think we're going to see the... I think this line looks to me like we're going to see the flight path scaler. I think we'll add a resource here as well. Yeah, I like this. I like this line. This is good. This is just damage. This is an additional 8 damage or 9 damage with the flick that's going to be facing down Justin. And I think what I really like is the first chain link wasn't defended, that Ravenous Rabble.
Yeah.
I think what that tells Daniil is that Justin really likes his hand and wants to do something with his hand. So Daniil said, you know what? I'm going to expend a decent amount of resources this turn and push as much damage as I can. I'm going to get another fealty off this Demonstrate Devotion. I'm going to come in with the Snatch afterwards, and you are going to have to defend that. So yeah, this is very aggressive, but I like it.
Yeah, and Justin actually during that whole thing took pause on the flick specifically, so might have had some interaction and ways of actually maybe not necessarily dealing with the damage, but doing something in response. But yeah, we'll see now based on that. You were correct, Hayden. The boots have been activated, and then we're going to see coming through. Now, this does turn off that big turn that we saw the previous Cindra do with the 4 daggers, but this life lead that he's accruing already might be enough.
Yeah, I just want to point something out quickly. Quick dodge of flexes. When you have the Wrath of Retribution and you have the flexes, it is a lot harder to get quite the substantial amount of value when they have something like the flexes that they can sink value in. They can activate dead threads on that turn. So you can wait around for it. You'll still get a lot of value out of the Wrath of Retribution. But often when you just are presented with a really nice turn for the scalers, the flight path scalers, you just crack them because you just send damage. And so I really like the way that Daniil has decided to play this.
Yeah, and it's... I don't know how you do it as someone like Justin, sitting in this situation where you look at the combat chain ahead of you and it is 5 wide and you know there's a Snatch coming as well. Plus as well we're seeing kunais, and it's just, yeah, I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you haven't already blocked at this point and just sort of considering, yeah, we are going to commit a card here. But even then, he knows the Snatch is coming, so he knows that because the card being committed here, he's figured out what's going to be next. And yeah, that Snatch, the obvious last choice.
This reaction's going down so quickly.
Yeah.
This blood in the water is going to be slow. Oh, okay, Justin is thinking about it. But I tell you what, this is what Justin's now thinking is, okay, Scaler's been used, the flight path scalers have been used. My goal right now is now to extend this game a little bit. This game can typically be very aggressive. I know Justin actually likes to take, his philosophy in this matchup is actually take the game longer. He thinks that's better, from what I understand about Justin, the way he plays this matchup. So I think he's going to try and really slow this down now. A lot of reasons. Let's take stock of this game. Daniil has used 2 activations of the Blood Splatter Vest. Use the Flight Path Scalers. That is a lot of resources that have been expended on Daniil's side. And yes, there's a 14 life lead, but it hasn't come cheaply when you look at those resources. And also, just bearing in mind that Daniil got that really big turn on turn 0. So I don't think Justin is in a terrible position here, honestly.
I don't think so either. And this is probably why Justin was taking so much stock of what was going on. Call to the Grave, one of the most powerful cards in the Gravy list, because it essentially represents every ally in your deck. It just represents whatever you need in the situation. And, you know, a master of the deck like Justin knows exactly what he needs to find to not only start to claw himself back into the game, but negate a potential secondary giant turn.
Yeah, and goes and finds a Chum. Chum is a really strong ally in this matchup because it's really difficult to navigate for the Cindra player. It's really hard to get the exact value you want from mask triggers. So I actually think often what I find Cindra players doing is falling into this trap a little bit of almost forcing the mask a little bit.
Right.
To try and clear the Chum and get the mask trigger. And it's not actually always, I think, the right decision. So we'll see how Daniil kind of responds to this. But I really like Justin just going and getting Chum here. Chum is... It's 6 life, right?
Yeah.
Like that's at the end of the day, it's a 10 life swing.
Yeah.
Attack for 4, it's going to soak up 6 damage.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what Justin needs right now.
Yeah, and you see, just dead thread swinging for 4. And that is the thing to sort of remember as well with any ally deck, is that the life total is a little deceptive. Because if there's allies on the field, they need to be dealt with. Because either, you know, if you don't deal with this Chum, Justin's just going to block with 3 cards, swing Chum at you every turn. Or even block with 4, because Chum attacks for free. So they are threats that must be dealt with, but this is a great way to start off your follow-up turn to that giant one, Art of the Dragon Blood, as well as an Ancestral Empowerment in hand.
This is a really awkward hand, though, for Daniil. He has double Art of Dragon Blood and a Lava Burst. So this Ancestral Empowerment that is sitting in hand here, as we take a look in here, I think this is going to have to find something like a go-again attack, ideally. Otherwise, if you potentially facing down having to pitch something to the kunai, what you really want to find off the top is, honestly, you want to find a Blaze Headlong, if you can. But we will. That is pretty good. But we will see, because on the other side of things, looks like Justin has a Prismatic Leyline in hand, and this card is very, very powerful. This is what's going to help you. It's not always at its most relevant against Cindra, but sometimes this match does come down to a pure race, and that is a lot of damage represented by that card. Where that card shines most, a lot of the time, is in some of the slower matchups, where you can sort of loop it with Scuba and things like that. But it's not irrelevant in this matchup, that's for sure.
Absolutely not. And yeah, Justin's just
He's passed priority.
He has, and then Daniil, just thinking about whether or not he sends it now.
It's got to be.
Yeah.
Because you've got to find a go-again attack. I'm really interested to see what he draws here. Let's have a look in. Can we see it?
It was another Lava Burst, no?
No, it's a Rising Resentment. It's a Rising Resentment.
Yeah, so finds the Rising Resentment here, which is another go-again
attack. It's not a Blaze
attack.
Headlong.
No, it's not.
But it is what you're after.
It's 1 less than a Blaze Headlong, actually.
Is it? 3 is 1 less than 4?
Yeah, 3 is 1 less
That
than
is
4.
good to know, thank you.
Just so you're aware, for them of you playing along at home. But importantly as well, it does mean that it does unbrick this hand, so we can go into the Rising Resentment, kunai if we need to, but then the Lava Burst at the end as well.
Can I just give you a bit of insight here as well? Is that
absolutely.
Justin is such a high-level player. He will read a lot into this Ancestral Empowerment being used on the first chain link, because you do not Ancestral Empowerment on a first chain link unless you absolutely need to. And Justin knows that. Justin is a very high-level player, so he has just learned a lot about the context of Daniil's hand here in terms of what he might be facing down on later chain links. He is going to assume there is a chain ender definitely in this hand, and probably that Daniil did not have another go-again ninja attack here. So if the next attack is, for instance, Rising Resentment, I think Justin knows a lot about the last 2 cards in Daniil's hand here.
Yeah, and I love this insight, Hayden, just of like how these players think. Because, you know, me sitting here, I can talk about what cards are being played all day, but just knowing that intricate defensive mindset is something I think that is so hard to learn and so hard to teach, because it's just understanding not only of your own deck, but of your opponents as well. And just knowing that this Chum might be super important about when it's activated, if it's even activated this turn.
Yeah, I don't think Justin needs to. I think it's going to do the job for him in terms of Daniil is now in the tank about how to actually clear this Chum, because Daniil can't clear this with 2 cards nicely. It'll be 7 damage going at it if he's going to do it that way, because he has a 3 and a 4. What he actually would have loved to have drawn would have been Ignite. Ignite would have been the absolute best card to draw there, because send your 2, send your dagger, and then send your attack for 3. Or Justin doesn't know he has an attack for 4, of course.
For 5, right? It's a Lava Burst in hand? For the
Yeah,
last
but
card?
if just terms of if he had attack for 3, he could easily clean it up with an Ignite plus an attack for 3. And Justin wouldn't necessarily know that.
Yeah, Justin, and sort of, you know, we see the life total sitting at 16, but being able to retain the amount of cards he is, knows that he's setting up. And the scary thing as well is that there's plenty of equipment left on Justin's side. And the equipment for these Necromancers does block quite well. And we'll see initially Balance of Justice blocking 2, just to soak up a little bit of damage.
This game doesn't go for a lot of turns, but it's quite complex. As you can see, we're on turn 2 here. And there's been a lot of decisions that have had to be made.
Yeah.
The other big thing about this turn is we're going to see an Art of Dragon Blood come in here, but this is 2 fealties used on this turn for Daniil.
Yeah.
So he's now out of fealties if he draws something like an Art of Dragon Scale, Art of Dragon Fire, potentially a attack that he needs to make Draconic. He can't do it. He needs to find another fealty somehow.
And the Art of Dragon Blood, both of them being committed here, is just another one of these powerful cards that can't be used later.
And also for no value. Like, there's no 1 cost coming after this, right? There's a 0 cost coming after this. So, but Justin doesn't know that, of course.
Yeah. Yeah, considering again, so sort of as you were saying, Hayden, Justin may assume this is the card that was potentially drawn off the top, or what's going to sort of be coming next. And
You haven't flicked yet, right?
Nope.
yeah, asking, the flick has not come through yet. So trying to just consider, because this is the master trigger as well.
This is the master trigger. And of course, this is not targeted at Chump. This is targeted at Justin's face. So this is very interesting. I think Daniil now is saying, I'm 16 life ahead. I'm going to put you under pressure here. But the interesting thing is, we've drawn a card off Ancestral Empowerment. Balance of Justice has been used to block. Justin could just say, okay, have your card. I'll also have a card off the back of that with this Balance of Justice. You don't get a lot of chances to activate Balance of Justice. Justin Koo might sort of evaluate that this is the time to use it. And I like this from Daniil on the other side as well. Of you don't try and force the master trigger here because it does trigger the Balance of Justice. You just send it at face.
Yep. All right.
And it's also, one of those things where like, there's so many mind games happening in this game as well around, like, Chum activations, what's in the hand, why is he keeping everything? He's drawn another Ancestral Empowerment.
That is not what Daniil wanted to see here, because that is effectively useless on this turn, because the Lava Burst is now going to be coming in.
Yeah.
Lava burst at you for 5.
Yeah, so Justin is at 11, but is going to pop Balance of Justice, and... he drew a command! Conqueror of the High Seas. He actually already had one in hand. That's a second Conqueror of the High Seas. And there is 2 blues in hand for Justin, so this is... I mean, he's got everything he needs. Are we going to take a look at the top of the deck? Because I think Justin just needs to work out exactly what this turn looks like.
Yeah.
We've got an ally on the board still. We've got a red in hand. Do we have a blue to use with this Prismatic Leyline? That is the question here for Justin. I wonder if we will get... I don't know what he has in Arsenal. I didn't get a good look at that.
Neither did I, but the thing with Lava Burst is right now, it's just damage. It's not threatening anything additional. There's nothing else. There's likely a flick that's going to come as well. So it's going to be 6 damage off this one. And we'll see, looking at the top, and now we're seeing Chum just sitting there as well. So there's this Chum staying on the board might come back to bite Daniil as well, because, you know, we were sort of talking about it before, Hayden, where it wasn't needed on this turn.
Yeah.
But it means that for this next turn, you know, if we start to establish again more stuff, then suddenly this is 6 life that we were talking about before.
Yeah, I mean, I think Daniil's in the pot of, I'm probably not going to clear allies that aren't named Sawbones or, but we'll see how the game unfolds. I think Justin does, this can't be a blue attack action in the Arsenal, because if it was, I think this would be a snap, easy decision for Justin here. It's a prismatic turn. You push a bunch of damage. The thing is, though, is at the end of all this, Justin's still 20 life behind. Yes, his hand is very good right here, but it's not clear the path to victory right now. Justin still has a lot of work to do between now and the end of the game if he is going to manage to win this one, because Cindra is definitely in the driving seat despite all of these resources that have been used.
Yeah, and we've talked about, as you said, Hayden, a lot of the resources that have been used, but still has one more activation available on the chess piece. Flick Knives is still an ever-present card that is constantly threatening not only your life total, but, you know, in the sense of the singular point of damage, but also your life total in the card that's drawn off of it because of Mask of Momentum. And yeah, see Justin really tanking on how to navigate not only this next turn, but likely the remainder of the game.
Yeah, I think Justin has to make a play here, though. I think if I'm Daniil, I'm starting to get a little bit itchy about this chain link. We've been going a fair amount of time now, so we'll see if Justin can pull it together and make a call here. I know there's a lot of things to think about, of course, especially when you add Compass into the mix. But we are, I think we needed to make a play, and we've found a block here.
Yeah, so Flick a Knife as well. So it goes to 10, and 2 damage will leak over here. So 8, the final life total for Justin. So 8 to 31. So a ginormous life deficit for Justin in his race towards that Player of the Year, but has definitely found some pieces that could start to chain together this comeback.
And then Ancestral Empowerment in Arsenal is going to do some work next turn.
If he gets to keep it.
Okay, I think there was a Riches of Tropoldani off the top for Justin. So trading in a gold to draw a card there, but is going to find a Tropoldani to recreate that gold. So a nice trade in there. I think it's a blue saltwater swell in Arsenal for Justin. So I think he's got everything he needs for a big prismatic leyline turn here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're going to see it.
Yeah, and it is as well. So now also pitching the
And
top
he
card.
finds
He
blue.
finds a blue as well. So already Conqueror of the High Seas turned on. Doesn't need to worry about that. 3 there. And this is going to be a lot of damage. You hear Daniil say thinking as well. Now, knowing that he blocked with a Conqueror of the High Seas, maybe he...
You got to know.
Yeah. That card, he's got a second one.
Yeah, especially when he flipped the saltwater out of Arsenal. You can only... And this is the thing. Like, this is why it was so awkward when Daniil, you see a bit of a grimace there, drawing the Ancestral Empowerment, because you don't want to Arsenal in this matchup, especially when you haven't seen Conqueror of the High Seas come through. So Daniil's got to know what's up here. Doesn't have the access on the boots anymore. Only has the mask. Do you want to commit mask this early? Potentially not. So this is going to be a huge turn for Justin. This could be the turn that swings it right back to even.
He's also got a Call to the Grave in his hand as well.
Yeah, he's kind of got everything.
He's got everything. So he will not only be able to deploy this and attack with everything being buffed, mind you. So he'll have a Conqueror of the High Seas attack. He'll also have the Charm attack. But he can also go find the other best ally for this moment right now. He's got one available that he can pull out if he needs to, but so many options there. You can see Justin even thinking as well.
I think he's got the best ally already. I think it's.
But can he get another one?
No, I think it's the Sawbones. I think he's got access to it. It's sitting in the graveyard. I don't know if this Call to the Grave is actually that relevant this turn, unless he potentially wanted to find an action point with it. Back alley break line.
Yeah, and here we'll see.
For 9.
So 9 damage, Conqueror of the High Seas with Go Again coming in. Not bad, definitely not bad. And gold-baited hook was already used. So yeah, no blocks.
Yeah, Daniil can't do anything about that. Just has to say, send me the build. Daniil's... There's a chump still on the table, which is challenging.
Yeah.
But Daniil has to just try and take these last 8 points of Justin's life. And Justin's played this very, very well.
Yeah.
Very well navigated. And has found the pivot turn to try and bring it back to his side of things.
Yeah, we'll see here. Well, has a pitch available. So also plenty of... Yeah, he's going to crack a gold here. Has 3 available, so it's not running low on the... Didn't see. We'll see as well.
The thing is, did Justin forget the Conquer the High Seas trigger? Well, he made a gold, though. Did he not?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess he kind of hasn't forgotten it, in a way.
Yeah, and it's not a May ability either, so I think it has to trigger, correct?
Okay. Is that what... I'm just wondering, there's a judge pointing something out there. Have a look in.
Yeah.
Yeah, not sure. So we will head back for a second as they clear things up down there on that one. But what a game so far.
Again, just the fact that he was able to just be like, yep, and just sit there in front of 5 chain links and go, I'm going to block with 1 card.
A man who has played the matchup a lot. Someone who has prepped for this matchup since Singapore and just knows how to expertly navigate it, knows what to look for. And I just go back to being able to read the hand. I just think that Justin was making calls on what was in Daniil's hand, sort of trying to work around that. I mean, the Ravenous Rabble gave him context right off the snatch, so just knew how to play that turn. You see the following turn where the fealties get cracked. Again, Justin, a lot of information for him there, and just a lot of resources expended, like I said, to get to that life status for Daniil. And I think that's the right way to approach it. You do just kind of want to machine gun them down a little bit if you can, because if you do give Gravy a foothold, and the other thing I want to point out is that we've still got the quick dodge flexes around for Justin. I think we still have the equipment block.
Yeah, we've got
arms
the hook, and we've still got the chest.
Yeah, so there's still a lot to play with on Justin's side for later in the game, because we are getting close to flick range.
Yeah.
In terms of just, sort of edging down with flicking daggers. But that equipment is, I think, going to come in clutch. So I'm just excited to see how the rest of this game plays out. And this is a big turn. And it sounds like the players are ready to go and commence going through this big turn. And we'll see where we're at.
Yeah, and so we'll see as well, like the Arsenal being destroyed, because the hit was acknowledged. So as a result, rules do say that the Arsenal will be destroyed.
Goal was created.
Yeah, exactly.
Just missed by the players there that the cards should have been in graveyard.
Yeah. So and you can hear just then Justin confirm, I did get my gold. So. Yeah, so
he's already used it. He's already spent that money.
It's gone. It's gone twice. So he not only drew a card, but he then activated Gravy as well.
Yep.
So he was on 3. So the Gravy activation went off when the Drudge call happened. So
correct.
So Gravy should be tapped.
Yeah, I think they're just working that out.
Yeah, I started at 1 to 0. Then I made one from it hitting. Then I made one from Tropal. Then I made one from Conquer.
And you packed it.
Then I cracked 2. Yeah.
Yeah, it should be on one.
There we go.
There you
So
go.
yeah, so he's cracked 2 this turn. So plenty of. Oh, so yeah, so and interesting. You want to talk about that flick range as well. This piece of tech, I did not think. I remember seeing it in the gravy deck that I picked up and going, why is this in here? But actually being able to gain that life with the discard is such incredible from this as well. Because the gravy trigger, if you're not putting an ally in there, and see Sawbones coming across, and this is for a lot of damage as well because it's still on that prismatic turn. And suddenly, all of a sudden, look at this, the life totals. We're squared up and with 2 allies on the field.
Yeah, now Daniil really has some decisions to make. This is where you earn your money. If you're Daniil, you've got to work out what do you go for here. Do you prioritize mass triggers and allies, or do you say maybe this is time? Justin hasn't seen a lot of allies. Maybe I can bank on a couple of allies in hand. There's no gold to cash in allies, so you could think about going face. But the problem is Justin's now up to 11, so really out of that 1-turn danger zone, I would say. And so Daniil has a bit of a decision to I think make here. Look like the hand was decent. I think the hand for Daniil was decent.
But look at Justin's hand.
I think there's a judge. We're just going to come up for a judge call for a second. But yeah, Justin also has the C4 Salvage. Not C4 Salvage, Sunken Treasure. I've been doing this all weekend. It's only day 1.
But 3 of them.
Yeah. I don't know if he needs that many of them. One will do the trick.
Yeah, one will do it. But yeah, having 3 there is going to be in there, which is, pretty defensive as we jump back into the game as that judge call has been cleared up nice and quick. So shout outs to the judge team here at the Calling Sydney. And
he's got 2. He's got 2 in hand.
2, I see.
He's just making it with those flicks.
Oh, I
Look
see.
Like he's got 3.
It looks like it. I'm being magicianed.
So 2, he can almost potentially like bait a dagger flick out with the first one. Oh, it's safe. Although there's a blue pitch, that might make it a bit tougher.
Yeah. One at Chum.
1 damage. Let me think on that.
Yeah, so is Justin going to activate the... Oh, this is coming at Chum. Interesting.
Yeah.
Is he going to activate Sawbones here? I think that's what he's having a little bit of a think about. I don't think he needs to on the dagger. He can activate it on a later chain link. The thing is, though, is what Daniil can potentially do is say, okay, swing 1 at your Chum, swing a 2 attack with Go again at your Sawbones, and then swing a 5 attack at your Chum, and you got no use out of your Sawbones.
Yeah.
So potentially, actually, what Justin wants to do here is activate Sawbones now on the dagger, but if Daniil just easily still clears Chum, Justin won't have access to attack with that Sawbones next turn. So it's a bit of a complicated situation, actually, a bit of a call that Justin has to make here, and whether to activate the Sawbones here or not. I actually think it's really close. I think it's very close.
And I think it's also super dependent as well. Daniel's play will also depend on how it's gone around. But I will say, if you're on the side of Justin and you see a blue card being pitched as the first thing that a Cindra's doing, you're pretty happy that you're not at risk of dying. And interesting, I think in Justin's hand, he's also found another Call to the Grave alongside a plethora of blues.
Yeah, I think what Justin will be thinking about is if you've pitched a blue and you've not used this throw dagger to push a dagger over the top, either you don't have a starter, so you have to swing with a dagger, or you've got a 1 cost in hand, and you want to use that without burning the rest of your chest here. So, yeah, lots of information floating around, and this is what you see, I think, at the highest level, is just players processing such large and vast amounts of information to try and land on the right play. And when a matchup is as tight as this in terms of if you want to be on the gravy side and you want to win this matchup, you have to play, I'm not going to say perfect, I don't think that's the case, but you have to play very, very well.
Yeah, and very consistent and tight as well. So, and yeah, we'll see damage coming across. So I believe that's representing 5 damage left to get through.
5 health.
Yeah, 5 health. And
so no Sawbones activation.
No, but an Ancestral Empowerment, it's also in Daniel's hand as well. So interesting to note.
Yeah. And it does look like Daniil did have no starter because that's a Hunt the Hunter. So there's the 1 cost we spoke about, Ancestral Empowerment and the Display Loyalty. So did need to commit that blue in order to actually have a starter.
Yep. And this second kunai as well, actually going at Justin, and Justin deciding now's the time to start utilizing some of this equipment. Start, leveraging it to keep my life high so I'm not in that flickable range, and then just start attacking with these allies.
This is really interesting because that Sawbones is still around. Daniil wants to kill this Chum, I think. Has a resource to play that Hunt the Hunter, but Sawbones might come into play here.
Yeah.
Play loyalty at Sawbones.
Okay, yeah. So this is what I was saying before about you didn't choose to use the Sawbones. So now you can effectively clear this. You're not going to get the value of the Sawbones. Now you can send the Hunt the Hunter at the Chum.
Yeah.
And clear it.
Yeah, and you hear Justin say you don't actually get a fealty if you attack an ally because it does read
Correct.
you must attack a hero to do that. But a card will be drawn and...
I think it's a cut through. I believe it's a cut through that Daniil has found. So,
it's a Blaze Headlong at
Justin. At Justin. Because this isn't threatening the Master Trigger itself.
Yeah.
But Justin, of course, we hit the Sawbones with the Display Loyalty. Now this 4 is coming at Justin. If Justin takes any damage here, then including, a Flick Dagger, Daniil can send that Hunt the Hunter at Chum to clean it up. And then also draw a card.
Yeah, and it's just, again, both players just... This intricate understanding on both sides as well. Daniil knows the matchup from his perspective. Probably, maybe, I don't know if equally as well, but definitely piloting this deck to perfection. Had some very awkward hands, but I do still, I go back to that turn where he popped the boots real early. I still think it's the reason why we're in this board state where because without having that ginormous turn, I feel like Justin's...
Probably ahead.
Yeah, quite significantly, I would say.
Yeah.
So just the presence of mind to know I need to take my spot here and use my resources. And now, if he can clear out this entire board while also pressuring the life total again, and Justin sort of considering how he wants to block here.
It's so funny that Justin's found 2 Sunken Treasures this turn, and they're basically useless because this has been a turn where there's been a blue involved and have attacked with both daggers.
Yeah.
So even at some point, there's a flick. Even if the flick had been earlier on the chain, Daniil could just buy them back, right? So it's so funny that the turn we find them, they're not going to be impactful. So Justin just weighing up this block here. Does have, it looks like a blue golden tipple in Arsenal, so has something to lead off with, but doesn't have an ally in hand. Has a prismatic leyline as the only yellow. No gold available. So this is a bit difficult for Justin to navigate. I think, again, is going to probably be asked to make a play fairly soon here. I think Daniil's end of this chain is pretty much sewn up, though. That Hunter is going straight at that Chum.
Yeah.
So I think Justin just has to decide. The problem is Justin can't cleanly block out this Blaze Headlong. That Blaze Headlong is such a good draw off of that Institutional Empowerment, honestly. A 3 block and like a 3 attack, and Justin just covers this with 1 card.
Well, it's the card that you were saying before you wanted to draw off of that Ancestral Empowerment, and that one went away, but, you got what you called for.
This one has come out. Thank you very much. Because Justin wants to keep 3 cards, I think. And decides this is how important this is. Is going to decide to give up the Dead Threads to be able to block us out. The thing is, though, is we're going to flick a dagger here.
Yeah.
Can I activate this in response to the Blade Break trigger?
All right, Justin has a question there about whether there's a trigger opportunity to activate Dead Threads.
Yeah, and we'll see a judge being called over here. And we sort of talked about this before, Hayden, where a judge calls not necessarily for a dispute or an inconsistency, but just to confirm.
Clearing something up.
Yeah.
Just clearing up a question, Basically wants to know if they can gain the resource. Not really too sure why Justin wants the resource. The only thing I can think of is the quick dodge flexes potentially.
Yeah.
But we will see what the ruling is there for Justin.
And I guess, like you would want to do it anyway. If it's going to be destroyed, there's an ally that has gone to the graveyard this turn. You just do it just in case, Like, let's say that, this turn suddenly, instead of coming at Chum, it's something that's threatening Justin's life total or threatening something that maybe he's not considering. And I doubt that, you know what I mean? With just how methodical he is at playing.
Yeah.
He's seen the lines, but just wants to get that little bit of incremental advantage. And you said yourself, not perfect, but as tight as possible. And that's those tiny little increments of value over a game that can really seal it off.
So this is going to create us a goal because we are going to use a Sunken Treasure here. I didn't get to see what was on top of the deck, and I think that's what's causing Justin some pain here, is it clearly wasn't something that he particularly liked, because does have that, we'll create a gold here, but I'm guessing it's not an ally on top, because I think if it was an ally on top, you can crack the gold, send the golden tipple, throw away the ally, draw another card. So potentially it's something like a blue on top. Just feels a little bit awkward for Justin here.
Yeah.
So we're going to flick the dagger. What are we doing, Daniil?
Thinking on reactions here. And this is the thing from Justin as well. He called the yellow card to banish. Didn't even check. He knew. He knew there was a yellow in there. Yes, I know there's no daggers, but I'm calling it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just going to flick the dagger here.
Yeah, got to. Because you've got Master Trigger here.
Well, it's hitting anyway. Because he's only blocking for 3s. Decided not to use the dead threads.
So, but it's free to, right?
Oh, sure.
You've got the chain links, rather, is what I mean to say. So it's free. There's no reason not to. You've got the 1 resource left. Hunt the Hunter's coming in here. You're going to draw a card. You're going to be able to get your daggers back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice. Oh, I didn't
catch it. It's just going into the arsenal.
I think it might have been zero-cost starter. I think it might have been a head jab, as we like to refer to them as, potentially. Didn't quite get a good glimpse. Some of these Draconic cards, they're dark and they're moody and they're red. All right.
And particularly in foil, they're even darker again. And
That
you can see
is
Daniel's deck is quite beautiful.
Very true. All right, Justin, what have you got for us? Are we going to start by cracking this gold?
No, the Prismatic's going to be the first play here.
Okay.
Just thinking on it, leaving it there. So technically it's in the graveyard. But yeah, the Tipple's going to come out.
Okay, so we're just not going to discard to this tipple. I believe. I believe what the line that Justin has effectively lined up here is we'll play the golden tipple and we will then call to the grave, I think. Go and find an ally because we have 2 floating. So you can go and find yourself a rigor mortis.
Yep. And we'll also have the dead threads available too to generate that
we
resource.
kept that. Right, you're right. We kept the dead threads and he didn't end up blocking with it. I think that was the decision he was trying to work out. So we could actually get a Sawbones here instead of a rigor mortis, which, I mean, I much prefer. I think this is good. And this is why keeping around that dead threads was such an important decision for Justin Koo here.
Yeah, and you see the life totals here real close at this point. 9 life for Justin and somehow has navigated this game through to being in the life advantage. But this Sawbones isn't threatening lethal here. And so... Well, actually, is it off the Prismatic?
It is, yes. Yeah, so
yeah, it is now, sorry.
It is. This is going to demand a card from Daniil here because this is going to be coming in for 8 damage here with Daniil down to 6. So this is going to demand... I think the thing is, I think Daniil actually has a 3 block that he's happy to commit to this. I think he has a Blood Runs Deep. Dragon Blood, Art of Dragon Blood. That's kind of up to nothing this turn. It's just a vanilla wounding blow, effectively, that I think he's probably okay just to block for 3 here.
Yeah. Also, if he needs, can commit some equipment blocks across as well. Probably not the Flick Knives, because that card is so important as we get to these super grindy states of the game.
Is this a Blood Run? I was trying to see the card, because he's kept Art of Dragon Blood in his hand. Was this a Blood Runs Deep in hand? I didn't see what this other card was. It was sort of lurking at the back of the hand here. We'll try and get a bit of a glimpse at that, but Daniil really just taking some time to work out which card to defend with here. Yeah, really weighing it up. Let's take a look in at the hand there and see if we can see. It's just hiding at the back there. Yeah, I think it's Blood Runs Deep at the back there, and that's a Fire Tenant Strike first. Yeah, it's a Blood Runs Deep. So I kind of like just throwing the Art of Dragon Blood here on the chain, potentially. This is a tough decision, though. I thought he might have drawn a Blood Runs Deep, off of that Master again, has another one. So I think that's why he's lining up the Blood Runs Deep, because he already has a Blood Runs Deep in Arsenal.
I think he's also considering that. Yeah, so just going to block with the 1. He goes to 1. And he will make a gold off of that hook. And Justin, at this point, 1 to 9, has a Sawbones available too to negate some of this damage. So an effective 10. Looking across, and 3 cards available. And have we finally drawn the hand here?
I think Justin has drawn the new -1 card.
Yeah.
Fearless Confrontation?
Yeah, Fearless Confrontation.
Which could be huge on this turn, depending on what Daniil... Yeah, so Daniil doesn't actually have a starter here. So that was kind of the complication. Daniil's gotten, I would say, a little bit unlucky with some of these hands, honestly. Now he's having to pitch a red to swing. So missing out on 3 to 4 damage here, effectively, unfortunately. This is coming at Justin Koo here directly.
And the dead threads will be the first block. Just wants to maintain as much life as he can. The assumption at this point is that the Sawbones will not be here at the end of the turn.
No, but Justin, I think, has a Call to the Grave in hand.
Another one?
No, not a Call to... Sorry, Chart the High Seas in hand by the looks of it. So Justin kind of has what he potentially needs to just loop through allies and take cards. So he's in the point where he's just going to take multiple cards from Daniil's hand every single turn. So Daniil has to make something happen this turn, but this is a great dead threads blocking turn, I think.
Yeah, it's Kodachi lock, but instead of Kodachis, we're looking at undead allies.
Yeah, have you ever played against Dromai?
I have. Many times as the Icelander, but we'll see the Fire Tenant strike first here. When it attacks, your next Draconic attack action gets +1.
And it's a Burning Blade Dance that's followed that up, not on the heels. But this is now threatening some extra damage because this... actually, no, this is only the second Draconic Chain Link. Yeah. But we could flick a dagger, potentially get a resource off of this chest if Daniil wanted to, and open up some further options. So that was the card from Arsenal. It wasn't, as it turned out, another Blood Runs Deep.
And as you sort of said, Hayden, all these cards, very, very beautiful art, but kind of hard to see from the camera. So an activation of the compass here, kind of looking to see what does this next turn look up, particularly with a Chart the High Seas in hand.
I think it was a blue on top. I didn't get it. I just caught a little glimpse again, Justin, very quick. Some of these players are very quick with their cards.
when you know what you're looking for, you don't have to take the time.
Yeah.
It also allows him to sort of have that extra little bit of time when you need to take a moment to consider. And now we'll see. It's very scary as well, though, because Daniil knows now it's going to be very hard for him to threaten lethal on this turn.
Yeah, so Justin... I mean, this is an attack for 4, right? It's not threatening the mask, but we do still have to flick knives up. So if you do choose to try and block this out, which is going to be difficult because it's for 4. You don't have any equipment left unless you want to commit the quick dodge flexes.
And quick dodge, you want to try and commit earlier into the chain, right? So you can use it multiple times.
Yeah. I mean, if it's going to stop a mask trigger, you might be willing to use it, especially if you can do something like maybe you can ditch a gold, draw, discard an ally, dead threads it. You might be okay to dead threads and use the 2 value here. But I'm guessing that I don't think Justin found an ally on top.
Yeah.
If he did, I think that would be the play that he would potentially consider.
But then again, it's also like, but do you want to have that gravy activation to be able to do it on your turn? Like that. This is why this deck is so complicated. And if you've never played the gravy deck before, I highly recommend it, just to sort of think in this.
It's fun.
It is fun, but it's a learning curve. I'll tell you what.
So Justin declaring no defense there.
Hit, flick.
Flick comes through.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's actually off of the Burning Blade Dance, I believe.
3, go
Effect,
again.
yeah.
One,
Yep.
Mark and Musk.
Yeah, and now we're going to see that 3. And yeah, just the immediate block.
Cindra.
The Cindra activation to get him back, and then as well.
Are we going to flick? Yeah,
Yeah.
I like this.
Yeah.
Just push Justin down to 3 because flick knives is probably your avenue to victory.
Yeah.
The thing is Justin is going to be demanding 2 cards from Daniil here, I think.
At minimum.
Well, even just sending the... So we're going to draw. What is the card? Can we take a peek? Show us, Justin. Come on, what have you got? Okay.
Oh, yep.
Up another gold.
Yeah.
2 resources.
Okay, so he's going to draw again.
Oh, another blue.
Yeah.
Chart.
Okay, how good's the chart, Justin?
Oh, double ally off the chart.
It's pretty...
And it's a swabby as well, so
Wow.
we'll make 2 gold as well. Has the resources floating. We were saying drawing the blues there is not what you want, but swabby, yeah, sure, let's attack for 7. That's pretty good into a deck that doesn't want to block.
Swabby's huge as well because potentially Daniil could have got away with this turn just blocking 1 card into something like a Rigor Mortis because he does have the mask and the chest, so could have blocked with 1 card for 3 and then defended with the chest and the mask. If the Swabby comes into play and Justin does have the resources for this, that is no longer an option. That is going to rip 2 cards from Daniil's hand, which honestly... That could be the game. That could be the game decider, that Swabby.
Another gold popped as well, but found just yet another blue. But we're going to see. And this is the scary thing as well. The tipple is going to be played. Another ally goes into the bin and a card draw comes through. Little bit risky here if he didn't draw up another blue to be able to attack, but...
Well, because he could just attack with the Rigor Mortis, it'd be the
as
same
well.
amount of damage. So
Yeah.
I like this play, but this is saying, well, actually, if I draw a blue,
No,
yeah,
he
like
did.
this, then now you still have to give me... This is so awkward because this is so hard to defend.
Yeah.
You're asking for 2 cards plus mask here, effectively, because you cannot give that flick knives up.
No.
So just really great play here from Justin to, say, okay, if I don't draw the blue, that's fine. I don't get the Swabby attack. But if I get the Swabby attack, I'm pretty close to sewing this game up. This has been some insane play from Justin here.
Yeah, I cannot believe how Justin has navigated this game in a matchup where most people consider it incredibly Cindra favored at a 20 life deficit.
Goodness. And the Art of Dragon Fire, that could have been what helped. If Daniil had the fealty, he would have been able to win this game with the Art of Dragon Fire, but unfortunately had to use those 2 fealties so early in the game just to construct a turn. Wow.
Incredible stuff. And now Justin sitting with multiple allies in the graveyard. Plenty of cards left in hand. We'll see the Ignite's going to come through, though.
Daniil actually has the Brandwood Cinderclaw, so if Daniil got to keep 3 cards, the game was done because he could Brandwood Cinderclaw into the Art of Dragon Fire, flick the dagger, and the 3rd card pays for the Art of Dragon Fire. So getting 3 cards from Justin there was absolutely massive.
Yeah, incredible.
2 cards, rather.
And it's just that thing of, like, that line is non-linear. It's not like, oh, you look at your hand and you can do that. He dug, what, 4 treasure? 3 treasure deep.
Yeah.
3 treasure deep to be able to do it. Sink below in hand as well. So plenty. And again, you probably... What do? Do you kill off the sword? You have to, right?
Yeah, I mean, you've got to. It's demanding 3 cards from you at this point.
Yeah, and so but Rigor Mortis is going to be coming in as well. You don't have any equipment left. You have to just try and grind out these flick knives.
Yeah. The thing is you're going to need to find some more Ignites. Ignites is going to kind of be the key. So I think what we're going to see here is a dagger go at Justin's face, and then we've got that red brain with Cinder Claw that'll go at the Swabby. We'll get one of the daggers back, so we get to loop the daggers a little bit. We'll see Justin fall down to 2.
Yep.
But you're going to need to find, and nice. Justin knows the dagger's coming in here, so let's get value on this and keep our life total up and block the dagger. I like this play from Justin because it's effectively 1 extra turn of flick now that Daniil needs to find.
Yeah. Yeah, the reactions again.
3 at Swabby. Reaction
Yeah, kill it.
Flick.
Killing Swabby.
Yep.
Well, it does get a reaction step.
But
So,
if Justin didn't activate those quick dodges, he'd be down to 1 here, of course, right?
Yeah.
So now falls down to 2, but there's an extra turn. Yeah, we'll Cindra here.
Yeah.
But this would have been lethal next turn, right?
Yeah.
If we got to keep 1 card for Daniil. But now Daniil has to be able to find 2 turns to kill with flick. So if Justin can close this out, wow, this game is on a knife's edge. This game is actually insane, Matt Brandwood.
This is ridiculous. Like, I'm just at the edge of my seat. Like, there's so much information being passed around. And Justin as well has a defense reaction in hand. So if for whatever reason something were to go horribly wrong, has the defensive output. Now we'll see as well 2 treasure and potentially just a gravy activation to start this turn off.
And you'll see that as access to a murderous rabble is also threatening lethal. I think there's another blue there. We're going to go ahead and gravy.
Oh, it's going to
Get rid of the defense reaction.
Yeah.
Just needed the resources, I think.
Yeah, and we'll see the murderous rabble coming through as well. That's going to be the first. The second rabble comes across as well now. Blocking for 3, activating is going to be coming in. Rigor Mortis coming in here. Has to throw the flick knives because one of the cards only blocks for 2. And now suddenly Rigor Mortis on the battlefield. No cards left in hand for Daniil, and Justin draws up. Rigor Mortis on the battlefield needs to find something. And look at that. Eye of Ophidia is going to be the first thing to activate the goal. But no, just takes a moment.
I think there's a tip the barkeep in hand as well. That's an
Gonna
action
pop
point.
the gold. Looks through as well. Sees the 2 cards off of the eye. Can plan this out. No, bottoms both. Needs to find something specific. Draw now. Coming through.
Oh, that's an Avasti.
An Avasti as well.
the
Give it the go again. Has
it to the
another
barkeep.
Rigor Mortis.
Has it all here.
Oh my god.
This is 12 damage. That's going to be coming towards Daniil here. 12 damage, both Rigor Mortises. So unless Daniil has a handful of 3 blocks, I don't see how he survives this turn. This has been insane.
I cannot believe it. 31-10 was the life total mere 20 minutes ago, and suddenly look now. Compass looking at the top of the deck. Just in case we need to insulate against that full 3-block hand. But again, no equipment available. And it's not even like if they keep 1 card, it's a guaranteed death. Tip the barkeep now. You're going to give a gold? Probably not. Gold Kiss Rum.
I think Justin's just trying to see if he can get to more than 12 damage here to guarantee lethal on this turn. I mean, this is a finals level game.
Absolutely.
This is insane.
Without question, my favorite game of the day. We've seen some incredible decks and 2 of the premier decks in the entire game right now. And we're going to see, going to make 2 gold as well, really just deciding to dig. Rigor Mortis attacking in here as well. And now suddenly, no, only has 1 3-block, and suddenly Justin Chu from a 20 life deficit. You see the large exhale from this man. This is why he is currently 2nd in the running for Player of the Year, because my God, if you want a masterclass on how to navigate Gravy versus Cindra, watch that game again. Oh my God, Hayden, that is such an exciting game of Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, that was insane. It looked, I mean, if you were there, right, at the start of that game, you saw that first turn from Daniil, you saw the second turn, and you saw that 31-10, you might have been, I'll go get a cup of tea.
Yeah.
I'll go make a sandwich. If you did, you missed out. Go back and watch it, because that game was absolutely insane.
And it wasn't just insane of like the ending, Hayden. It was every single turn. Every single turn was so pivotal. It was 1-2. A singular point of damage, and we were sort of talking about it as well. My head, that was unbelievable.
Welcome to the booth, Matt Brandwood.
Oh my God, callings bring it to another level, and what a sensational game of Flesh and Blood. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to cut to a short little break, and then we'll be back for even more amazing Flesh and Blood. And
last round of the day, right? We've got last round of the day.
Last round of the day. Jacob Clements coming onto the booth as well, into the feature match area. So an incredible game lining up. Ladies and gentlemen.
I can't wait.
Neither can I. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Calling in Sydney as we jump into our last round of the day. And Hayden, let's just jump real quick, the standings of how players have been doing throughout the day. And at the top, a name we've seen many, many times, Matt Rogers on Verdance 6-0.
Yeah, no surprise there. One of the best players in this region, 6-0 on Verdance, interestingly. I wonder if some of these heroes we're seeing from these players will tell us a little bit about what we might see in 2 weeks' time at the World Championships, because after Matt Rogers, you see Peitang Liao, another top player from this region, representing Cindra. But why don't you talk to us about this player in third? Because this is a player that maybe not everyone watching our cast knows.
No, Spencer Horton coming in third at 6-0 on Cindra. Not only just an incredible content creator, but loves to talk about some niche fringe decks. I've casted with him in national championships before, and loves to talk in particular about Tough Nut and also about Puffin. But
not walking the talk here, though.
No, he's not.
Sleeving up the Cindra, but sitting at 6-0, so hey, maybe a good choice. Clearly a good choice for Spencer there. I want to talk about a few of these next players that we've got here. Jacob Clements, second right now in the overall Player of the Year World Tour standings, chasing down Brody Spurlock. I don't see Brody on this page, but I do see Jacob Clements. I've heard that Brody is at 4-2 heading into this last round, so just a little bit behind Jacob. But has Jacob sort of taken the lead a little bit? He is, of course, still 16 points behind, needs to make up some points over the next couple of weeks. But yeah, 5-1 right now, on his way. And I just quickly want to talk about the spread of heroes here, because we've seen a lot of interesting heroes on the top tables to start the day. It has started to run away from some of them a little bit. We're seeing a lot of Cindra, as you can see on this first page at X1 and XO. Verdance, 1 Gravy Bones in there, Liam Bennett there on Prism. But wouldn't mind taking a look at the second page as well of these standings and just have a look at some of these other heroes and players, because you see a bit more of a spread there, including some very, very interesting things there. Matt, what are some of the things that catch your eye?
Oh, there's some incredible things that I, for one, Hayden, love to see. A couple of Kasai's sort of holding hands there at 13 and 14. Both Arachnes as well, in particular Huntsman, but Stephen Young playing
Mr.
a hero.
Kano.
Going to my heart, Kano, as well as a Dorinthia sitting at 5-1 as well. So, even though we see on that page number 1 a really sort of what we expected, Hayden, we're seeing some of these fringe decks coming through on page number 2, also X and 1, and I'm so excited that we're seeing so much representation.
Also X and 1. So yes, there's the expected heroes at X and 1, but also look at all these other heroes at X and 1. Like you said, 9 different heroes represented on the second page of our standings here, and I want to shout out a couple of names very quickly because we've been talking in these last couple of rounds and from the start of the day about this Player of the Year race, especially in the Asia Pacific region. We are of course right here in Australia for this calling. A couple of names there that are fighting it out. You spoke about just before in terms of, we've talked about Justin Koo, of course. You can see him, but Shireru Wu right there as well, chasing, and Justin Koo at the top there. So a couple of names there that are really fighting out to try and chase it down. Michael Collins too as well actually is in the thick of things as well if he's making a trip to Philadelphia for the World Championships.
So yeah, plenty of stuff going on and plenty of diversity as well coming into it. And we are going to see a little bit more of that top end. We're going to see once again Verdance, but going up against Prism, the deck that a lot of people are starting to believe might be the way that they're going to target this Earth Wizard. And I'm really excited to see how this matchup looks because on paper, it's pretty good for Prism.
It might, but I think things have shifted. This is not the matchup that it used to be for Prism. It's not the walk in the park that it used to be. We're seeing these Verdance decks. We've seen it this weekend. Red Autumn's Touch, for instance. Going to some of these attack actions, light up the leaves and burn bear. More of these arcane spells, the split damage that can be hard to deal with. It's very, it's tough to keep your allies around, to keep your angels around. So I think this matchup has changed a little bit. It's not as sort of one-sided as perhaps it used to be. And I still think it's Prism favored, but in the hands of some of the best players in the world, it's a close match.
Yeah, and let's find out as our players are ready as we jump into the final round of day number 1 here at the Calling Sydney. Jacob Clements on the left playing Verdance, going up against Michael Collins on Prism, bringing the decks, both of these players, X and 1, 5 games to them. So they are locked for day 2 regardless, but trying to lock up that 6 and 1 slot going in. And we're going to see, is this matchup still as favored one way as it used to be, as Verdance is going to start by discarding and gaining just a little bit of life.
Yeah, and Jacob Clements, if you want to speak about some of the best players in the world, the hands of these decks of being in, Jacob Clements, one of the best players on the tour right now, had a stellar year, phenomenal year that is not over yet. Michael Collins, very well-known Prism player, just top-8'd the calling in Auckland a couple of months back. Actually took me out in the quarterfinals. Thanks for that, Michael. I still remember it, but just an expert Prism player as well. So 2 of the best players on potentially 2 of the best heroes.
Yeah, and we talk a little bit about some, with Silver's Age, some of our old heroes coming back, and Fighting Spirit, a card known best by being used by, the other Elemental Wizard, Icelander, a card that was instrumental, but Jacob maybe bringing it in here as a bit of a meta call to say, you know what, people are targeting me with Prism, I'm going to bring something to target them.
Yeah, and Jacob has a Burn Bear in hand here, but I think, so could, of course, pop this Herald if he wanted to, but might just potentially want to block this one out and keep the Burn Bear to have arcane damage. It's going to be tough, though, because, we are just going to see the Burn Bear used. The thing that's awkward is Jacob just has 2 kind of semi-useless blues in hand.
Yeah.
Sirens of Safe Harbor.
Jacob's quick. We are back to Jacob's turn.
We are. So Sirens of Safe Harbor, a card being played here, and not a card we usually see from Verdance, but makes sense. It's an attack that comes in, deals some damage. It's a blue, but also then gains you that life, something that later on in the game, it represents an arcane damage. So it's kind of almost that Runeblade 4-in-1 later in the game.
Yeah. No, I like this card. I think we've started to see this a bit more from Verdance's, and I wonder if this is a bit of an eye towards the Verdance deck that maybe the Super Armory team have been working on. Is this what we might see them rep next week? We often see players maybe wanting to keep away or hide away tech before the World Championships.
Yeah.
But Michael Hamilton didn't when he took Icelander back-to-back after winning US Nationals, then took basically the exact same list to Worlds, and it was a known quantity, but people still couldn't stop him. Yeah. Is Jacob Clements in a Michael Run sort of form right now?
I mean, let's find
potentially.
out. And now we'll see as well. Double D-React coming through, Shelter from the Storm coming through, as well as a Rootbound Carapace. And from what I've heard as well, not only is Jacob on this list, but all members of his team have bought the same 80.
Yeah, Brody, Michael Fung.
Yeah,
quite a few of these players on this list.
Yeah, and we'll see the Plow Under. And I love this. Just going to actually just target the Pierce Reality, a card that was really prevalent with the original Prism, but not as important, not as brought in as frequently here. And as a result, we'll see, Jacob actually flashing.
He's like, come on, I'm playing this, Yeah,
flashing the Arsenal card here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just going to go across. And both of these decks do have the capacity to play on either player's turn, so that's why you might see some pausing before the draw at the end of turn, just so they can give each other space. And now we're going to see another Herald. It's a blue Herald this time, though. So, and interestingly enough, Herald of Judgment being the card here from Michael Collins.
Yeah, I want to make a call out. Jacob just decided to point that Plow Under at a Spectra.
Yeah.
I think a lot of players would have said, I need to get Earth cards in my banish, and I need to point this Plow Under at Michael. Not Jacob, though. And I think that's... And also, Michael did have an Arsenal at the time as well. Jacob just prioritizing just how important that card is, because this deck, Jacob's deck is full of poppers.
Yeah.
So if that PS Reality remains on the board, you got giant damage coming over the top. Yes, you can still pop things, but if we find a Herald of Erudition, or we find something you don't find a popper on that turn, that can be really tough.
Yeah, and we'll see the double block here. And then a second Herald. And interestingly, Michael pitching a Genesis, a card that I have not seen be prevalent in a very long time.
Yeah, I think Michael is a fan of having the Aura package somewhere in the list, and I think it's interesting. I think a lot of players have seen Prism as like, well, you just Herald Verdance and they can't deal with your Heralds and your Angels, but I don't think that's the case anymore. And so Michael may be realizing that, deciding to play Auras in this matchup, or it could just be a side effect of the fact that Michael just has to play some of those cards in this matchup.
Oh, sure. So doesn't have access to the full amount. We'll see Jacob is just going to pass it back, decides, you know what, my hand doesn't really do as much. I have a very nice life total. I can afford to take things off. And yes, so this is going to be on the end of Jacob's turn. This Genesis will be flashed out, and the start of it, a War Tune Herald's going to go into Soul. So it is a blue, so it is going to create the Spectral Shield, as well as potentially draw a card.
It's light and illusion,
yeah,
so it's going to get both
so it doesn't
effects.
care about yellow.
Yeah. Doesn't care about the color of this one, but does just care about light and illusion. And wow, that's a really important aura as well. So Michael just amassing a bit of a board. Jacob's been really defensive early in this game, keeping the life total really high, but now is face down with a bit of a board he has to take care of.
Yeah, so will look like to attack on the Genesis. And Hayden, this is shades of the original Prism here. Double aura and then pass, just set yourself up, and you know, Prism Awakener of Soul isn't able to use these as weapons, so to say, but they are so important to get rid of. And we'll see, it also has a Spectral Shield. This Sirens of Safe Harbor, I think, is going at Genesis, and Michael potentially thinking maybe flashing something in response.
Yeah, I really... You see the power of Sirens of Safe Harbor. I think it's mostly used for gravy, so you still get the value, but also you're still going to gain a life here as well.
Yeah. And we'll see here, Merciful Retribution is the response. So now, as a result, a single point of arcane damage, and the Genesis going into Soul. Jacob's also just prioritizing actually blocking the arcane. So it represented two there floating, but yeah, he just really wants to keep his life total as high as possible.
I wonder if Jacob is thinking about potential fatigue in this match.
Wow.
Keeping the life total really high, knowing that at some point you're going to have to take hits from Heralds. But sure, take a hit from a Herald or two, go get your Angel, deal me 4 damage, I'll kill it.
Yeah.
How long can Michael keep that game plan going if Jacob is on this higher life total? That's what I'm really interested about.
Yeah, and interesting. Oh, so can't actually use the Burn Bear here ability because of the Passing Mirage that's on the battlefield as well. So no Phantasm on that original Herald of Triumph.
Yep, but is going to start that decomposition and get 3 cards, or 2, I think it was 2 Earth cards, into the Vanish Zone there. And you see it again. Yeah.
So the Plow Under coming through, Merciful, and also has the 1 resource floating as well. So the arcane damage that's going to come across when this breaks will be blocked.
And Jacob ain't stuttering. Like, he knows what's going on here. He is quick to play. He is very, very clear on what the game plan is here, which is keep these auras off the board.
Parable of Humility as well. So we're seeing the full aura package from Michael Collins here.
Yeah. I mean, it's very good against these poppers.
Yeah.
That plus the Passing Mirage.
Yeah, just a very interesting game plan. Not what I expected when I saw Prism sitting at 5-1.
You can see that this game has changed a lot. This matchup has changed a lot from what people were maybe used to when it comes to Prism versus Verdance.
I'm sorry, Jacob Clement just blocked with a blue Voltic Bolt.
Yep. What a list, right? Very interesting list here.
Yeah, and so this is an interesting interaction as well. You can't decompose attacking at an aura because it doesn't count as an attack. It just...
The Spectra resolves before you get the chance to... So the decompose never goes on the stack. So
because, if you read it, when this attacks, and it never counts as attacking. But still has an aura available, 7 damage coming across. Double poppers in the hand as well, but nothing to do with them. And now we're just going to see, Yeah,
we can take a look, and Jacob's got that Finals Fighting Spirit that we've seen already, a Cadaverous Tilling. and the Felling of the Crown plus the Autumn's Touch. So lots to play with here. Are we finally going to see Jacob break from the patience of pointing things at these auras, and now we're going to see a Felling? But it looks like he's just going to allow it to block with it.
Yeah, and the shelter as well, so fully covering up, but +3 over the top of the Angelic Wrath. So the first points
Finally
of
gonna
damage actually coming through, and the first time that Prism's going to be able to activate her ability. So what is this, 5 turns into the game as well? So much in regards to just an absolute shift in game plan of what I expected.
Yeah, you see the power of Passing Mirage there. Jacob's been very clear on his game plan, but because Jacob couldn't provide the popper, it also was going to have to, block with 3 cards or use a piece of equipment to keep out that Herald if he wanted to keep the defense reaction in Arsenal. So decided, well, I've got a clean 2 block here, but the Angelic Wrath just gets it over the top, and Michael is able to finally break through. This is, wow, another Passing Mirage as well. So I think Michael also understands the game plan. Both players playing very quickly, playing very confidently. They both seem to understand their roles in this match pretty clearly.
Yeah, and it's super exciting because we saw a Prism earlier on the day, and it was just the complete opposite. Obviously, different matchup going into Arachne, different player, but just the complete shift on both sides. And they are both playing quick, but it doesn't mean that in regards to just it's such a different approach. And now we're actually seeing the second Passing Mirage has been played, and Jacob's just saying, you know what, I need to start doing something else. So this Cadaverous Tilling going at face.
Yeah, this is interesting. Bit of a change of tact here. I didn't see the card in Jacob's arsenal. Maybe it's a thought from Jacob of once double Passing Mirage comes down, there's not a lot I maybe have to start pivoting my game plan. Potentially the thought here. And also knowing that this Figment of Erudition is lying in wait, potentially a big turn. I wonder if that's Jacob just saying, no, I want to start to get towards my hero ability.
Yeah.
And also this is 8 damage.
Yeah, and as well, taking 2 full turns to clear 2 auras, because again, the Verdance deck traditionally does not have a huge amount of ways of enabling go again, so you can't threaten life total and as well threaten the aura. It's aura into kind of like a Guardian, right?
Yeah.
So just deciding instead, you know what, I want to clear off the Spectral Shield. Yeah, just going to take the 7 damage potentially.
Michael likes the hand. I think it's 4 yellows for Michael. It's a couple of Heralds of Judgment, a blue Herald, I think. So we'll see what Michael has cooking. Michael's got to prioritize trying to start to swing at the Figment, though.
Yeah, the Judgment will be the first one, and Jacob has actually found the Cadaverous Tilling in hand as well, which does mean that after this turn, here we go. After this turn, it is going to be the ability
Root Bound
to...
Carapace he's got available.
Oh, sorry, yes, thank you.
Defense reaction there. It does also have the Plow Under, but we've seen how Jacob likes to use his Plow Unders.
Yeah.
Usually on the defensive side of the combat chain.
Yeah, and I love this decision as well, using the Balance of Justice here to get the value, because he knows that the Erudition is likely to flip at some point. And all 3 Judgments here, but no, this one is just going to be Burn Bear.
Yeah, Michael's going to play, I think, fairly... Yeah. Michael's going to play fairly patiently when it comes to this Erudition.
Yeah.
I'll attack you for 7.
Yeah, so 7 coming across, and definitely above life, so not going to gain a life, but 7 damage again. Just these big attacks, and it's shades of Icelander here.
It is. This is Verdance land. A bull Verdance, bull dance. I don't know.
Bull dance, yeah.
I want to point out as well, we are on turn 7 here. This is more turns than we played in the last game between Justin Curry and Daniil. This game has been rapid fire, but I think a more simplified game plan. It's very clear what both players want to do here. They seem to understand exactly what their aim is in this match. And so you see, just sending 2 cards.
Yeah, and again, like, I'd love to ask both of these players, how do you feel? Do you feel your favorite into this matchup? And like, it seems like both players are playing with the confidence that they, again, it's that 90-90. Like, do they both believe that they are actually the favorite?
But how good is Jacob? Like, I think Jacob had a game plan at the start of, I'm going to use my 7 attacks for poppers.
Yeah.
And I'm going to clear your auras. And then Michael has managed to get down 2 Passing Mirages. And Jacob has flipped to starting to use these poppers for damage. So I think his plan is to run Michael out of threats. He's just doing it in a different way now.
Yeah, and that's sort of like the marquee of like, you know, the best players
One of the best players in the world, yeah.
Yeah, is because they come in with game plans, but also know when to adjust off that game plan and know when to sort of pivot and swap, and what are the factors that will make you do that? Because, you know, you practice something and it's like, this is how I win this matchup, unless X and Y. And it's just that working in a team as well, I think.
Yeah, and Jacob is now very close to being online. I think we're 6 Earth cards in Banish, so we're very close to being online here.
Yeah, we're 6, and then with the defense reaction that I know that we know he has as well.
Jacob's been pretty patient on the equipment. but does like the look of the hand. There's double heartbeat in there. We're going to commit the Sparkskin finally, maybe.
Yeah, and you can just hear Jacob as well being very... Yeah, there it is, the Rebound Carapace as well. So it's going to clear up the whole Herald as well, enable the Verdance ability. And I was just saying as well, you can hear Jacob just very clearly verbalizing all of his game actions as well. So it's super clear.
Yep. Online, Verdance is online. And there you have it. There's the Soraya flipped and coming in.
Once again, though, Jacob ready and sort of aware that this was going to happen. Balance of Justice has already been blocked with and used to great sort of effect. So we'll be able to draw a card should Soraya get activated here.
Yeah, important to note that Michael had to pay for this, of course, because we don't... It would have anyway because it wasn't free, but it doesn't have the chest here as well. It's playing Vestige of Soul in this matchup.
Vestige of Soul, a card that we've seen in a lot of these sort of more combo-y turns.
Yeah, Michael's draw was not good there. Drew an Angelic Wrath and another aura, and this just shows that sometimes these auras are just a little bit clunky here. This Parable is kind of up to nothing.
Yeah, particularly because Jacob has kind of shown that he's not really interested in popping them. And, and his main way of popping actually has been the Burn Bearer as well. Yep. So it gets around it. And yeah, the activation of the Balance of Justice on the end step while it has actually been drawn.
Oh, no, I'm just waiting for you.
Yeah, and you see the politeness just going through, allowing him to draw up. Now we see 5 cards in hand for Jacob. We've sort of talked, Hayden, about how these decks can't really utilize 5-card hands, but when you're online and you have double heartbeat of Candlehold, it's a pretty good way of utilizing it.
Yeah, potential double heartbeat into an attack for 6 because of the Parable with a Red Autumn's Touch here is what Jacob is looking at, I think.
And I think the challenge here as well for Michael is that each one of these pings is an individual point of damage, which can destroy the ward.
It's threatening the Soraya here as well. So, and I think Jacob, Michael doesn't have, just has 1 blue in hand. Okay, there we go. Yeah. But to your point, if there's double heartbeat coming in here, that's 6 ping triggers.
Yeah.
Doesn't have another blue, would have to commit 2, so 3 cards total to pitching to keep the Soraya around. And then still potentially has to deal with something else.
Yeah, but see, just limit the information. Use the Waning Moon now. And we'll Spell Void too.
Oh, so and that's big.
That's huge.
That is huge. It might look a little bit innocuous, Spell Void 2, but losing that Halo for a potential guaranteed Figment is massive. That is... and Michael did it so confidently as well.
Yeah.
So know something about this matchup that we're learning here.
And also, Jacob, you see, took pause there because I don't think that... Yeah, just attacking up...
So it's for 6 here because of the Parable. So I think Jacob's just realized this isn't for 7. This isn't going to force a break point onto Michael's side of things, and instead might want to go a little bit of a different route here. Just reassessing.
Yeah, so he's just going to kill the Soraya. It's that thing of like he can risk it and try and push some damage through, but he's got such a large life advantage, as well as has multiple ways of gaining life into this matchup. And so Michael, just going to attack in. Yellow Herald, classic.
So Michael's going to come in for 6 here with this War Tune. Michael actually has an Arclight Sentinel on hand. I think Michael is now going to sit this in Arsenal and try and, unfortunately, of course, can't protect a Soraya. Now, Figment of Erudition is in the bin, but is going to potentially try and set up an Arclight Sentinel turn at some point in this game.
Yeah, but Arclight, an interesting card into this matchup because Arclight...
Especially the way Jake is playing.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like... And also, with the life total that you're at, you can Arclight, and then they can just kill you with Arcane over the top because you have to attack Arclight. That doesn't stop you from using cards like Burn Bear into your face.
Yeah, and Jacob's still at 40 life, right? There's been a very clear game plan from Jacob to keep the life total high.
Jacob still also has plenty of threats available too. We haven't seen an Everbloom life, have we?
Don't believe so in this matchup. I don't believe so either.
So maybe they've been sideboarded out. Maybe they're just towards the second half of the deck, but. We'll still have plenty of ways of dealing those last points of damage. And, a player of Jacob's caliber is keeping track of how many of these 3-cost 6 burn cards he has available.
So this to me just looks like Jacob has an E-Strike to come in here with because Sink Below plus E-Strike.
I'll choose +2 targeting you, so attack for 6.
Yeah, so in for 6 here, of course, because that Parable of Humility is still hanging around, keeping Jacob humble on his attacks.
Yep. Parable of Humility. A card that is, a staple of of old.
Yeah.
From when I started playing the game.
Yeah.
So it's great to see it being used in this matchup. And Soul Shield is available here for Michael.
Yeah,
So
it's like a
should he
pretty
choose-
easy
yeah.
Soul Shield, right?
Yeah, just gonna pitching the second Soul Shield as well. So really great efficiency. Gonna put it back into the Soul, and Jacob's just gonna pass it over. Now Michael, if he has the double blue here, could just Arclight and pass. But yeah, and he is gonna do so. So Arclight and pass here, and then Jacob gonna consider here.
I like this.
Nothing in your.
What are you going to do with your 5 cards you got here, Jacob? That's
Yeah.
what Michael is asking.
There's the Everbloom Life as well. Has a heartbeat as one of the cards as well.
Oh, and Michael Collins just drew Library.
Library.
Yeah, and that is one of the most important cards in this matchup. And we're still in a game where if Michael can get the Library down next turn, of course, does have the backup of this Arclight Sentinel potentially. But I think is Jacob just almost going to ignore it?
Yeah, so he's dealing a lot of damage. Yeah, he's just gonna E-strike to kill the Arclight. So this is the thing as well. So still was able to utilize the whole hand, gain 3 life,
And get 2 damage through.
yeah, dealt 2 damage with the Wayne and cleared the Arclight. But again, as you said yourself, the Great Library of Alexandria.
Yeah, but Michael did have to commit didn't have multiple yellows, just had the 1 yellow. So he's just going to have to set this library up in Arsenal and hope to actually find a time to use it. This library might have just come too late in this game.
So Jacob's definitely playing this for the late game. Has ripped the Rootbout Carapace off the top, but actually bottomed Light Up the Leaves there with the Sink below.
Interesting. Wants to finish the game with a card like Light Up the Leaves.
Yeah, and just knowing for a fact that even though this life disparity is so large in his favor, wants to just sort of tie it up, and Felling of the Crown's definitely a way of doing it.
Makes sense. I mean, you're not going to be able to do both things right here, and
Yeah.
Felling is just so impactful at this point in the game. Michael's down to 12, so it might not necessarily be a case of Jacob wanting to, I think, play for the late game with Light Up the Leaves. More of a case of that Felling is just kind of the best card to play right here in the situation.
Has another one in the arsenal as well.
And needed to find a blue, I think, right?
Yeah.
With that Sink below.
So yeah, Mental Block being the card pitched as well, and now Michael considering what cards. Is that Tome? No, obviously not.
He
No,
wishes.
He wishes. I was going to say.
It's
that's
double Herald of Erudition.
Yeah, I
in
was
the
looking
hand
at it. It was
for
just
Michael
like.
Collins. The thing is, though, is that Jacob has been very disciplined with these last 2 pieces of equipment. So that Herald of Erudition is going to need a friend.
Yeah.
It's going to need some sort of pump. Angelic Wrath, potentially. So Michael might just have to potentially get this. Yeah, but
Yeah, just
Michael's
block
just
them
blocking.
both.
Going to set up the library, I think. Send it back and see if we can find enough turns for this library to have impact.
Yeah, beautiful library as well, signed by the artist, and this library here just gonna potentially, if we can get, the Great Library of Solana, as you can see, you're gonna have to crank your head, but if he's able to pitch 2 yellow cards into the pitch zone, he gains an additional intellect on that turn, so drawing up to 5. We'll see Jacob taking pause here.
I think Jacob's hand is a little awkward in terms of a 5-card hand.
But I think he has a Felling, right? In the
An Arsenal.
Well, nothing in your turn.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is it a Felling?
This turn.
sure.
I thought it was an Autumn's Touch. That
Oh,
he
it might
had.
be actually, yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's an Autumn's Touch. So it's the red Autumn's Touch they never attacked with. This is the thing, though. It's an attack for 6, right?
Yeah.
So Jacob there's a Ring of Roses in the hand for Jacob.
And I think that's going to be really indicative of what the game plan is. No, just going to Voltic Bolt.
We're just going arcane damage here.
Yeah. I think if we saw the...
Dice for the spells.
Yeah. I think the thing is now we're at the point where we have Barrier 1.
Yeah.
The head is gone, so we can't
Yeah.
go and search up a Figment and
Yeah.
have a potential 4 ward on tap. So I think Jacob just identifying, well, I can guarantee leak 3 damage here and put Michael down to 8. And that's
Yeah.
with Michael committing a card
Yeah.
to defense. And you want to take cards because of library.
Yeah. And it's also the thing now where Jacob knows that he can just start to walk. He can play
can.
all of these arcane. And Blue Voltic Bolt, a card we don't often see in this Verdance list, but maybe for this exact situation where
It's really good.
it's abusing the fact that people are trying to bring in less and less arcane barrier versus Verdance.
Yeah, I think Jacob's in a really strong spot here. I think this
Yeah.
is... So Michael just taking a pause here. And it makes a lot of sense to me. Michael has to find the way to navigate back into this game. Got the library done. Great.
Yeah.
Good start. How do we now take advantage of that library as best possible?
Yeah, so aiming 1 here, and then knows the Waning Moon's going to come across as well.
Yep, down to 9.
Yeah, I will then winning menu.
Yeah.
Done.
So go to 8. 43 plays 8 here, and now...
Priority is good.
Yeah, so going to pass priority over. Still has 2 multiple cards
Yeah,
available.
there is 2 yellows in hand.
Yeah.
5 would go again. No Phantasm.
How do you utilize the second yellow, though? That is going to be the question. I think he really wants this to be popped here so that he can pitch the second yellow. Of course, right? Yeah, because of the... Yeah, of course.
So does he activate the arm piece?
Lose your only piece of Arcane Barrier?
Oh, yeah,
Don't love it.
I don't think so either.
I think, unfortunately, you might just have to Arsenal this card and try and find walk through yet another turn without library active.
I mean, it's either that or he just prays it hits, but based on how Jacob's been playing, I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, and if you're a Verdance player and you've been having trouble with your Prism matchup, this is an interesting way to play this matchup, right?
Yeah.
Jacob is not playing how I would expect typical Verdances to play. He's got a very atypical plan, I would say, and so far it looks pretty effective.
Yeah, you could say that again. And it's also just an atypical deck, and I'm very fascinated to sort of get his thoughts on some of the card choices here, because the deck makes sense, at least in my head, and we'll see just full value out of the Buckskin of the Millennium Tree with the non-block, with the non-attack action card there.
So Michael has finally found Light of Soul and has been struggling to get Figments on the board. If this Light of Soul manages to hit a Herald, and Michael can finally go and search up a Figment, that could be what he needs. But first of all, he's got to get through this turn from Jacob.
Yeah.
I will send 6 at you.
And yeah, 6 damage. I mean...
Finally, the Autumn's Touch coming out. Jacob's been sitting on that Autumn's Touch for quite a number of turns at this point.
I reckon if you were to ask Michael what card did you believe in his arsenal, Red Autumn's Touch was probably not what he would have believed. And now he's just thinking as well, yeah, I think you have to do this.
You're getting so low. You're in the danger zone.
So I gain 2 and there's a Verdance
Yeah.
trigger for 1 at you.
Again, just pinging, walking Michael down at this point.
Just going to think.
Yeah, plus
Michael tanking here, but I don't think you can afford to.
7
Because it's an Arclight and...
a number that exists, right?
I think Michael has to get a little bit lucky here. I think Michael has to take this. He has 2 yellows in hand. One of them is a Light of Soul. I think you pitch the Light of Soul to send your attack action out of Arsenal. You hope to hit. Go and find your Figment. And transform it, I guess.
Is it a blue Herald in hand? Because he does have an Arclight set. No, it is a yellow, right?
I believe it's 2 yellows.
Because you have to
hand.
remember as well with the Vestige of Soul gaining additional resources as well, but the Arclight's still sitting in the arsenal.
That's only going to be 3 resources though, so we can't actually flip the Figment and attack with it. And that's the challenge when you don't play, when you play the Vestige of Soul rather. Yeah, Michael really in the tank here trying to work out how to navigate this turn and try and find a foothold back in this game. Jacob has just honestly looked dominant in this game.
Yeah.
Had a plan, a very clear plan, has executed that plan, and so far, it's going as he drew it up.
And still plenty of library left, and if we've been keeping track correctly of Jacob's what's remaining, he still has some of these big arcane spells that he can just send as well.
Yeah. I wonder if Jacob is playing a decent amount more than 60 cards here, just watching him fan through the cards, looking at what's left in the deck. I wonder if Jacob's actually playing more than 60 here. Be interested to know that, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it would make sense with some of the interesting tech cards that we've sort of seen be blocked and pitched with as well. So now sort of just considering.
So
yeah, he's going to take the 1 and then just sort of, again, go for that play you were saying, Hayden, and hope to flip off the top.
I think so. I can't see another play. Got to get a little bit lucky.
Yeah, trigger.
Just slam it, Michael.
Yeah, so I was going to say Jacob
might want to respond to this.
Yeah, might want to respond to the trigger.
Does have the
does have
the light
as
of the
well.
leaves. So Jacob does have access to 9 damage here.
Is it? Yeah, and I guess the thing to play around would be, the activation of the Figment, and that's probably why he's going to respond to the Light of Soul, because if he lets the trigger go off, he will be able to search and flip.
Yeah, if he hits. I think Jacob's going to go for this.
Yeah, I think so too.
So if Jacob doesn't put Michael on a blue here, I think you put him on a yellow, because he's clearly been trying to play for this library.
I don't think it matters though, right? He's only got AB1.
Yeah, 7, 9. Yeah, I think Jacob just has lethal here.
Yeah,
right?
I think it's just dead, right? Because you attack for 6, down to 5, and then
Yeah, you're right.
for 3.
Yeah.
I think it's just it.
Yeah, without the Figment.
Yeah, and just considering what that other card could be, is there any way in which he can gain life? And I mean, unlikely.
Losing this Halo was massive for Michael.
Yeah.
We kind of called it out when it happened, and this is, it changed the complexion of what you could do here if you had Halo available. Ultimately, I think Jacob's plan has worked so nicely. I'm not sure it would have mattered.
Yeah, and here we go. And
Jacob's really tanking on this.
And between you and I, Hayden, I think even if you don't kill him here, I think you're still positioned pretty well in this game.
Probably.
Yeah.
But you know.
Obviously, Storm Striders, you want to be the last thing that you're
Yeah.
doing in a game, but in one of these instances, and yeah, just tanking on it, just really considering what are your outs. And I love this from Michael as well, stone-faced, does not want to give anything
Not
away.
giving anything away.
Striders.
Yep.
Here we go.
And then I will lay the light up balloons.
Yeah, so the light up the leaves is going to come through. Michael looking at the final card in hand as well. 2 resources floating.
What do we got, Michael?
Yeah, he's just going to AB1.
Take 5, and then I'll waning moon.
And then the waning moon's going to come through, as well as Jacob Clements in a matchup that people are bringing Prism to beat.
Yeah.
Beats out a Prism game in probably the most unique and dominant fashion I've seen a wizard take down an illusionist. That was, truthfully, a sight to behold, Hayden. Like, unreal.
Yeah, Jacob cool and calm and collected there. Had a plan. You could see the rate of pace in terms of understanding that matchup. Had a very clear plan. Pivoted that plan. I think he's practiced that many times, I would say, by the looks of how that game played out. And it was super effective. And to be honest, that leads me to my question of, is Verdance now able to beat its bad matchup and potentially positioning itself as... I mean, we already said it's probably the deck to beat, but if you're beating your bad matchups, is that just because your name's Jacob Clements? Or is that because we've found a way to potentially take out these Prisms? Could the Prisms react off the back of that? I mean, it was a lot of things happening in that game. You know, Library came down super late, didn't come down early, didn't necessarily help Michael. He had a lot of awkward hands. He also was playing an Aura build, and I do wonder if potentially that is what caused the match to go that way, as he wasn't able to put on pressure. He got down those auras, the two non-pop, the two passing mirage, but then wasn't able to really capitalize on them because had a handful of auras multiple times. The ALS was fine, but it didn't have a lot of impact. So I think I have probably more questions than answers after that match, to be honest. But I think something now I am looking at as we head towards the World Championships is that matchup in particular, because I had Prism on my docket as a potential sort of upset to the Verdance meta that was starting to develop, or Verdance sort of sitting atop those top 3 decks in the format. And that might have just flipped the script on its head a little bit, honestly. Yeah,
truthfully as well. And I think a lot of people coming into it, because we saw in our meta breakdown that Prism was relatively represented. Obviously not one of the big 3, but definitely up there in what we would call the tier 2 decks. Probably for that exact reason. And watching that, it makes me think, why would you pick the deck?
Yeah.
And again, different versions and that sort of thing. Just incredible work, though. And Jacob Clements putting on an absolute clinic. And that's the sort of performance, that consistency that he's going to want to see going into the World Championship, which is going to be that next major event in Philadelphia, obviously November 13th to 16th. This is the last calling before this event. And so amazing. So many people around the world are going to be looking to see and look at how we can attack the meta. How are people preparing? Because at this point, I don't imagine people are bringing decks that they're not going to be bringing to the World Championship.
Yeah, and there is a lot to play for at this World Championships. 300,000 USD in the prize pool. Living Legend's going to be on display. Classic Constructed is going to be on display. And let's not forget, not only is that $300,000 prize pool there is also the Player of the Years to decide. And we just saw the man that is hunting down Brody Spurlock. Jacob Clements is fighting to be that overall champion. Already basically locked up the European Player of the Year, but wants that overall. And it is coming down to 2 friends, 2 teammates. They're playing the exact same 80 cards this weekend. It's going to be fascinating as we head down to that World Championships. Calling, of course, Living Legend there at Philadelphia, as well as of course we have the Battle Hardens, 2 Battle Hardens. It's a bumper weekend of Battle Hardens with that $2,000 prize pool, Classic Constructed for both of those.
Yeah, absolutely. Bring down all of your decks. Just get around it, be around the best players in the world, and meet and hang out with just everyone along this community. Of course, alongside of those major events, we've got side events available too, with some of these incredible Philadelphia-inspired stylistic heroes. And they are, we said it before, Hayden, incredible to look at. Prism in particular, I love this card.
Yeah. Diner themed, as you say. I'm actually surprised, being Philadelphia, that it's not just completely sports themed. But I like that from LSS, you know?
Yeah, me too as well. Looking at some of the packages that you can actually get as well. The World Champion player package will get one of those heroes, as well as the beautiful World Championship stamped playmat. Alongside of that one, if you want to sort of spend a little bit more, we're looking at the souvenir package, which gives you a really cool deck box alongside of it. all 3 of the heroes as well, some Rosetta product, and that beautiful 3-hero playmat, which I just love the vibrant colors on as well.
You get a lot out of this package, that's for sure, including that nice deck box as well.
Yeah, and finally, going into it, the Fabled package, bringing along those foil playmats, this beautiful Lyath, our new favorite hero, Hayden, on a playmat with just some beautiful foiling, some incredible promos as well with these rainbow and cold foils, as well as a bunch of event vouchers that allowed you to play in so many different events throughout the weekend. Just some incredible stuff. Alongside of that, a bunch of the most famous artists and the most easily recognizable artists in Flesh and Blood are going to be there. Mark Poole.
Love it.
Yeah, incredible. I love Mark Poole's work. Mark Poole is...
I second that one. But bring your cards down. Federico Mercedes as well.
Yeah.
We just saw his signature on stream actually as well on the library, great library of Solana there as well. So yeah, bring your cards down, get them signed if you're in Philadelphia.
Absolutely. And it's also the first time that you can actually get a chance at winning the amazing treatment on the Quick Dodge Flexes as the Calling Champion card. This one here, I believe, the last time that people are going to be able to try and get the Stonewall Gauntlet as a Calling Champion card because of this one's here, correct?
Yep, we're about to transition to the Quick Dodge Flexes, so we will give out Stonewall Gauntlet this weekend, and then we'll be over to the Quick Dodge Flexes with that, as you say, beautiful treatment.
Amazing. As well, speaking of beautiful things, there is some incredible merch there. Hayden, we've talked about it several times at this point, even off stream, but just the golf shirt. I love it so much. Yeah,
I'm getting it.
Yeah.
It's a done deal.
Yeah, and I'm going to get the rock shirt because the We Will Rock shirt, I would wear it to work. Alongside of that as well, some incredible playmats, some other stuff going along. I love the binders as well. The rune chant just really speaks to me, and that also that Viscerai purple.
Yeah, you're a big Viscerai fan.
Yeah, I am. Enough. And finally as well, spending a bunch of it, $150 in the merch booth is going to give you this amazing golf promo. Rhinar Reckless, Rampage, the OG hero, alongside that, as you said, the 5-wood Romping Club is just amazing.
Just like when I'm down at my local pro shop looking at my sets of golf clubs, just take my money. Just take my money. I'm always keen to upgrade. I'll get the Rhinar Reckless Rampage and the Romping Club here alongside that shirt and hat. That's my plan.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. And wearing the shirt as well to the golf course, I think would be incredible. But of course, still plenty of Flesh and Blood left to go. This is the end of day number 1 of the Calling Sydney, but tomorrow we've got a pretty jam-packed schedule as well as we cut over to it. 4 more rounds of Swiss. So players trying to fight their way. You know, we've got a bunch of 7-0s as well. We're going to be into some pretty crazy matchups. I've just got word. Matt Rogers versus Boosted Spendog as two...
Yeah, they're the last undefeated. Yeah, so likely to play in round 1 of day 2, which is absolutely insane. And we are going to... I love Sundays.
Me too.
Honestly, whether it's the Pro Tour, whether it's Callings, Sundays are the best because we get down to the business end of it, and then we get to crown a champion. And there's nothing like single elimination Flesh and Blood. There's nothing like playing for a win and at the top 8 of a Calling. It is my favorite time of the weekend, and we've got all of that to look forward to with some of the best players, not only in the room, but just in the world.
Yeah, and incredible stuff. And of course, during the finals, we're going to be giving away a box of Super Slam for those of you tuning in, so make sure you do not miss it. Not only a chance to watch the best Flesh and Blood in the world, but a chance to also walk away with a pretty epic product as well. Start to build that Lyath deck out of that box, because I tell you right now, I'm going straight to the booths after this to be purchasing some stuff for that deck myself.
That's my plan as well.
Yeah, just an incredible, incredible day of Flesh and Blood. Hayden, we got to see some unbelievable matchups. We got to see some weird heroes. Tell me, what are you excited for tomorrow?
Well, I think my highlight of the day, as much as I love seeing our new favorite hero Lyath on stream in the hands of Ollie Berry, doing a number on that match, that game between Justin Koo and Daniil, the Cindra versus Gravy match that's worthy of a finals, honestly. That was some insane high-level play from both players, frankly, and from Justin to be able to navigate that game and come back into it. Was a sight to behold. So I'm now looking forward to tomorrow and seeing, we saw, there's a good chunk of Cindras, of Verdance, there's a little bit of Gravy hanging around, but there's Prisms. There's some Puffins. There's Kasai's around there. There's Arachne Huntsman. These are the heroes that I'm also looking forward to seeing tomorrow when we get to Calling Sunday.
Yeah, exactly. And, we've had finals level Flesh and Blood already. Imagine what the finals are going to be like. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be back tomorrow for more Flesh and Blood. 4 more rounds of Swiss and our top 8 for the last Calling before the World Championship. My name's Matt Brandwood. It's been such a pleasure, Hayden, to have you next to me in the booth. And we'll be back tomorrow for more Flesh and Blood.